Chapter 301 White Villain Yellow Villain Chapter 301 The White Villain and the Yellow Villain. Come here. Jiang Xiaobai took 2 quick steps and jumped onto the back seat of Song Xin's bicycle. The bicycle swayed for a while. Jiang Xiaobai involuntarily hugged Song Xin's waist. Jiang Xiaobai was in a hurry for a while. The old driver was habitually moving, unexpectedly involuntarily moved upwards for a moment. Fortunately, Song Xin's bicycle made a sharp turn at this time, which made Jiang Xiaobai heart agitated and stopped her hands. After waking up, Jiang Xiaobai was afraid for a while. Nima, this is not the era of continuous artillery fire. Once you do something, you are not responsible for the fact that a girl can kill you. Otherwise, I will sue you for being a hooligan. If I don't have a girlfriend, I will admit it if I am willing. A big beauty with a great body. The key is to have a girlfriend. Can you make mistakes in your life? Thinking of this, the 2 villains in their heads started fighting again. The white villain, you can't touch it. If you touch it, you will make a mistake, and something big will happen. Yellow man, if you touch it, you will say that it was not intentional. Besides, you are so ugly, people will definitely look down on you, so you don't need your person in charge. Jiang Xiaobai, the yellow guy, Nima, get out of me. Just when Jiang Xiaoshan was fighting, Song Xin also regretted it. This made a boy hug her waist in broad daylight. No, not even in broad daylight. The key is that this hand is still a bit dishonest. Not to mention the strange feeling from the waist, so that I can't concentrate at all. It is not good to let others look at it. Why don't you take me? Song Xin asked tentatively. Okay. Jiang Xiaobai jumped off the bicycle without saying a word. Just before Jiang Xiaobai jumped, but Song Xin's waist tightened, as if she was pinched by Jiang Xiaobai. Little hooligan. Song Xin muttered in her mouth and jumped off her bicycle. Come on, get in the car. Jiang Xiaobai, a man and Song Xin and a girl, didn't need to get in the car after starting riding the bicycle directly out of the school. Jiang Xiaobai driving skills are much better than Song Xin. There are no bumps in the smooth and steady along the way. Student Xiaobai, how good are your driving skills? Song Xin asked, tilting her head. So. I don't ride a bicycle much. Jiang Xiaobai said. You show me the way and go over there. Jiang Xiaobai said after exiting the school gate. Go left, go straight, and I will tell you when you turn the corner. Song Xin said. Out of the school, after entering the city, the traffic gradually increased. Although Jiang Xiaobai had good car skills, she inevitably had to turn and brake sharply. Song Xin was not stable in the back seat. Involuntarily stretched out his hand and put his hand on Jiang Xiaobai's waist. With this hold, Jiang Xiaobai's driving skills became worse. Song Xin could only hold tighter, and then Jiang Xiaobai's driving skills were even worse. As if caught in an endless loop, Song Xin discovered that it was a wrong decision to ride out with Jiang Xiaobai on a bicycle. Jiang Xiaobai is carrying a bicycle and a beautiful girl behind him, which is equivalent to driving a BMW with a beautiful girl in later generations. It was quite a trend along the way, and it frequently attracted everyone's attention. Thank you for the bicycle ticket this time. Jiang Xiaobai had nothing to say. It's okay. I have several bicycle tickets at home. Song Xin said. Would you like to give me 2 more? Jiang Xiaobai asked tentatively, taking advantage of it. So I don't care about taking more. In the future, it is enough to return the favor. Song Weigo and Li Xiliu also need transportation when they come to the capital. I received a call from them last night, and it is estimated that I will be there at around 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Hooligans and shameless. Song Xin scolded. She said that there are several bicycle tickets at home. Yes, but not all of them are prepared for you. Sister Song, beautiful Sister Song. Jiang Xiaobai felt that he still had a talent for licking a dog. Okay, I'll give it to you, but what do you buy so many bicycles for? Besides, it costs a lot of money. Song Xin said. Then Rain Girl has no melons? Jiang Xiaobai said. What? It's okay. That is, 2 friends are coming tomorrow. They will stay in the capital for a period of time and they also need transportation. Jiang Xiaobai said. Long live in Beijing. Where do you live? Have you found a good place? Song Xin asked. Just stay in a guest house. Jiang Xiaobai said casually. It costs a lot to live in a guest house. How nice it is to find a house for them. Song Xin said. That's right. I'll arrange someone later. Jiang Xiaobai said, planning to go to Xidan after a while and give it to Zhang Yuomin. Well, Song Xin listened to Jiang Xiaobai words, thinking secretly in her heart. Who is this Jiang Xiaobai? According to her best friend Zhao Xinyi, Jiang Xiaobai is an ordinary family that can no longer be ordinary. Both parents are workers working in the factory, not even a workshop director. The situation of Jiang's family is quite normal. I have never heard of any overseas relatives. Of course, it may also be due to the times. It is better to conceal it. Everyone does not know. But everything before the Jiang family was in line with the Jiang family. Jiang Xiaobai also went to the countryside step by step to jump in the queue. But Jiang Xiaobai is definitely not normal now. There are quite a few students who jump in the line and enter the university as educated youths. But who do you see is like Jiang Xiaobai, wearing Adidas sportswear again, buying bicycles, or buying 3 of them? And I also asked myself to go to Quanzhou to eat roast duck. Even Adidas sportswear, many people don't even know or understand how expensive it is. If it weren't by chance, I might have thought it was just an ordinary piece of clothing. Just such a person, can you be ordinary? Besides, the reform of the student union is even more amazing. A freshman becomes the head of the student union. Let the Chinese department be soft, and discuss with the department leaders. Can this be an ordinary person? Song Xin is becoming more and more curious about Jiang Xiaobai, and listening to Jiang Xiaobai's tone. There are still subordinates in the capital. At the same time, Zhao Xinyi from the student union ran into the student union in a hurry. Is Minister Jiang here? Zhao Xinyi asked after drinking a glass of water, feeling less panting. I came here early in the morning and left with Sister Song Xin. Someone said. I left with Sister Song Xin. Where did I go? Didn't I ask Sister Song Xin to find Minister Jiang? How did you go? Zhao Xinyi stunned on the spot. Then I don't know. Sister Zhao, tonight's art evening, I will rehearse if I have a show. The other student left. Zhao Xinyi was completely confused. The other side. Turn right in front and you are here. Song Xin said. Jiang Xiaobai got off his bicycle at the gate of a community, and there was a guard at the gate of the community. Jiang Xiaobai took a deep look at Song Xin. This girl is not easy. Can you pay attention to it in the future? End of this chapter. Chapter 302 Car Distribution. Chapter 302 Car Distribution. This is my house. I live on the 3rd floor. Song Xin brought Jiang Xiaobai, but the guard did not stop, came directly to the bottom of a unit building. I live on the 3rd floor. Come up and sit down for a while. Song Xin sent out an invitation politely. Are your parents at home? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Usually this point is not at home, but today is the weekend, is not sure. Song Xin said silently. Then I won't go up. It's not good to be empty-handed. I'll wait for you below. Jiang Xiaobai said. Song Xin nodded. She originally said that if Jiang Xiaobai really went, his parents would have another greeting at home. Maybe the parents will still ask Jiang Xiaobai questions. Think more about it. After a while, Song Xin came out, still holding 3 bicycle tickets in her hand. Here you are. Song Xin said. Thank you. You also think of a way. If you get the bike ticket, you will be returned. Jiang Xiaobai said. No, I don't need it at my house, and it's also stored. Song Xin waved her hand. How can it go? Buy a bicycle. I bought a bicycle. I invite you to eat roast duck. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. 195 yuan for a double pigeon bicycle. Jiang Xiaobai happily paid the money and pushed the bike out. Quanzhou, opened in Tongzi for 3 years. is the most famous roast duck restaurant in Beijing. The Hepingman branch opened on May 1 this year, covers an area of 15,000 square meters and has more than 40 banquet halls. With the golden sign of Quenjude, there are thousands of diners every day, making it one of the high-end restaurants in Beijing. The two parked their bicycles at the entrance of the hotel. The brand new Flying Pigeon bicycles were not conspicuous at all. There are still quite a few small cars parked in front of the hotel. Just when Jiang Xiaobai and Song Xin were eating, in the Student Union office of Beijing Normal University. Where did Jiang Xiaobai and Song Xin go? We are about to host the new student party tonight, but I can't find Jiang Xiaobai person until now. Zhao Xinyi is almost mad. This New Year party has been set long ago. She was afraid that Jiang Xiaobai had forgotten to let Song Xin come early in the morning and then inform Jiang Xiaobai. The result is not bad. Not only is missing, even Song Xin who came to look for Jiang Xiaobai is gone. Sister Zhao, or wait, maybe Minister will be back in a while, Hu Yuan said cautiously. Zhao Xinyi did not speak angrily, and Liu Qian on the side spoke. Let's do it. I'll invite the leaders and teachers on the list to attend the welcome party at night. The others have proceeded according to the original plan. The time has been notified and it is impossible to change it temporarily. Jiang Xiaobai is not in school. The remaining students will invite other people to invite school leaders, and the department leaders almost mean it. Only Liu Qian, the daughter of the vice principal, should come forward. Okay. Let's do that. I will take someone to see how the venue is set up. Brother Qian, you can see if the prepared audio is available. Let someone install it quickly. Zhao Xinyi nodded helplessly and arranged. Okay, Qian Shenglai nodded in response. Before leaving the house, Zhao Xinyi stopped again, looked back at Hu Yuan and said, "You will send another person to ride my bicycle out to look for it, and see if you can meet it. 2 people will be arranged at the school gate. Jiang Xiaobai will notify me as soon as he comes back." Okay, Sister Zhao. Hu Yuan nodded bitterly. The female players in his current student union are really crouching tigers, hidden dragons, and women do not let their eyebrows be frowned. Needless to say, Liu Qian, the daughter of the vice principal, Song Xin, who saw another weekend vacation, got in a car and left. What's more, when Song Xin talked about bicycle tickets this morning, her casual appearance was definitely not easy at home. Although Zhao Xinyi hasn't revealed a big background, but Jiang Xiaobai is usually polite to Zhao Xinyi. Plus Zhao Xinyi's usual clothes and temperament on her body, she knows that she's the kind of lady. None of these girls can afford to provoke them. Hu Yuan got the order and quickly arranged someone to find Jiang Xiaobai. And Jiang Xiaobai also finished dinner at this time, and Song Xin came out of Quenjude. This taste is worthy of a time-honored brand. Jiang Xiaobai sighed as he touched his round belly. Where are we going? Back to school? Song Xin was also quite full. Don't worry. Go to Xidan for a little bit of business, and then go back, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Okay, Song Xin didn't object either, and a stroll was just enough to eliminate food. The two rode their bicycles all the way, talking and laughing towards Xidan. As for the evening party for the new students, Song Xin has already been thrown out of the sky by Song Xin, so I can still think of it. The 2 people rode their bicycles all the way to Xidan and waited for a while in the small restaurant before Zhang Omin ran over in sweat. Little Bai, is this? Zhang Omin looked at Song Xin on the side, winked and said, halfway through the conversation, he saw the bicycle parked on the side. Little Bai, is this your bike? Are you able to ride? Try to ride a circle. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and nodded and said, I will try. Zhang Omin was so excited that he could touch the bicycle. Zhang Omin still has a talent for cycling, and soon he will be able to ride a bicycle crookedly on the road. Riding for a long time before returning, reluctantly parked the confident car next to him. Jiang Xiaobai and Song Xin were resting in the shade on the side. Looking at Zhang Omin's appearance, Jiang Xiaobai smiled and stretched out his hand to take out a confident ticket and 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Omin. Take it, buy a bicycle while the department store is not closed, and practice the bike in the afternoon. I will go to the school at noon tomorrow to find me and go to the train station with me to pick up people. Jiang Xiaobai said and passed it. This. Zhang Yuomin was a little afraid to pick it up. This bicycle was too expensive. Take it. It's not for you. It's not convenient to run outside every day. It's not convenient if you don't have a bicycle. You can use it first. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai said that Zhang Yuomin was no longer polite, and excitedly took over the money and bicycle tickets. Excitedly patted her chest and promised, "Don't worry, Xiaobai. You can buy the bicycle. I will take good care of it and take good care of it. When you return it, it will be the same as the new one. Although it is for him to use, not for him, but it is too exciting for him. If it were to be given to him, he would not dare to ask for it. And let him use a bicycle, which is equivalent to working in the company for later generations, and the company will give you a car." "Okay, I'm leaving. Practice hard. Don't forget to pick up people at the train station tomorrow." Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand and said, crashing on the bicycle. "Okay, rest assured Xiaobai." Zhang Yuomin nodded vigorously, and Jiang Xiaobai and Song Xin had not disappeared from his sight. Zhang Yuomin quickly ran towards the department store. End of this chapter. Chapter 303 New Student Welcome Party. Chapter 303 New Student Welcome Party. Along the way, Song Xin tilted her head and looked at Jiang Xiaobai from time to time. "What's wrong?" "I have flowers on my face," Jiang Xiaobai asked. "No flowers, but you have money on your face," Song Xin said while looking at Jiang Xiaobai. This Jiang Xiaobai is really rich and buys 2 bicycles in one day. That is, her family has never spent money like this, although she usually does not lack food or clothing. But it was the first time she saw Jiang Xiaobai as extravagant. For the roast duck in Quenjude, she has never been there except for one time with her father. Without him, she has no money. Then look at it and see when it can fall. Jiang Xiaobai smiled without explanation. "Where is there a place to sell furniture? I want to make a single bed," Jiang Xiaobai asked. "What do you want a single bed for?" Song Xin asked curiously. "The rain girl has no melons." "Huh." Song Xin also shut up. Okay, let me tell you. Isn't it that I wake up early to study every morning? I am afraid that it will affect the rest of the other students in the dormitory, so I want to make a single bed and then live in the student union office," Jiang Xiaobai said. Song Xin was riding a bicycle, but she almost didn't fall to the ground. She was really shocked by Jiang Xiaobai's shameless spirit. Jiang Xiaobai's attitude towards students, not to mention that all members of the student union know it. But no one in a small area knows it. The big guys are all curious about how he was admitted to the province's science champion. Li Baibai and Zhang Lanfang only knew that Jiang Xiaobai was like this when he was in high school. But what does Jiang Xiaobai say now? He wakes up early and learns to disturb others, for fear that he dislikes other people getting up early and disturbs him to rest. "I don't know," Song Xin said simply without even thinking about it. "Sister Song," Jiang Xiaobai said. "No, Jiang Xiaobai, I don't understand you anymore. Do you really care about your future? You must apply for the astronomy department if you are the number 1 in science." Song Xin can't stand it anymore. Going to college is such a sacred thing. She always feels Jiang Xiaobai is too childish. It seems that going to college is for him to play. With so many students in the school, she is the first person to see Jiang Xiaobai learning attitude. Maybe Jiang Xiaobai academic performance is not bad, but this attitude makes people look down on it. The whole school has such a strong learning atmosphere. Why can't she affect Jiang Xiaobai if she doesn't understand? No, it is affected. Jiang Xiaobai, who was affected, does not want to live in the dormitory. Okay, can I not buy it if I don't buy it? Jiang Xiaobai felt aggrieved. Wait for the 2 of them to ride their bicycles back to the school gate. It was already when the sun was setting in the afternoon. As soon as they arrived at the school gate, Yuan saw Hu Yuan running towards her. "Minister Jiang, Minister Jiang. Hu Yuan heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw Jiang Xiaobai appear. "What's wrong? What happened?" Jiang Xiaobai asked when he got out of the car. "Minister, welcomed the freshman party tonight," Hu Yuan said helplessly. Sure enough, Jiang Xiaobai had completely forgotten about it. "Oh, I forgot. How are the preparations?" "Let's go and have a look," Jiang Xiaobai said. Song Xin's face turned pale. When she heard Hu Yuan's words, she remembered what she did when she went to the student union to find Jiang Xiaobai this morning. "What is it?" "Hurry up." Jiang Xiaobai turned around and walked for 2 steps, only to see Song Xin not coming up very much, and shouted back, "Oh!" Song Xin lowered her head and followed, thinking in her heart how to explain this to Zhao Xinyi. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the auditorium, he saw Zhao Xinyi already waiting with someone. Looking at Zhao Xinyi's gloomy face, Jiang Xiaobai smiled awkwardly, and said with a light cough, "Xinyi, sorry, today." Before Jiang Xiaobai could finish, Zhao Xinyi turned and left with a cold snort. Others were still looking at Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand in embarrassment and said, "This lady is used to it. It's okay. Let's go in and see." "Has the person who should notify you?" "How do you respond?" Jiang Xiaobai asked as he walked. The auditorium of Beijing Normal University is still quite large. It is also here when I usually learn to hold the conference. At this time, the colorful banners are already hanging in the air. It says, "The 1979 Beijing Normal University welcomes freshman art performance." All were notified according to the list, except for the 2 professors who went out. Everyone else agreed to come. Liu Qian also said bitterly, "Okay, that's good. Are the audio equipment and the like all debugged?" Jiang Xiaobai continued to ask. "No problem. The audio equipment is rented, and the master in the store will follow it to install and debug." Yan Shenglai replied, said it is audio equipment, and the other is 2 speakers and microphones. As for the lighting at this time, it is there, but a new student party is not at that level. "Okay, this is the first new student orientation party, and it is also a test for the student union. Don't mess it up and be ashamed," Jiang Xiaobai said, and jumped on the stage to try the sound. At this time, the students who were about to finish their dinner came one after another, and the hall was sparsely seated. "Where's the program list? Let me see." Jiang Xiaobai found a seat and sat down. Sure enough, in the middle of the program list, he saw his name. Does Zhao Xinyi still have high hopes for herself? "Put my show in the middle," Jiang Xiaobai muttered in her mouth, but secretly thought about what song she would sing later. Time passed bit by bit, the sky slowly darkened, and there were more and more people in the auditorium. The noisy sounds gathered together to form a unique atmosphere. The leaders and teachers should almost be here. Liu Qian walked over and looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said, "Okay, let's go out to welcome him." Jiang Xiaobai nodded, got up and walked towards the outside of the auditorium with Hu Yuan and Liu Qian. "I saw Professor Zhang coming as soon as I left the house." "Xiaobai, good job." Professor Zhang patted Jiang Xiaobai on the shoulder and laughed. "The Department of Astronomy finally has talents." "Teacher, almost everything has been prepared inside. You can go in and sit down," Jiang Xiaobai said. "I won't go in. I will accompany you at the door and wait for someone," Professor Zhang said. Jiang Xiaobai was moved secretly. Professor Zhang did not say, but it is obvious that he is here today to stand up for Jiang Xiaobai. "Thank you, teacher." Then, Jiang Xiaobai was not polite. The literary show started at 7:30 in the evening, and the students were almost there just after 7 o'clock in the evening. "Director Wang, hello, Director Wang, please come in soon. Thank you for your busy schedule." Jiang Xiaobai's smile became brighter. The work of the student union must be supported. Director Wang also had a hypocritical smile on his face. If he doesn't come, he is afraid that Jiang Xiaobai will have another moth. End of this chapter. Chapter 304 Don't Overburn. Chapter 304 Don't Overburn. Time slowly reached 7:30. The lights in the auditorium were all turned off at once. and the auditorium suddenly became noisy. Then with a boom, a beam of yellow light illuminates the center of the stage. Although the effect of colored lights is not effective, it is still possible to make a circle of yellow lights manually. Zalcini wore a white long skirt fluttering and appeared in the eyes of everyone now in the aperture. Zalcini's ethereal voice sounded, along with the speakers on the side. There was fierce applause in the auditorium. There are no entertainment activities at this time, so there is such a lively thing. Basically all the students in the school are almost there. After Zalcini reported as the host, she pushed to the back of the stage. Then the stage was dark again. When the lights on the stage were illuminated again, the students from the Chinese department of the first class were already standing neatly on the stage. It's just that all kinds of clothes on her body spoil the overall feeling. However, Master Liu on the side seized the opportunity and pressed the shutter. He is now the queen photographer of the student union. As soon as there is an activity, he must be the first to appear. Dongfeng is red, the sun rises. He seeks happiness for the people. Hello, he is the great savior of the people. He seeks happiness for the people. Hello, he is the great savior of the people. Dongfeng Hong is regarded as the first folk song in northern Shaanxi, and many people will meet at this time singing on the stage. And many people in the audience also hummed. The students in a class on the stage wear all kinds of clothes, and the poor at home are still wearing old and faded clothes that are stitched and repaired. It's almost the same at home, and bought a new dress for this party. Songs, dances, sketches, poem recitations, erhu, Peking opera, and Huangmai opera are really diverse. But anyone with a little talent is willing to perform on stage. And the students in the audience also watched it with gusto, which is different from giving lectures at other conferences and reading clichés, is also different from ordinary art performances. Except for chorus, it is chorus. It seems that whoever has a loud voice can win an award. The next program is prepared by our Student Union Minister Jiang Xiaobai. In order to give you a surprise, I will not report in advance. Below is classmate Jiang Xiaobai. Zalcini spoke provocatively and looked at Jiang Xiaobai in the audience. In addition to the first time she talked to Jiang Xiaobai about the program arrangements, she originally planned to mention it again today. If Jiang Xiaobai was really unprepared, or could not, forget it, add Jiang Xiaobai's name from the program list. But today Jiang Xiaobai disappeared unexpectedly, completely forgot about the party to welcome the new student, which made her angry. So she felt that Jiang Xiaobai was a surprise. Jiang Xiaobai sneered looking at Zalcini, who was bright and moving on stage. I have already guarded you against this trick. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Xiaobai. Actually, I shouldn't perform at this New Year party. After all, I'm still a new student. This New Year party should be a show for old students to welcome me. I should watch the show. Jiang Xiaobai said. His voice changed. But Zalcini from the propaganda department said, "You are so versatile. Just perform one, beg me." I think that's the case, so I agree. Jiang Xiaobai said, and the hall roared with laughter. Some people shouted shameless. So cheeky. Zalcini beside is even more cheeky. Nonsense. Nonsense. When I have said this, please. However, watching Jiang Xiaobai move freely in front of so many people and control the scene very well, Zalcini on the side is also impressed. Like she just watched so many people in the auditorium on the stage. There are other leaders, and they are a little nervous and scared, and almost open their mouths forgot to say. But suddenly I let Jiang Xiaobai come to power. In my imagination, Jiang Xiaobai looked nervous and embarrassed, but he didn't show up at all. Okay, let's get back to business. I will bring you a song I created, called My Future Is Not a Dream. Jiang Xiaobai didn't finish speaking. Someone below shouted, bringing, don't believe it. Bringing, don't believe me, you will know it when I sing for a while. Wait for me to conquer you with my singing, now applaud. Papa, Jiang Xiaobai said, and there was warm applause from below. Obviously, she wanted to sing, but Jiang Xiaobai almost turned it into a stand-up comedy. Students have seen this on weekdays, so naturally they are bragging and clapping desperately. This is too childish, the director of the political education office said with a black face, and then turned to look at the principal. Such a serious occasion made him. The director of the political and education office did not finish speaking, so the principal interrupted. Do I think it's good? Serious and lively. The class is serious, and the class should be lively after class. Times are changing all the time. With them, the young people all feel vigorous and vigorous. Don't just go to the class all at once. Online. The principal's words are thoughtful, not light or heavy. Under the dark light, a layer of sweat appeared on the head of the director of the political and education office. Yes, the principal is right. I am old, and some can't keep up with the situation of young people. The director of the political and education office quickly admitted the mistake. Director Wang beside smiled and said, Lao Jiang, since he feels he can't keep up with the situation, he has a rest. He has been doing revolutionary work for a lifetime, and he should be enjoying himself. Hearing Wang Xin's words, the director of the political education office almost didn't jump up and roll up his sleeves. Good, you Wang Xin. Isn't it just that you were a bit cruel to you during sports? I also admit that I was wrong, and you still cling to it. Give me eye drops whenever I get a chance, and now I still want to let me go home through words. I didn't say that, but who couldn't hear it? Director Wang is joking. I still want to take this old bone and use the waste heat for the revolutionary cause. The director of the political and education office gritted his teeth and said, it's a good thing to use the residual heat, just don't overheat it. Director Wang still said with a smile, this old bastard. He did not lessen himself back then. The principal beside didn't say a word, just watched the two old guys tear their pens. What does Director Wang mean? The director of the political and education office couldn't hold back the fire. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai took the microphone and sang on the stage, appropriately covering the voice of the director of the political and education office. End of this chapter. Chapter 305 My future is not a dream. Chapter 305 My future is not a dream. Are you like me, bowing your head in the sun, sweating silently and working hard? Are you like me even if you are indifferent? Never give up the life you want. Are you like me, busy pursuing all day, pursuing an unexpected tenderness? Are you at a loss like I once, wandering on the cross street again and again, because I don't care what others say? My future is not a dream. This song is Zhang Yuxing's famous song. Was released in the late 1980s, but it was sung throughout the 1990s. It has been sung even in later generations, and it has become a classic. The reason why classics are classics is that they are unique. And My Future is not a dream song, but an inspirational song. Not only his blood, hard work, dreams, sincerity, but also innocence and romance. That belongs to the romance of an era. On the other hand, the people's inferiority complex and rising up to catch up. But it is said that the young people in this era are particularly confused. They are a little full of passion, but they can't find the direction to fight. I work hard every day, but I can't find the future direction. The more I understand the gap, the more despair. After graduation, they don't know how to choose. When you are at a crossroads, you are the most confused. But Jiang Xiaobai's singing seems to inject new vitality. I know that my future is not a dream. I live every minute seriously. My future is not a dream. My heart is moving with hope. Jiang Xiaobai's voice is firm and powerful, making everyone in the auditorium seem to have seen from Jiang Xiaobai's singing a figure who, like himself, was hesitant, but full of hope for the future, earnestly living and working hard. Everyone has found their own shadow in the singing, and also found their own direction in the future. We are in this era of uncertainty, but we are full of hope for the future, and we are determined to move forward. We study hard, we catch up, we believe in the future, we believe in hope. We believe in ourselves and believe that the country will become better and better in the future. My future is not a dream. Let's come together. Jiang Xiaobai roared. The melody of this song is simple and catchy. There are already many people following, humming in a low voice. After hearing Jiang Xiaobai words, he let go of his voice and began to sing. My future is not a dream. My heart moves with hope. My future is not a dream. I live every minute seriously. My future is not a dream. The students in the auditorium, and even the teachers, followed by the principal. The sound was deafening, and the atmosphere at the scene was like a pile of dry wood. And Jiang Xiaobai was this spark. The atmosphere of the scene was detonated during the rush. At this time, everyone has nothing to do with how well Jiang Xiaobai sang, are singing their own voices and expressing their emotions. That is, there is no light stick under the stage, otherwise, it is properly a concert scene for later generations. But the atmosphere class on site is much more enthusiastic than a concert. Are you at a loss like I was? Wandering on the cross street one time at a time. Because I don't care what others say. I never forget me. Commitment to oneself. Dedication to love. I know that my future is not a dream. My heart moves with hope, following hope and moving. The lingering sound of the singing echoed slowly in the auditorium. I don't know when the lights on the stage turned on, and Jiang Xiaobai slowly walked down the stage. At this time, huge loud applause erupted from the auditorium. The voice was deafening, the applause was prolonged, and it was for myself and Jiang Xiaobai. Zhao Xinyi wanted to step forward to protect the screen several times, but was stopped by huge applause. Because she knows that in this situation, her voice will definitely be drowned in the crowd. For a while, Jiang Xiaobai completely disappeared from the stage, and the applause stopped slowly. A song My Future is Not a Dream, let us cast the hope for the future, please let me down. Zhao Xinyi said. There was applause from the audience again. Zhao Xinyi can only helplessly shut up. The following is from the Department of Mathematics. Zhao Xinyi hurriedly finished the report. Fortunately, the Erhu solo will be next, which is just the right time for everyone to calm down their excitement. However, as soon as I arrived backstage, I was surrounded by a group of students who had a show behind, and they looked at Zhao Xinyi with bitter eyes. Sister Xinyi, Minister Jiang, you should be the last one. Now that Minister Jiang has finished singing, do we need to perform again? That's right. Just now I saw many students humming that my future is not the beginning of a dream. Sister Xinyi, do we still need to play? The students in the back feel very desperate. Jiang Xiaobai has completely ignited the scene, which puts them under a lot of pressure on performing shows one by one. No. I'm already a little desperate. No matter how they perform well, they don't have the confidence to surpass Jiang Xiaobai. It can be said that tonight's party, all the programs have become the foil for Jiang Xiaobai's song. But it's okay to perform in front of Jiang Xiaobai. After all, is it a tribute? But where are they behind Jiang Xiaobai? Do you want to throw jade? Zhu is in front. How do you get them on stage? Jiang Xiaobai's last one is okay. Everyone is still calming down. Everyone can't remember, or just don't watch it. But if they are the ones going forward, will you pick up and compare with Jiang Xiaobai? Looking at everyone's eyes, Zhao Xinyi also felt very wronged in her heart. I tell you, I don't know if you believe it. I originally wanted to embarrass him, and when I went to perform with him, he was always shirking. Who knew that he sang so nicely and emotionally? I am also very helpless. Zhao Xinyi gave some comfort, and finally calmed everyone's emotions. Sure enough, as they expected, they have already forbade to push the field, and there are not many programs to watch later. Fortunately, the fights are all qualified, polite, and watched the whole New Year party without making noise. It should be said that under Jiang Xiaobai's pressure, their performance is not worse than the previous one, but with Jiang Xiaobai's contrast, it seems so. The first new student welcome party of Beijing Normal University finally ended successfully. End of this chapter. Chapter 306 Song Weigo to Beijing. Chapter 306 Song Weigo arrives in the capital. That night, My Future is Not a Dream. This song was sung in Jianbuk Normal University. You may not know the first New Year party, but you can't not know that My Future is Not a Dream song. At this time, There is no such thing as a campus network. Otherwise, Jiang Xiaobai's song might also be on the list. Early the next morning, someone from the poetry club invited Jiang Xiaobai to join the poetry club, but Jiang Xiaobai refused. In the 70s and 80s at this time, the most popular is poetry. If you write poems well, you will be admired by many girls. People in this era are still innocent, and the appreciation of talent is the first thing. There are even many wandering poets, which are the most popular among female college students. Of course, the Kaigong Abnormal Society is also a very large society at this time. People who have not experienced this era cannot appreciate the innocence of this era, which is absurd. All kinds of Kaigong masters, treating illnesses with bare hands, etc. are trivial, and those who fight with the national satellite with their hands are the big ones. All the masters in the park are practicing Kaigong, not the old men and old ladies who dance square dancing in later generations. As for the scams that can be punctured by later generations, such as the change of water to oil, in this era, university professors have endorsed it. This is this era. Innocence, romance, absurdity, passion, hesitation and various characteristics constitute this era. Here you can see all kinds of weird times, and can hear the roar of a country rising up to catch up at the bifurcation of the times. However, these things have nothing to do with Jiang Xiaobai for the time being. Just after school at noon, Zhang Yuomin rode a bicycle and waited at the gate of the Beijing Normal University. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaobai is also a celebrity. After some inquiries, he found the office of the student union without any effort. He did not enter the student union office, but waited in front of the building. He was afraid that the newly bought bicycle would be lost. Watching the crowd coming and going, searching for Jiang Xiaobai figure in the crowd, the other side looked at the brand new bicycle next to him from time to time. The back was already straight, but he couldn't help but stiff. The triumphant and happy look in his eyes can't hide it at all. Brothers, Jiang Xiaobai waved towards Zhang Yuomin and walked over. Xiaobai, look at the bicycle, I bought it. Zhang Yuomin said, reaching out his hand and gently rang the bicycle bell. The car bell suddenly rang out a crisp bell, which attracted the attention of the people around. Okay, I haven't eaten yet. Let's go out and have a bite together, and then go to the train station. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, Zhang Yuomin's feelings he understood, just like later generations who bought a new car and wanted to go for a drive. The two pushed their bicycles out of the school. They found a small restaurant in front of the school, ordered a few dishes, and took a bite. Then I set off and walked towards the train station. Along the way, the bicycle bells under the people of the country rang from time to time last week. Until the end, Jiang Xiaobai couldn't listen anymore, turned his head and glanced at Zhang Yuomin. Zhang Yuomin only smiled angrily and said, isn't it just because I just rode a bicycle and my skills are not good? I'm afraid of bumping into others. Zhang Yuomin explained that he didn't keep ringing the bell anymore. When the two arrived at the train station, they were overwhelmed by the crowd. Zhang Yuomin asked who Jiang Xiaobai was going to pick up, then let Jiang Xiaobai look at the bicycle, and after a while he came back with a piece of waste paper in his hand. The 3 characters Songwei-go are written on it. I spent 5 cents to buy this from the old man picking up scraps. How about it? Zhang Yuomin said with a smile. All things can be bought at this time. Okay. Just hold it. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. The two parked their bicycles, and then waited beside them. There is no mobile phone at this time, there is no other good way to pick up the station except death. So in many cases, picking up people is entirely based on luck. Time passed bit by bit. Jiang Xiaobai stood on tiptoe from time to time to look at the surging crowd. The flow of people at the Beijing railway station at this time, of course, cannot be compared with later generations. But at this time, the Beijing railway station was not as big as later generations. Finally, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes lit up. He waved his hand vigorously and shouted, Lao Song, Xiaoliu. I got off the train and watched the crowds, coupled with Song Weigo and Li Xiliu, who had been on the train for a long time and were still a little confused. Hearing Jiang Xiaobai voice, he suddenly felt excited and looked at Jiang Xiaobai. "Where is Director Xiaobai?" Li Xiliu exclaimed excitedly, and Song Weige walked over quickly with their luggage. "What's wrong? Are you tired?" Jiang Xiaobai looked at the two and felt very kind. "I'm not tired. I'm so excited, I can still come to the capital." Before Song Weige spoke, Li Xiliu spoke. He is young. Although he has been on the train for a long time, he still doesn't feel too tired. Zhang Guomin watched Jiang Xiaobai talk with Song Weige and the others. His head is a little confused now. Isn't it that Jiang Xiaobai is a student? Why suddenly became the director of the factory again? The gap between the student and the factory director is a bit big. It took a long time for Jiang Xiaobai to think of Zhang Guomin. Introduced to Song Weige and Li Xiliu, this is Zhang Guomin, a native of Beijing, an educated youth who is returning to the city, and is responsible for finding the address for me. Brother Zhu, this is Lao Song and Xiao Liu, both of whom are my friends. After the three of them shook hands with each other, they tied the luggage they were carrying to the bicycle, then ride a bicycle and walk towards Beijing Normal University. This capital is really big and there are so many people. Li Xiliu has no culture, so he can only sigh like this. But it is also the most vivid. The city is big and there are many people. When we get to the place, let's have a good meal first. You will stay at the guest house of Beijing Normal University for one night, take a good rest, and then buy a bicycle tomorrow, and then let Brother Zhu take you around in the capital. Jiang Xiaobai was riding the bike while talking about the next arrangements. Tonight, I will take a rest for one night. But I don't need to go shopping tomorrow. I will stay in the capital for a long time, and I will have time to go shopping later. Song Weige shook his head and said that when he came to the capital, he was anxious to open the flagship store. As for shopping, he is not in a hurry at all. He is in his 30s and is the age of his career. In addition to the educated youth cannery, the development is getting better and better, which gives him hope, so he also works harder. Okay. Let's find a place with Brother Zhu tomorrow. You are just right to check. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said. Zhang Guomin insisted, but he didn't say much. As long as you work hard at this time, in order to get better and better, you can't appreciate the scenery you want. End of this chapter. Chapter 307 Debate. Chapter 307 Argument. The four stopped their bicycles at the small restaurant at the gate of the Beijing Normal University. Jiang Xiaobai walked in with the four of them. Aunt Jiang, it's time for business. Jiang Xiaobai yelled into the house as he lifted the curtain of the door. Xiaobai, come sit down. What would you like to eat today? It's just the right afternoon for your uncle to get back 2 barrels of loose beer, put it in the well water, and bring it to you later. A middle-aged woman saw Jiang Xiaobai and said with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai is a frequent visitor to her small restaurant. He comes here every other time, and he is never stingy when he eats. It's all delicious. He's not only a regular customer, but also a big customer, so she also keeps Jiang Xiaobai if there is something delicious, because others may not be willing to spend the money to eat. Okay, I want 2 barrels. First bring the beer. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand and turned to look at Song Weige and Li Xiliu and said, the loose beer from Beijing tastes good, and it is suitable for drinking in summer. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile, although it is almost autumn, the power of the autumn tiger cannot be underestimated. It is still very vicious. Jiang Xiaobai ordered 8 dishes, including 6 meat dishes. The oldest person present here is that Song Weige is only in his 30s, and the rest are all young men in their 20s, right when they can eat. Look at it, the times have changed. In the capital, small restaurants like this are popping up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Some are educated youths who have returned to the city, and some have no formal jobs. They just bite their teeth and just do things by themselves. Jiang Xiaobai said, pouring everyone a glass of beer. A few people touched it and drank it in one fell swoop. The beer that has been in the well water is no different from the cold beer of later generations. Makes people feel refreshed and transparent. Yes, not only in the cities, but also in the rural areas. The villages next to our Jianhua village have heard that they are also preparing to implement a household contract responsibility system after the harvest is over this year. I even heard that there are people above who support the implementation of the household contract system, but the wind is uncertain and no official documents have been issued. But the people can't wait. Song Weigo also nodded and said, Prophet Chunjian Plumbing Duck, the changes in the domestic situation have already made some clever feel. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and said, everyone is watching at this time, and no one dares to express their opinions easily. Soon, the food came. Jiang Xiaobai also talked, eating and drinking. While drinking, Song Weigo freely talk about current affairs and politics. We must strengthen the confidence of Song Weigo and others, and we must believe that if we continue to work, we must make a better tomorrow. Zhang Yuomin beside looked like he had met Jiang Xiaobai for the first time. His eyes widened. Suddenly, he took out 30 yuan from his pocket and patted it on the table. Xiaobai, this is the $30 you gave me. I don't want it anymore. I want to do it with you. Zhang Yuomin had a drink, but the beer hadn't made him drunk yet, and his head was still sober. It's just that the whole body is full of enthusiasm. The people on this bike are very confused and don't know the future direction. After Zhang Yuomin returned to the city, he felt that he would be like this for the rest of his life. In the next 3, 5, 10, 30. Or even a lifetime, he will be able to see his shadow from the people around him. Even if it was that afternoon, when he met Jiang Xiaobai, he didn't think much about it, but felt that he could save more money. But today, listening to Jiang Xiaobai's words, he suddenly found his future direction. Following people like Jiang Xiaobai, he will do a big business, no matter whether he succeeds or fails. This is the future I want. I have already tasted it when I jumped in and went to the countryside. If you don't have money, you can sleep on the flyover or eat corn paste. Where can the suffering go no matter how hard it is? Tired? No matter how tired you are, you won't be tired from the heavy farm work in the countryside. Otherwise, going to the mountains and going to the countryside is quite an exercise. It is a test and exercise of a person's spiritual will. Jiang Xiaobai was shocked by the sudden outbreak of Zhang Yuomin. However, Jiang Xiaobai quickly reacted and took a deep look at Zhang Yuomin before speaking. Have you thought about it? Follow me. You may not have any money to earn for a long time in the future, and the hardship you may endure far exceeds your expectations. What you have to face is more terrible than you think. Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking. As soon as Zhang Yuomin was about to speak, he saw Jiang Xiaobai turned around and lifted the clothes on his back, revealing the crisscrossing scars on his back. At this moment, Zhang Yuomin was stunned. He couldn't imagine how such a handsome and sunny boy as Jiang Xiaobai would have such terrifying scars. He didn't know what kind of things he had to go through to be able to leave these marks. However, he nodded firmly. End of this chapter. Chapter 308 Learn. Chapter 308 Learning. The injury on Jiang Xiaobai body shocked Zhang Yuomin a lot. However, Zhang Yuomin still nodded firmly. They are all young people in their 20s, and it is the time of passion and blood. Faced with the unchanging future, he can see the future at the end of life at a glance. Even if there is a sea of swords and flames in front, there is only a glimmer of hope. He will try hard. Zhang Yuomin looked at Jiang Xiaobai expectantly, but Jiang Xiaobai pushed the 30 yuan on the table back to Zhang Yuomin. Xiaobai, Zhang Yuomin wanted to say something. However, Jiang Xiaobai interrupted him. You can follow me, but you should keep the money. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. No, listen to me. If this is changed when we just started, not to mention 30 yuan, I won't give you 3 yuan. Even if you give it, I have to find a way to get it back. Jiang Xiaobai said. Song Weigo was really touching. Thinking that at the beginning, Jiang Xiaobai was holding 100 yuan and wanted to get canned bottles from him. Look at the food on the table now, and think about the situation when Jiang Xiaobai slept at the door of the supply and marketing agency and blocked himself. Although the conditions are not very good, it is really much better than before. The 30 yuan is not a salary. You also need to pay for daily expenses. Take it first. It's not bad, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Okay. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai words, Zhang Guomin didn't feel too hypocritical, so he agreed directly. Although the beer has a low degree, I feel dizzy after drinking too much. When the 2 barrels of beer dry, several people are also a little drunk. Jiang Xiaobai sent 3 people to the guest house next to the school to live in, and then went back to the school slowly. Zhang Guomin also drank. Jiang Xiaobai also opened a room for him, but he didn't let him go back, so he had to come back tomorrow morning. When Jiang Xiaobai returned to the dormitory, everyone in the dormitory was studying this. Hearing the movement, the big guy knew it was Jiang Xiaobai without even thinking about it. 6th, where did you go? You didn't go to class this afternoon. Baby Gang looked back at Jiang Xiaobai and asked. 6th, have you developed to the point where you don't even go to class now? 6th, the others were shocked when they listened, and they turned around and said, I didn't. I just had something in the afternoon and went out. Jiang Xiaobai defended. You went drinking again. 6th, now is the time to study. Liu Haodao smelled the smell of alcohol on Jiang Xiaobai body, and said immediately, Jiang Xiaobai couldn't argue. Originally, he was ready to go to bed when he came back, but he was surrounded by a crowd to denounce him. He didn't dare to mention sleeping, and honestly took a book and half-leaned on the bed and read it. After a short while, there was a slight snoring sound. Boom. Boss Liu Haodao patted Jiang Xiaobai bed frame. Suddenly the slight snoring disappeared, and Jiang Xiaobai was chanting words. The dormitory burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? I didn't sleep, how can I recite the words? Jiang Xiaobai was unsure, so he kept defending. The next morning, Jiang Xiaobai woke up early, and after having breakfast with Song Weigo and others, he sent Song Weigo and others away, went back to the classroom for class. Professor Jiang called Jiang Xiaobai out just after the first class in the morning. Teacher, what's the matter? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Join the party? Now there are 2 party memberships in the department. Professor Jiang said, although there are many such places in the school, there are only a few people in the astronomy department. It is impossible to give many places, and it is useless to say more. Deng Honan joined the party last year. 2 places are given this year, and the astronomy department also has 2 studies, and both can join the party. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Xiaobai did not refuse. He wanted to work as a league committee or even a senior official at Beijing Normal University. This was a necessary procedure. You write an application and hand it to me as soon as possible, Professor Jiang exhorted, then turned and left. Jiang Xiaobai just returned to the classroom, took out the manuscript paper and prepared to write the application. Li Feng knocked on the door again and came in. Xiaobai. Li Feng's face was red. During this period of time, students will continue to make big moves, and his teacher in charge will also be touched. Although the discerning person knows that this has nothing to do with Li Feng, but Li Feng does not matter. He is the teacher in charge of the student union. Students have made grades, how can it be less of his credit? Moreover, the powers of the student union are constantly expanding, and the teacher in charge of him also speaks well in the school. Although Jiang Xiaobai can't refute the things said by Jiang Xiaobai, he still has a great say in other routine inspections and the like. So recently he has spoken louder. What's wrong? Teacher Li. Jiang Xiaobai asked suspiciously. Li Feng should be proud of the spring breeze recently. If he has nothing to do, he won't come to him. I guess he doesn't even want to meet him. There is a teacher who speaks without a student, so he doesn't want to meet him. Xiaobai. The teachers in charge of Mizuki University and Beijing University Student Union just called me and said that they wanted to bring people over to see and learn about the learning experience. Li Feng said excitedly, what is grade? This is it. The university circle in Beijing is such a big one. They are all passed on from one generation to another. I believe that Mizuki University and Beijing University will take the lead. More likely to come from behind. This student union model will also be promoted in more schools. When it comes time to mention this matter, The first one that everyone definitely thinks of is Beijing Normal University. Even this matter is no longer a matter of the student union and his teacher in charge, or even the matter of Beijing Normal University as a whole. Beijing Normal University has a long history and is also a top university in the country. But compared with Mizuki and Beijing University, there is still a gap, and this time Mizuki and Beijing University came to visit and study, which is also an honor for the normal university. When will they arrive? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Mizuki and Jingda came to study. He was also happy, but he was not as excited as Li Feng. If the Youth League Committee has made achievements, the Youth League Committee's visit will make him almost excited. It's past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Maybe the office will come forward by then. Let's go to meet him. Li Feng looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said that Mizuki and Jingda were in contact through the office, which is relatively formal. Okay. Let Hu Yuan prepare the materials in advance. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, okay, I will find you when the time comes. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai promise, Li Feng left without stopping. He also went to the office to reveal the news intentionally or unintentionally. He is not so calm like Jiang Xiaobai, who has made such a big achievement. Wouldn't it be like Jin Yi walks if he didn't show off? End of this chapter. Chapter 309 Mizuki, Kyoto University. Chapter 309 Mizuki, Beijing University. After Jiang Xiaobai arranged Hu Yuan, he continued to write the application form. In fact, compared with the work of the student union, Jiang Xiaobai still pays more attention to the work of the Youth League Committee. Let's put it this way. The work of the student union has made achievements, and it is the eldest brother in the student sector. And if the Youth League Committee has made achievements, it can be registered at the top. If you register from the top, it will be a big help to your business, especially in a special period. On the other side, Song Weigo and Zhang Yuomin stopped in front of a thrifty shopping mall. Brother Song, don't you? Have you seen this mall? Zhang Yuomin looked at the thrifty shopping mall in front of him, and then turned to look at Song Weigo, his face full of incredible. I think the first facade house I showed you was pretty good, with more than 1,000 square meters and a good location. Can you tell me, what did this thrifty building originally do? Song Weigo said unmovedly. Following Jiang Xiaobai time for a long time, his vision has also become higher. This building used to be a department store, but it was moved away and it was vacant. The 3 floors inside are almost tens of thousands of square meters. The first floor and the second floor are shopping malls, and the third floor is an office, under the name of the neighborhood committee. Zhang Yuomin really knows the surrounding area very well, and it's just right to say it. Okay, write down this place first, then we will pick a few more places, and finally let the factory manager decide. Song Weigo thought for a while and said, more than 10,000 square meters, 3 floors, it is indeed a bit big after thinking about it. Okay. Zhang Yuomin nodded and took out a pen and paper to write down the address. This is a thrifty facade house. I think it's not bad. It's right next to the bus station. This house should be under the name of the food station. In this house, there can be about 1,000 square meters inside. Song Weigo and the 3 of them ran until noon, and they were tired and sweating before sitting down in a small restaurant. After a simple bite, I went out to continue looking for a house. Came to the capital. After communicating with Jiang Xiaobai last night, Song Weigo felt more urgent. There is a sense of urgency that does not wait for me from time to time. Xiaobai is here. This is Teacher Liu in the office. At noon, Jiang Xiaobai sneaked a nap in the student union office before coming to Li Feng's office. Hello, Teacher Liu. Jiang Xiaobai said hello obediently. Hello, classmate Jiang Xiaobai. Teacher Liu is a middle-aged woman named Liu Jing. She wears a pair of glasses. She lives up to her name and has a quiet temperament. Looking at Jiang Xiaobai to say hello, Teacher Liu quickly said, for Jiang Xiaobai, a student, she turned out to only hear her name and not see him, so she could convince the head of the Chinese department. No matter what means is used, it is amazing enough. can't be treated like ordinary students. Although she didn't go to the New Year party 2 days ago because of something at home, she only heard someone say later. And now walking in the school, Liu can hear the students and even the teachers humming "My Future Is Not a Dream" from time to time, so she can feel the surprise of the student in front of her. Miss Lee, classmate Xiaobai, Mizuki and Jingda people should be coming soon. Let's go out to meet them, Liu Jing said and stood up. As soon as the three of them walked to the entrance of the school, they saw a group of people riding their bicycles in the distance. Teacher Zhao, welcome. Liu Jing greeted the guests with a smile. Teacher Liu, trouble you guys, we are here to visit and study. A middle-aged man on the opposite side stopped his bicycle, and the others behind him also stopped. Teacher Ku. Liu Jing greeted a teacher again. Next, the two sides introduced each other. There are not many people. There are 3 people at the normal university, Liu Jing, Li Feng, and Jiang Xiaobai. On the other side, there are 4 people in Mizuki, a teacher in the office, a teacher in charge of the student union, and 2 students. This is the same configuration on the Jingda side. The 2 students are probably in the student union, but when Mizuki and Jingda introduced each other, they didn't mention it. But the eyes of the 4 students looking at the normal university were a little proud. Of course, the eyes of the 4 of them met, which also brought sparks. Let me introduce to everyone, this is our teacher Li Feng in charge of the student union work, and this is the minister of our student union, classmate Jiang Xiaobai. Liu Jing was a little hesitant when introducing him. Of course, he was not hesitating whether to introduce Jiang Xiaobai. If Jiang Xiaobai was called over and not introduced, it would not have offended Jiang Xiaobai miserably. And hesitated whether to put Jiang Xiaobai in front of Li Feng or Li Feng in front of Jiang Xiaobai. Although Jiang Xiaobai made the results of the student union, the students and teachers of the normal university know this. Jiang Xiaobai's prestige is also much higher than Li Feng. But this is a formal occasion after all. If Jiang Xiaobai is introduced in front of Li Feng, it will inevitably make Li Feng too unsightly. After Liu Jing finished speaking, Mizuki and the teachers from Beijing University looked at Jiang Xiaobai for a moment. It's just a student. Is it necessary to introduce it? This means that they didn't know that Liu Jing had hesitated to put Jiang Xiaobai in front of Li Feng before the introduction, otherwise his jaw would fall in shock. Suddenly heard Liu Jing's words, he turned his head and cast his eyes on Jiang Xiaobai. This student, and the teachers in this school don't have any common sense. Why do you introduce a student on this occasion? Teacher Li. Classmate Jiang Xiaobai. Mizuki and the teachers from Beijing University greeted Li Feng and Jiang Xiaobai. Anyway, if you introduce it, you can't ignore it. However, I shook hands with Li Feng, and just nodded with Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai doesn't care. This is what the student union's job is. He also has no desire to show. He should focus on the work of the Youth League Committee. Jiang Xiaobai was also surprised by the teachers on the opposite side. He said hello indifferently and nodded. That nod was even more felt than them. In this way, let's visit the student union. And then the student union has also prepared some materials for you to discuss. Miss Liu suggested it. Okay. Mizuki and Beijing University came to visit and learn about the construction of the normal university student union. Of course there is no objection. Teacher Zhao, Teacher Ku, please. End of this chapter. Chapter 310 Introduce Experience. Chapter 310 Introduction to Experience. Minister, Teacher Li, Teacher Liu, Hu Yuan and the students from the student union were already waiting at the door of the office building where the students were. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai and others coming, he immediately greeted him. Jiang Xiaobai and Li Feng nodded with smiles on their faces as usual. But the people of Mizuki and Jingda narrowed their eyes and looked at Jiang Xiaobai again. If you were at the school gate before, when Liu Jing introduced to everyone, he introduced that Jiang Xiaobai was a little lacking in dealing with others. So now when Hu Yuan waits for the students to say hello, Jiang Xiaobai is the first to greet, and then Li Feng and Liu Jing can explain the problem. When you say hello, the order from high status to low status, needless to say, this is all set by convention. or formed naturally. Now from the order of greetings from who you and others, Jiangxia Bai, a student, can actually be ranked in front of the two teachers. Moreover, the expressions of the two teachers are as usual, without any change, indicating that they have long been used to or acquiesced. Teachers, classmates. The floor of the student union office is on the second floor. Jiangxia Bai made a gesture of asking. Mr. Zhao Shuimu and Mr. Ku of Beijing University nodded, looked at Jiangxia Bai with an amiable smile, and then walked in. Dear teachers, this is our student system and the responsibility of the student union. Our student union has 7 departments, namely the External Liaison Office. After arriving at the student union office, Jiangxia Bai sent the prepared materials to everyone and introduced them to everyone. Jiangxia Bai did not conceal anything about the structure of the student union. However, the responsibilities of the student union and the conception of the institutional framework are important, but more important is how to implement it. Today Mizuki and Jingda came to the office except for a contact teacher, who is in charge of the student union and the cadres of the student union. I want to make achievements in school like the student union of normal university. But if you want to make achievements, you need the ability to make achievements. Mizuki and the teachers and cadres of the student union in charge of the student union in Beijing University looked eagerly. Students from Mizuki, Beijing University, Normal University, and the 3 universities still have exchanges. Under the leadership of Jiangxia Bai, the Student Association of Normal University has been in the school during this period of time. They have also heard about it in school for a long time. Hearing the rumors of the Student Union of Normal University, as the minister of the Student Union of their school, of course they also want to be like the Student Union of Normal University. It's just that everyone watching, gradually frowning tightly. Obviously everyone has also discovered that it really needs to be implemented in accordance with the responsibilities and structure of the student union formulated by Jiangxia Bai. In the school, the interests of many people will definitely be touched, and there is too much resistance. Student Jiangxia Bai, I have a question to ask. Teacher Ku of Beijing University raised her head and asked Jiangxia Bai. Please speak. Jiangxia Bai nodded. How did you implement these systems? Teacher Ku asked a little bit vaguely, but Jiangxia Bai understood it. The implementation of the system depends on execution. First is the execution of the student union members. For this reason, we have re-recruited the student union members, and then we need to establish a model. Jiangxia Bai knows everything that can be spoken upright and can say nothing. Listening, Teacher Ku and others nodded secretly, and the look in Jiangxia Bai's eyes was even more brilliant. This student is not easy. Just then, someone knocked on the door and came in. Minister, there is a call from you. I'm sorry, I'll go out first. Jiangxia Bai said apologetically, then turned and left the office. Miss Lee, your student union still has a phone? Teacher Ku asked when looking at Li Feng, knowing that he didn't even have a phone in his office. Only there are telephones in the office, department office, dorm and other places. Well, there is one in Jiangxia Bai office. Li Feng said with some envy in his heart. But it is envy, although this telephone school is nominally for the student union. If it is a normal teacher-student relationship, it goes without saying that it must be installed in Li Feng's office. But the situation at the normal university is more complicated. Needless to say, this phone is from Jiangxia Bai, was assigned by the school. If Jiangxia Bai wanted it, Li Feng would not compete with Jiangxia Bai. Mizuki and the minister and deputy minister of the Beijing University Student Union were stunned, looking at Jiangxia Bai disappearing back, full of envy. If they can have their own office and can install a telephone in the office, the student's career will reach its peak. Even if they are assigned a job, it may take a long time to get up to the office with a telephone. This is because they are graduates of Mizuki and Beijing University. As long as there is no accident, sitting in a separate office with a telephone will definitely be a problem in the future. But what about Jiangxia Bai, who is also a student? Even if he reached this position in school, he had to say hello to the minister among his classmates. You can still be ranked in front of the teacher, Even if it is ranked in front of the teacher in the office, it is still ranked in front of the teacher in charge of the student union. Look at Jiangxia Bai, and think about their own status in the school. The head of the student union is purely nominal. Needless to say, let the teacher at the school take a high look, just let the students talk politely. Thinking of this, a few people hurriedly lowered their heads and seized the time to carefully look at the materials provided by the Student Union of Normal University. It must be learned. After returning to school, it will be implemented according to the Student Union of Normal University. Even if it is rote memorization, it is necessary to memorize it. Fortunately, they are all academic masters, so there is still confidence in this. As for the conversation between Teacher Ku and Jiangxia Bai just now, they didn't understand it at all. They are all college students who have not experienced world affairs. Most of their work is done with passion. As long as they think it's right and good, do it. I can't think of other problems at all. After Jiangxia Bai came out on the other side, he quickly walked towards his office. People in this era don't know how to call if there is nothing important. Furthermore, there are only a few people who know their phone numbers, and they all know their own situation. It must be something important to be able to call during their class time. So after Jiangxia Bai heard the call, there was no delay in a minute, so he hurriedly ended the conversation with Mizuki and Jing the teacher. Jiangxia Bai took 3 steps and did 2 steps, and walked quickly to the office. A student from the student union saw Jiangxia Bai coming in, pointed to the phone, then exited the office, and closed the office door smoothly. End of this chapter. Chapter 311 New Feed. Chapter 311 New Feed. Hey, this is Jiangxia Bai. Jiangxia Bai took a deep breath and answered the phone. Director, I am Liu Jian. Liu Jian's voice rang from the phone, and Jiangxia Bai mood became even deeper. Liu Jian, what happened to the pig farm? Jiangxia Bai said almost word by word. If there really is an accident in one of his industries, the last thing Jiangxia Bai wants to have is Jianhua Pig Farm, because Jianhua Pig Farm is not only an industry, but also the hope of more than 100 households and 700 people in Jianhua village, men, women and children. Listening to Jiangxia Bai's voice, Liu Jian on the other end of the phone was obviously taken aback, and then he burst into laughter. Jianhua Pig Farm is something, but it is a good thing. Liu Jian's voice is unspeakable. Jiangxia Bai breathed a long sigh of relief, and it was fine if nothing happened. He is most worried about the pig farm, because raising pigs depends on luck and is also a delicate job. If there is any plague, or if the pig is sick and there is no time for treatment, it will cause major losses. Although he knows the general historical trend of the world, if there was a swine fever that happened in this year, if he could remember it, he would be a god. Scared me to death. Tell me, what's the happy event? Jiangxia Bai asked with a smile. I was studying pig feed before you left. Some progress has been made some time ago. Now after half a month of experimentation, it is found that pigs using new feed have a better fattening effect than normal feed pigs within half a month. The weight gain is more than 50%, and it can gain 23 to 27 kilograms in 1 month. Liu Jian said. Jiangxia Bai's face was already showing ecstasy. He too understands what this means. A pig is bought from the piglet and sold out. It is not only the market price of pork that determines the profit of pig farming. There is also the time to slaughter, the effect of fattening, the ratio between the average fattened pound of meat and the pig feed that needs to be consumed. These are the fundamental factors that determine the profitability of the pig farm. Generally speaking, it is the most suitable for the piglet to be raised from 40 kilograms to 50 kilograms, until the piglet reaches 240 kilograms to 280 kilograms. Because it is less than 240 kilograms, the pigs are still in the stage of rapid fat gain at this time. After more than 280 catties, the pigs have passed the rapid growth period, and the time and feed required for each catty gain will increase exponentially, which is not very cost-effective. And half of the later generations from 50 kilograms of piglets to 280 kilograms of live pigs are basically kept for 6 to 7 months. Even faster, It only takes 5 months, or even 4 months, 3 months. What else can control lean meat and fat? Let's not say. These are common things in later generations. Why feed the child some melamine milk powder in the morning, fry the clenbuterol pork at noon, stew a pot of glued beef, and come with a contraceptive cup at noon? The big fish and the big meat are greasy. At night, let's take a little vegetarian regimen. Urea bean sprouts, swelling agent tomatoes, gypsum tofu, sprinkle a little bit of radiant salt, L preservative, green onion, staple food brightener, sulfur steamed buns, 2 are about the same. Come to a pot of flavored tea to find supplements. If you feel that your stomach is uncomfortable at the end of the day, drink some latex yogurt to nourish the gastric mucosa. After a meal, a high mercury smoke will make you happy and like a fairy. A set is almost the same, covered with a black hard cotton bedding, so that you can sleep soundly and live a long life. The average monthly weight gain is between 30 and 40 kgs. However, it requires later generations of feed and breeding technology to be able to achieve it. In this era, rural villagers don't even talk about raising pigs themselves. Pigs don't eat feed at all, but hog grass. It is normal to raise a pig for 2 or even 3 years. It is some pig farms. It takes 10 to 12 months to feed pig feed to pigs. The average fat gain in a month is between 15 kilograms and 20 kilograms. Now it is increased by 50, which means that 1 month's fat gain can reach between 22 kilograms and 30 kilograms. In other words, the time for pigs to go out of slaughter has increased from 10 to 12 months to 7 to 9 months. The 3 months saved is money. But after the excitement, Jiang Xiaobai hurriedly asked again, is this pig feed harm the pigs? Will there be anything if people eat pork? The clenbuterol and water-infused pork of later generations are harmful, and making money is a good thing, but it is absolutely impossible for Jiang Xiaobai to agree to make money without a conscience. Director, don't worry, if there is a little harm, I can't do it to harm others and myself, so am I still a person? On the phone, Liu Jian's voice was quite indignant. Jiang Xiaobai said silently in his heart, I will see a lot of people and ghosts in later generations, and I don't care about people's lives for the benefit of them. Dare to do anything, knowing that people will be dangerous if they eat. They don't hesitate to do as long as they make money. But when Jiang Xiaobai heard what Liu Jian said, he immediately felt relieved that people in this era are still worthy of trust. What's more, Liu Jian also knows quite well, he is not the person who can do this kind of thing. What about the cost of the new feed? Jiang Xiaobai continued to ask. The cost of the new feed is similar to the cost of the current ordinary feed, but if it is mass-produced, the production cost can still be reduced. Liu Jian's voice is also particularly excited. Good, good, good. Jiang Xiaobai said 3 good things in a row. The Liu Jian who had flicked over by the accident really surprised him too much. I was thinking of fooling a second fool to choose a location for himself, but it didn't need to talk about the location. Is to build a factory. He has done everything about raising pigs, and now he has developed a new pig feed. This is a great talent. Director, my teacher is not too helpful in this matter, and the teacher also asks you to eat at home when you have time. Liu Jian said. Jiang Xiaobai slapped his brain. How could he forgot about it? Professor Jiang did his best to the pig farm at the beginning, and he paid no less, and it has been almost a month since he came to Beijing, and he didn't even visit Professor Jiang. It is really unreasonable. Moreover, there are some classmates in Beijing, such as Wang Xiaojun, Zhang Yanmai and others who are in Beijing, and they have to find time to gather together. Thinking about it, Jiang Xiaobai said, okay, I see, who knows the formula of this feed? The formula of this feed is now known to me and my teacher. Liu Jian said, okay, you must pay attention to confidentiality. Tell Professor Jiang and ask him to pay attention to it. Forget it. I will go there by myself. Jiang Xiaobai thought for a while and said, in this way, I have made time to go back recently. End of this chapter. Chapter 312 Lao Jiang. Chapter 312 Old Jiang. Director, are you coming back? Liu Jian asked in surprise. Well, I will arrange things in Beijing and go back. Jiang Xiaobai said affirmatively. The emergence of new feed, for Jiang Xiaobai, is self-evident. Not only can shorten the time for pigs to go to slaughter, but also increase the profit of Jianhua Pig Farm. And the emergence of this new pig feed itself is a profit point. And it is a huge profit point. If the new feed can be mass-produced, then for the now blank feed market, it will soon be able to open up the situation and occupy the market. When it comes to the establishment of the feed factory, Jiang Xiaobai will not be relieved if he does not go back. Hang up the phone. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai returned to the student union office, Mizuki and the teachers from Beijing University both looked over and prepared to continue discussing the question. Student Jiang Xiaobai, what is this happy event? Looking at Jiang Xiaobai face full of joy, Teacher Ku asked with a smile. Well, happy event, Jiang Xiaobai nodded, but said nothing. Teacher Ku did not ask Jiang Xiaobai's personal affairs much, and continued to ask about Jiang Xiaobai's student union. What can be said? Jiang Xiaobai certainly knows everything is endless, but the most critical things are not able to be said. Can he tell everyone about the fierce confrontation between him and Director Wang? Teachers and classmates, you can take these materials if necessary, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. After a lot of effort, the 4 school tyrants who were about to memorize all the content by rote were stunned. Let's take it away. Why not say it earlier? Jiang Xiaobai and others watched Mizuki and Jingde leave. Miss Li, Mrs. Liu, I have something to do, so I will leave first. As soon as Mizuki and the people from Beijing University left, Jiang Xiaobai, Li Feng and Liu Jing left. He was still anxious to go to Professor Zhang's place. I took the bicycle, went to the supply and marketing agency to buy 2 bottles of canned food and some snacks, cut 2 catties of fat pork, thought about it and brought up 2 bottles of wine, and tied the pocket tightly to the back seat of the bicycle. Then he rode his bicycle towards Professor Zhang's house. Professor Zhang's house did not have any if, but he had an address. Just ask as he walked. On the other side, Mizuki and teachers from Beijing University, students are riding bicycles on their way back to school. Teacher Ku, after we go back, we will follow the plan of the normal university and implement it. Tomorrow we will start recruiting students from the whole school. Liu Ziqiang, head of the student union of Beijing University, looked at Teacher Ku and asked, by the way, Teacher Ku, we can work out the responsibilities of the student union at the school printing shop overnight. The responsibilities of the student union and the recruitment content will be posted in the school tomorrow morning. The deputy minister of the student union sitting in the back seat of Liu Ziqiang's bicycle also said excitedly. It turned out to be envious of the status of the students of the normal university in the school. After I went to the normal university in person today, it was even more irritating. I can't wait to develop my school's student union to the level of the normal university and achieve the same results as Jiang Xiaobai. Let the student union become a real student union, rather than an empty shelf, an organization on paper. Don't worry, we will go back and study again. Teacher Ku said. Why, Mr. Ku? The student union of the normal university is not done well. It can not only supervise and manage the students, but also enrich the business life of the students. Liu Ziqiang said anxiously. In his opinion, Teacher Ku has no reason to oppose it. If the student union is really like the normal university, not only the cadres of the student union will benefit, but also Teacher Ku. They even thought about it, but they couldn't figure out why Teacher Ku had any reason to oppose it. But Teacher Ku is against it. The things here are complicated. If the students want to do like the normal university, there will definitely be a lot of resistance. Teacher Ku said with a wry smile. Doesn't he want to? Of course he thought to, but it's not easy to handle. Resistance? What kind of resistance? Students will reform. For the school, it is profitable but not harmful. Why is there resistance? Liu Ziqiang asked unclearly. You don't understand? Why should each department listen to the student union? And why do they cooperate with the work of the student union? Teacher Ku asked. Liu Ziqiang was stunned by Teacher Ku's question. It took him a while before he said, "Why don't the departments cooperate with such a good thing?" He reacted in a moment and was punished. Teacher Ku glanced at Liu Ziqiang like a second fool. You think about it in another way. Are you willing to be supervised? Are you willing to have someone supervise you suddenly on your head? Normal university. Do you see Jiang Xiaobai still looks like a student at the normal university? The members of the student union treat him more respectfully than the teacher. Is this something that can be done with a little achievement? When you see his scenery, but he will I tell you what I did behind my back? Teacher Ku said. Liu Ziqiang fell silent, and the vice minister of the student union sitting in the back seat said a little bit of irritation. Then why didn't Jiang Xiaobai say or tell us when we were there? Teacher Ku stopped the bicycle, looked at the deputy minister and said, Aren't you stupid? Can you tell me about that? Didn't you see Jiang Xiaobai saying that the photographer took pictures with him during the first inspection? What was it for? Did you use your brain? Why did Jiang Xiaobai do this? Was sprayed by Teacher Ku, and Liu Ziqiang and the deputy minister finally disappeared. And Jiang Xiaobai also inquired at this time, and came to Professor Zhang's house. Bang bang bang. Jiang Xiaobai knocked on the door of the room. Who? Professor Zhang's familiar voice sounded from the door. Open the door, it's me. Jiang Xiaobai said excitedly, hearing the pace speeding up in the room. Lao Zhang's voice rang. You little bastard, you still know how to go to the door. Lao Zhang shouted cursingly, and then opened the door. Isn't I busy? You don't follow me when you come to Beijing. You were bullied as soon as you came, and you just settled the matter. Jiang Xiaobai said while looking into the room. Only you can be bullied. Only you can bully others. Lao Zhang said to let the door open, with a big smile on his face. Come in now, this is your aunt. Lao Zhang said, and a kind woman walked out of the kitchen. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai was stunned. Just now she heard a young voice calling Lao Zhang in the kitchen, which was a little strange. Generally, people who call Lao Zhang are at least about the same age as her husband. Why is the voice so young? Came out and found that it turned out to be a young student with the appearance of a student. End of this chapter. Chapter 313 7 points true and 3 points false. Chapter 313 7 points are true and 3 points are false. Hello, Aunt Zhang. Jiang Xiaobai said hello obediently. Hello, hurry into the house, said Aunt Zhang. And she was surprised when she saw what Jiang Xiaobai was holding in her hand. What are you doing with so many things? This is too expensive, Aunt Zhang said quickly, watching Jiang Xiaobai have canned food, snacks, tobacco, alcohol, and fruit in his hands. You can't afford it without dozens of dollars. Leave him alone. This kid is a big deal. We will keep it if we buy it, Professor Zhang said with a smile. Yes, Aunt Zhang. I am late and I am sorry, Jiang Xiaobai said, putting things on the table. Aunt Zhang looked at Professor Zhang, and she was a little confused. I don't understand what happened to the old man today. I am not angry at being screamed at by a young man, who is so civilized in the past, and now he is swearing, and he is very familiar with this young man. I want to say that there are people who usually come to the house to give gifts, but the old man never accepts anything. Today, he accepts things worth dozens of dollars. Abnormal, too abnormal, but in front of Jiang Xiaobai, Aunt Zhang was not kind enough to ask more. Turned around and went into the house to cook. Fry 2 more dishes, Professor Zhang shouted toward the room, poured a cup of tea for Jiang Xiaobai, and the two sat down by the sofa. Let's talk about it. How is it at school? Professor Zhang asked. It's hard to say a word. Jiang Xiaobai didn't hide from Professor Zhang, and talked about his school affairs. Yes, you kid, you can stir the wind and the rain when you are in the capital, Professor Zhang said with a sigh. I am disturbing the wind and the rain. It's not someone else bullying me, Jiang Xiaobai said aggrievedly. Others bully you? Then why don't you come to our school? Professor Zhang said. What are you doing in your school? Learn to raise pigs. Isn't Liu Jian here? Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. You still have the face to talk about Liu Jian? What a good student. who was going to take the postgraduate entrance examination. But now you are fooled. You raise pigs in Jianhua village and study pig feed, so you won't go back to the capital at all. Professor Jiang looked at Jiang Xiaobai with contempt. How can it be said that it made me fool you? It is Comrade Liu Jian who understands the righteousness. What does he leave for the people of Jianhua village and for the cause of the pig farm? What does it have to do with me? Furthermore, who said that staying in the countryside is worse than Beijing? Comrade Liu Jian has done a good job in the vast world of the countryside. Not only did he keep the pig farms tightly organized, but he also researched new pig feed. Can these things be researched as a graduate student in Beijing? Isn't the achievements Comrade Liu Jian made a contribution to the country? Jiang Xiaobai said as Professor Jiang nodded involuntarily. He really couldn't listen to Jiang Xiaobai mouth. White can be said to be black, dead can be said to be alive. The key thing, Jiang Xiaobai flicker is not all flicker. It is always 7 points true and 3 points false. Just knowing that he is fooling, or people can't help but believe. Just like now, it is obvious that Jiang Xiaobai is talking nonsense with his eyes open, but after pondering, it seems that what he said is really reasonable. During the meal, Professor Jiang finally remembered and introduced Jiang Xiaobai to Aunt Jiang. Aunt Jiang finally understood who Jiang Xiaobai was. Professor Jiang and Jiang Xiaobai were talking and drinking. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai, Professor Jiang was still very excited. After a meal, the two drank a bottle of white wine. Old Jiang, you have to keep this new feed matter secret for me. I am going to arrange things in the capital, and then I will go back and build a feed factory. Before Jiang Xiaobai was about to leave, he looked at Professor Jiang and said, "Don't worry about keeping it secret, old man. I'm not confused," Professor Jiang said with a smile. Coming out of Professor Jiang's house, Jiang Xiaobai dangling on his bicycle back to the normal university along the original road. Jiang Xiaobai did not go back to the dormitory, but came to the guest house. When Jiang Xiaobai knocked on Song Weiguo's door and went in, Song Weiguo, Li Xiliu, and Zhiguo Min studied the places they had chosen today. "Director, you are here. It's a good time to take a look at a few places we picked today." Song Weiguo saw Jiang Xiaobai come in and said with a smile, but looked at Jiang Xiaobai's state, paused, got up and let Jiang Xiaobai sit down. Li Xiliu on the side of has already gone to make tea. "Xiaobai, where did you go to drink it?" Song Weiguo asked with a wry smile. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai's appearance, he did not drink less. "Drank with Lao Jiang." Jiang Xiaobai took a sip and said unhurriedly, "Lao Jiang?" Song Weiguo asked suspiciously. When the Jianhua pig farm was built, he went to Jiang Xiaobai garment factory, and he was not really familiar with Professor Jiang. Li Xiliu was familiar with Professor Jiang, but he didn't remember who Lao Jiang was. "Professor Jiang," Jiang Xiaobai explained to everyone. Jiang Xiaobai put a cigarette in his mouth, lit the match that Li Xiliu had brought together, took a deep breath, and spit out a string of smoke rings. "I'm telling you a good news. Liu Jian has achieved results on the new pig feed. On average, the fattening of pigs in 1 month has reached." Jiang Xiaobai did not sell off, and told the three people the good news. Li Xiliu knows a little bit about pig farms. Song Weiguo just doesn't understand pig farms, but he also knows what it means. Hearing Jiang Xiaobai words, the two of them showed ecstatic smiles on their faces. Only Zhiguo Min on the side was confused. He had never been in contact with a pig farm, but he had raised pigs for the production team when he jumped in. It's just that at that time raising pigs was earning work points, and how the pigs were raised had something to do with him. So he didn't quite understand it. So he talked with Song Weiguo and Li Xiliu through today. He also probably knew that Jiang Xiaobai seemed to cooperate with others to open a clothing factory. "This time I rented a house to open a shop in Beijing, but it was working well. Why suddenly another pig feed popped out? What is the clothing factory doing researching pig feed? Why are the three Jiang Xiaobai so excited? No. Does this pig feed have anything to do with us?" Zhiguo Min asked in confusion. Looking at Zhiguo Min's look of bewilderment, Jiang Xiaobai and the three laughed. Li Xiliu said, This clothing factory is just an industry. We also have a pig farm and a canning factory. This new pig feed was researched by the deputy director Liu of the pig farm. You said, and do we have a relationship? 3 industries, and a cannery and pig farm? Zhang Yuomin said in shock, his mouth open wide. It's amazing enough to have a clothing factory. There is also a canned food and pig farm. End of this chapter. Chapter 314 Buy a ticket. Chapter 314 Buying tickets. It took a long time for Zhang Yuomin to come back to his senses. 3 factories. No. How did this all work? Zhang Yuomin asked in confusion. Forget 1 factory. 3 factories. What are you kidding about? He wants to open a small restaurant without the capital. How can Jiang Xiaobai have the money to open 3 factories? There are 3 factories, not 3 early stalls. Then it will be a long time to talk about it. I have time to talk about it later. What I am saying is that I am going to go back in 2 days. If the raw materials are suitable, we will build another feed factory. Jiang Xiaobai said. Song Weiguo and Li Lawson nodded without being surprised. Jiang Xiaobai had arranged before he left, and promised to open a feed factory once the feed matter has achieved results. Now Liu Jian has really made a new breakthrough in feed, and it should be established to build a factory. Only Zhang Yuomin on the side was stunned again. He wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. Why does it seem like building a factory in Jiang Xiaobai's mouth is like a commonplace meal? That is to build a factory. Even if a factory is to be built in the district, it takes several meetings to discuss and research, and then various preparations. It's just right for me to go back and want to see the expansion of canned educated youth to other provinces. Jiang Xiaobai continued. What happened to the capital? Song Weiguo asked. In the past 2 days, you should hurry up and select a few suitable places. After I have seen it, I will return to Jianhua, and you will talk about it first. If you can't talk about it, just wait for me to come back. Jiang Xiaobai said. Okay. He'll hurry up. Song Weiguo nodded, and the half-year profit of canned educated youth has reached 300,000 and will continue to expand in the second half of the year. The pig farm has also made new achievements now, and has to open a feed factory. Only the clothing factory has not been popular. Song Weiguo, as the director of the garment factory, is not too anxious in his heart. After explaining to Song Weiguo, Jiang Xiaobai did not go back to the dormitory, so he opened another room in the guest house and went to bed. That night, Song Weiguo looked at several locations selected during the day, and considered it alone. The lights in the room stayed on until late. The next morning, Jiang Xiaobai returned to school and handed in the application form to the school office. The teacher in the school office looked at Jiang Xiaobai with complicated eyes. In other departments, his head was almost robbed for a place. As a result, the Department of Astronomy is good here, and every student can have a place. Jiang Xiaobai didn't care about the teacher's gaze, turned around and left, then rode out of the school and walked towards the train station. The train station in the capital was still crowded, and Jiang Xiaobai reluctantly followed the crowd in a long line. He missed the online ticket purchase for future generations very much. After generations have become accustomed to it, he can feel the convenience only after losing it. Unfortunately, it will take many years to realize it. While Jiang Xiaobai was squirming slowly behind the team boredly, while a young man was walking beside him, he accidentally bumped into an old man. I hit the old man with a lean and almost didn't fall to the ground. But instead of apologizing, Xiang said, "You are a dead old man, you don't have eyes when you walk." You. The old man was dazed, but he didn't mean to care about the young man. This era is still normal. People have quarrels. Generally, the elderly are not in good health and dare not care about young people, because it is not a strong young opponent. Unlike some old people in later generations, they are disrespectful of the old, rely on the old to sell the old, and specifically bully people. What am I? I am blind. I will have longer eyes when I walk. The young man patted his clothes and said cursingly, "You young man has a problem. Don't you know how to respect the old and love the young?" At this time, a middle-aged man in the line said aloud, "That is, whose child is so uncultivated. People can be your grandfather at an age. A middle-aged woman rolled up her sleeves, pinched her waist and spoke, apologizing to someone. Is it still a human? I hit the old man and even cursed him. There was another support. Jiangxia Bai, who was in the middle of the line, was stunned. How many years have he lived in the hereafter? How can he be so unfamiliar with this scene? Remember that no matter what happens in the future generations, everyone will hang up high, for fear of causing any trouble to themselves. Whether to help the old lady who fell on the road has become a problem. The impact of porcelain has lowered the overall social moral level. But watching the lively people eating melons is even more heartbreaking. Jiangxia Bai remembers a movie in his previous life called Big Shots. At the end of the movie, a policeman and a bad guy are fighting in the mall. Thousands of people can gather in the mall to watch. Some of them take videos with their mobile phones, and some eat while watching. But no one came forward to help. Once upon a time, the masses of people who gave their lives to protect turned out to be such masses of people. And this kind of thing not only happens in the movies, but also in the reality of later generations. People's hearts are cold. Jiangxia Bai didn't know what was going through that was able to make the moral breach so serious. But fortunately, when he came back, he was able to see with his own eyes how he got there. Hurry up and apologize. It's really embarrassing to our young people. Jiangxia Bai suddenly stepped forward, pointing to the young man and said. The young man was a little dazed. With so many people pointing at him, he wanted to go back, but he didn't know who he was. Jiangxia Bai stood up, and he was about to take Jiangxia Bai out of anger. Just as soon as he took a step forward, he saw that everyone else in the team also took a step forward. Suddenly, his momentum shrank again. I'm sorry. The young man's face was blue and white, and it took a long time to apologize under the eyes of everyone, and then fled. Just before leaving, he gave Jiangxia Bai a fierce look. You don't need to stare at me, you can change your name or change your surname. I am Wang Zhenqing, a student of the Normal University. Jiangxia Bai stepped forward and announced his name aloud. Normal University student. Good job. The young man is so brave. When people around heard that Jiangxia Bai was a college student at the Normal University, he was full of good feelings, but at this time, they are even more so. Everyone praised Wang Zhenqing. I just can't understand this behavior, Jiangxia Bai said with a smile. The old man thanked everyone and left. Because of what happened just now, everyone in the queue also chatted and laughed. There are even more stubbornness with Jiangxia Bai. There was even an aunt who asked Jiangxia Bai if she had a partner and wanted to introduce Jiangxia Bai's girlfriend. After hearing that Jiangxia Bai had a girlfriend, there was no need to say the disappointed expression on his face. End of this chapter. Chapter 315 Quarrel. Chapter 315 Quarrel. I want a ticket to Jin province tomorrow. Finally it was Jiangxia Bai's turn. A total of 8 yuan and 6 cents. The conductor said with a face that was owed money. At this time, Iron Boss is the best time. Train is the main mode of transportation for people to travel, and even the only mode of transportation for some places. Okay. Jiangxia Bai handed over a piece of great unity. After buying a ticket, Jiangxia Bai did not eat near the train station. Since ancient times, the station and wharf have been the most chaotic place. As soon as he got on the bicycle, Jiangxia Bai saw the young man who had clashed with the old man in the ticket hall just now, and he was leading a few men looking for something. Suddenly the eyes of the young man and Jiangxia Bai eyes met, pointed to Jiangxia Bai with his hand, and didn't know what was said in his mouth, so he ran towards Jiangxia Bai with someone. Although Jiangxia Bai didn't hear what the young man said, but he didn't care what it was like. Where is it? It's him, and so on. He definitely didn't want to invite himself to dinner and drink. Jiangxia Bai didn't hesitate too much, and ran quickly after he got on the bicycle. Maid, do you have to get revenge on this matter? Xianshai was right. It's not that the old people have changed, but the bad guys have grown old. Calculated as age, it means that this group of people didn't do good things when they were young, and when they were old, they didn't do good things. But even though he thought so, Jiangxia Bai didn't move slowly. and the bicycle under him brought the sound of wind. Can still hear the life coming from behind. Wang Zhenking. Don't run if you can. Don't run. 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 It was too early to return to the normal university. After eating in a small restaurant, Jiang Xiaobai, sweating profusely, touched his chubby belly. I struggled between returning to school for class and returning to the guest house to sleep. It took a long time before I sighed and walked towards the school. Just as soon as he returned to the classroom to sit down, Li Xian waved to Jiang Xiaobai at the door of the classroom. "What's wrong with Xian?" Jiang Xiaobai asked while standing in the corridor looking at Li Xian. Although the two are in the same school, they are not so tired of each other day after day when they fall in love. "My dad is rehabilitated and will be able to return to the capital tomorrow." The joy on Li Xian's face cannot be hidden at all. Really? Jiang Xiaobai was overjoyed when he heard it. Since last summer, Li Xian and his family have begun to prepare for the rehabilitation of Li's father. Until now, Li's father has finally been rehabilitated, and Jiang Xiaobai also feels sincerely happy for Li Xian. "Really, I will be able to see Dad soon. I almost forget what he looks like." Li Xian said something dancing and dancing. She was so excited that she was waiting for this day in her dreams. "By the way, my mother said that when my dad comes back, I would like to invite you to dinner at home this weekend. Thank you so much," Li Xian said, lowering his head shyly. Jiang Xiaobai was stunned. "Why don't your family get together first? It's just right that my uncle hasn't been home for so long, so get together well. As for going to your house for dinner, we'll talk about it next time," Jiang Xiaobai tentatively said. The shy expression on Li Xian's face slowly changed, from shy to overwhelmed, to aggrieved and angry. That happened in an instant. When I raised my head, there was already a layer of mist in my eyes. As if you could not explain it clearly, I would die to show you. Not even Jiang Xiaobai knew that a person could have so many emotions, so he quickly took out the purchased train ticket from his pocket and handed it over. "I haven't had time to tell you, I am going back to Jianhua village tomorrow." Jiang Xiaobai spoke. Li Xian took the train ticket and checked the date, and he was relieved for a long time. It turns out that something is really going on. "It's not that I don't want to go to my own home for dinner." A girl has a thin face, but she finally mustered up the courage to invite a boy to eat at home, and then she was rejected, and she wanted to die. But after recovering, Li Xian asked in confusion, "What are you doing back to Jianhua village? Isn't there a pig farm in the village?" "The pig farm," Jiang Xiaobai said. But Li Xian interrupted him before he finished speaking. "Xiaobai, the situation is not clear now, and the newspapers are full of noise. At the beginning we made canned food, it was forced by the situation. Now we are all admitted to the university, we can all have a good future." "Okay." Jiang Xiaobai said nothing, and did not argue with Li Xian. "Time will prove everything." There were repeated cases, and he also argued with Li Xian and did not understand. "Since the ticket has been bought, go back if you want, but we will try not to worry about these things anymore in the future." Li Xian also knows that Jiang Xiaobai is a very independent person. Once a decision is made, it is difficult for others to change. "Okay." Jiang Xiaobai nodded, agreeing. "By the way, you study hard and go to Professor Zhang more. This year there seems to be a group of international students in our school. I definitely have no hope, but you must go out and see if you have a chance." Li Xian continued. "I'm not going. What's good about going abroad?" Jiang Xiaobai shook his head. At this time, many people wanted to study abroad. The moon in the west is so round. When going abroad, everyone wants to go abroad in a swarm, thinking about going to the Western countries on the other side of the ocean. As if Western countries are in the world of bliss, everything is good. Without these factory directors in his hands, Jiang Xiaobai is unwilling to go abroad to suffer. Study abroad sounds great, but I don't know how many people are washing dishes and eating bread abroad. One day, there will be a small number of people who persevere, return from school, and make contributions to the country. Most of them don't come back, staying abroad and continue to lead that kind of life. No, such a good opportunity. Why don't you go? That's studying abroad. Jiangxiabai, can you be more serious and work harder? Don't be lazy every day. Li Xian suddenly became anxious. No, isn't the country bad? Why go abroad? Jiangxiabai said helplessly. Don't sit in the well and watch the sky. Is it good? What a great opportunity to study abroad. That is, if you have a small number of people in your astronomy department, you have the opportunity. Otherwise, if you go to another department, will you have a chance to get a place to study abroad? Li Xian was also angry. She couldn't figure out how such a good opportunity could not be won by others, so Jiangxiabai was unwilling. End of this chapter. Chapter 316 Not Big. Chapter 316 is not big. This is the first fierce quarrel between Jiangxiabai and Li Xian. But in the end, Jiangxiabai compromised. Li Xian is an ordinary person. She is not a traverser like herself. She knows what the future of this country looks like. Like many people of this era, she has lived enough of this life and can't wait to fly out of the cage. See the wonderful world outside. Okay, I promise you, I will work hard. Jiangxiabai said. Anyway, this place is quite precious, and he said that he couldn't compete for the place. And Li Xian didn't know. Really? Li Xian still didn't believe it. Really? Jiangxiabai said affirmatively. This is a white lie. Otherwise, there will be no results after the two people quarrel. So why not compromise on the surface first? Xiabai, it's not that I want to force you to do something. It's that I really want you to have a bright future. Li Xian heard Jiangxiabai agree, and his tone softened. The two resolved their differences, chatted for a while, and sent away Li Xian and Jiangxiabai before returning to the classroom. After class in the afternoon, Jiangxiabai returned to the guest house and waited for Song Weiguo and others to return. Waiting until the sky was completely dark, Song Weiguo and other talents rode their bicycles and dragged their tired figures back to the guest house. The factory manager is here. Let's go out to eat and talk while eating. We are almost starving to death. Song Weiguo was exhausted, but his mental state was very good. Yes, hurry up to eat. I'm hungry. Li Xiliu on the side also said. Zhengyu Omin needn't say anything. I don't want to say anything when I am tired. Okay, eat. You all worked hard today, and the whole evening is delicious. Please treat you. Jiangxiabai said with a smile. A few people walked towards the small restaurant next to it. The big customers are here. Of course. What is the delicious restaurant? 4 people made 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetarian dishes, and iced loose beer. Several people gobbled up and ate, and when the food was almost done, Jiangxiabai packed another boiled peanut. Then carrying the rest of the loose beer, a few people returned to the guest house. The lights at this time are not too bright, but the lighting is still okay. Putting several bedside tables together, Song Weiguo unfolded a map of Beijing and laid it on top. Then take out a red pen and circle 5 or 6 points on the top. Then took out the small notebook and started to introduce Jiangxiabai. At this location, there is still a little distance from the intersection, but it is right next to the bus stop, and there is still a lot of people. It used to be a food station, but after the relocation of the food station, it became empty. Is a tostry small building, about 400 square meters. Now this house is under the name of a supply and marketing cooperative. This house is a large on-story street-facing shop, with more than 500 square meters, and a factory warehouse behind it. The location is also quite good, right at the crossroads, and there is a lot of traffic. This location is a three-story building with an area of more than 1,000 square meters. The location is also very good. The house is now under the name of the street. Except that it is a little bigger, it is all pretty good. Song Weiguo put this at the end, and the introduction to Jiangxiabai was also the most detailed. He is really optimistic about this location, but it's a bit big. This house is not bad. Jiangxiabai was also bright after listening to Song Weiguo's introduction. Well, it's bigger. Song Weiguo Dao. Large, more than 1,000 square meters. Isn't it just enough? Jiangxiabai shook his head and said. The flagship store of a clothing brand, that is, this era. Otherwise 1,000 square meters is not enough. Just enough? Lixi Liu and Zhangyu Omin on the side took a breath. That is more than 1,000 square meters. It is a little smaller as a department store, but it is almost enough. But what is the department store? As the name suggests, it sells general merchandise, all kinds of daily necessities, as small as a needle and a thread, as large as bicycles, and various household appliances. Only then can it use more than 1,000 square meters, but their clothing store only sells clothing, and it is the clothing of Jiangxia by Garment Factory, which can use such a large area. It's just enough. You'll know when it's decorated. You'll leave tomorrow. You'll talk to the street during this period to see if you can negotiate. If it's really not right, then we will consider other places. Jiang Xiaobai ordered that. Jiang Xiaobai had already known about the decoration of the flagship store, and Song Weigo and others said that it would take a long time to explain, and when they finished the decoration drawings, they would be clear at a glance. Okay. Song Weigo agreed. He was optimistic about this place, but he thought it was a bit big. Now that Jiang Xiaobai is supporting him, that is exactly what he wants, although he doesn't know what Jiang Xiaobai wants such a large area for. Money is not a problem when talking, but the contract must be signed. The longer the signing, the better. Jiang Xiaobai exhorted. Okay. Song Weigo nodded. Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory's funds are still sufficient. Also, think of a way to contact the prison to see if we can find a relationship. We are a public-private joint venture, so we don't have to do anything if we leave the relationship. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said that although joint ventures have various restrictions, they also have many advantages. The rise of private enterprises. Many of them are based on joint ventures with state-owned enterprises. Okay. Song Weigo turned out to be a member of a state-owned enterprise. He knew the system better than Jiang Xiaobai. In many cases, it is not something you can solve if you have money. There must be a way. If the prison can catch up, it may be a matter of one sentence. Well, my train tomorrow afternoon. You are all careful in the capital. You are a local snake. Take care of them. Jiang Xiaobai warned that public security is not good at this time, especially the place in Beijing. It is a mixture of fish and dragons, all kinds of old cannons, etc., which are quite famous. Don't worry about the factory manager, Zhangyu Omin said, and he also changed his name to Jiang Xiaobai before he knew it. Although he did not know what factory manager Jiang Xiaobai was, whether it was the factory manager of one factory, or the factory manager of 3 factories. After getting up the next morning, Jiang Xiaobai wrote a request for leave and walked towards Professor Zhang's office. Ask for leave. Family affairs? Do you need my help? Professor Zhang looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked with concern. Thank you, teacher. No need, I can handle it. Jiang Xiaobai said quickly. This is 50 yuan. You can use it on the road. Professor Zhang thought about taking 50 yuan from the iron box in the drawer and handing it to Jiang Xiaobai. 50 yuan, even for university professors at this time, it is not a sum of money that can be taken out casually. End of this chapter. Chapter 317 Back to the village. Chapter 317 Return to the village. Jiang Xiaobai didn't take the money. He didn't know what to say. He went back to earn money, not to spend money. Take it. Professor Zhang couldn't help but put the money into Jiang Xiaobai's hand. When he wants to come, Jiang Xiaobai's family has something to do with money. In fact, in this era, and even later generations, as long as you have money, you can solve 90% of things, and as long as you have money, you can solve 8% of things flexibly. Only the remaining 2% are about birth, old age, sickness and death, and great love. No, teacher, Jiang Xiaobai tried to explain. He really didn't need it, but was interrupted by Professor Zhang as soon as he spoke. Doesn't you think you have less money? Professor Zhang stared. Okay, thank you, teacher. Then, Jiang Xiaobai had no way to shirk, but could only move on. Are the tickets ready? When will you leave? Professor Zhang saw Jiang Xiaobai accept it, and a smile appeared on his face. He was afraid that Jiang Xiaobai would be stunned and refuse to accept it. Just like when the student union had already been in class with the Chinese department, it didn't come to me to clear it up, but faced it alone. Tickets were bought yesterday, this afternoon's car. Jiang Xiaobai was also moved in his heart, not much for 50 yuan. But it was Professor Jiang's heart. He could feel the sincere love that Professor Jiang had for himself. Okay, go and clean up. If you need help when you go home, just say, your teacher is in Jin province and you have friends in the province. Professor Jiang explained that he was a little worried. Okay. After Jiang Xiaobai left, he went back to the dormitory and cleaned up briefly. Then went to the student union and briefly explained to Hu Yuan. Then I returned to the classroom. 6th, what are you? Baby Gain looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked, I want to go home. There is something wrong at home. Tell everyone when you go back to the dormitory. Jiang Xiaobai said, no problem, but do you need help with things at home? No. I will tell you if I need it. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, the station in Beijing is still overcrowded. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaobai has no luggage this time. Li Xian did not come to send Jiang Xiaobai off, and her father went home today. Calculating the time, when Jiang Xiaobai got in the car, Li's father should also be home. Is still a carriage mixed with various flavors. After a day and a night, Jiang Xiaobai returned to Jin province the next afternoon. It hasn't been a long time since I left home, and it's not a holiday. When I go home, my parents will inevitably ask questions and have to make up a lot of reasons. So Jiang Xiaobai did not go home that day, and found a guest house for one night. Early the next morning, I took a bus and walked towards Zhangxuan County, because it was known all in advance that Jiang Xiaobai was coming back. When Jiang Xiaobai returned to Zhangxuan County, the Jiafang truck from the Educated Youth Cannery was already waiting at the gate of the bus station. Director, seeing Jiang Xiaobai coming out of the bus station, without blinking his eyes, Zhang Fugi, who had been staring at the exit, immediately got out of the car and ran towards Jiang Xiaobai. Rich, why are you here? Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. I don't know. Do you know that you are back? I will wait for you if it is suitable for delivery. Zhang Fugi still doesn't know how to lie, and stammers when he tells a lie. But Jiang Xiaobai didn't go into it deeply. He opened the door and jumped into the car. Come back home. Good. Factory manager. Zhang Fugi responded with excitement, and jumped into the car to start the truck and walked towards Jianhua village. Rich, how is your house recently? Jiang Xiaobai asked while looking at the familiar scenery outside the car window. My family is pretty good. Now I earn such a high salary in an educated youth cannery, I don't worry about food and clothing at home. I don't know how many people envy it. Zhang Fugi said, with a satisfied smile on his face. That's good. Sister Xiaolian doesn't blame me for keeping you busy all day long. Jiang Xiaobai said. She dare, if the factory manager asked me to drive in the factory. How would we both live now? Zhang Fugi still remembers when he was going to follow Jiang Xiaobai from home. In that scene, the family only had 12 yuan. He knelt on the ground and begged the folks to take care of his daughter-in-law. The hardest time for a man is that time. Now he earns more than 100 quick money every month. Not only the family expenses are no problem, is still able to save money, and he plans to renovate the family house after the beginning of spring next year. The neighbors around you don't envy yourself. Fugi is now earning money, and the waist is stiff. Jiang Xiaobai joked with a smile. The two chatted all the way. Jiang Xiaobai didn't know why. Although the time to go home by train was not short this time, he was not very tired. Instead, I feel very energetic all over. The two chatted all the way, and soon they saw the vastness of Jianhua village. Jiang Xiaobai also rolled down the car window. Director, hey. A truck drove by. The driver turned his head and saw Jiang Xiaobai in the passenger seat. He couldn't believe it for a while, and his reaction was slow. He almost didn't drive the car into the ditch. This road still needs to be repaired. If it doesn't work, we will just pave it bit by bit and pave the concrete road. Jiang Xiaobai mumbled, watching the familiar scene. feeling extra cordial. Directly by his back. A group of children passed by rolling the iron ring with wire hooks. They found Jiangxiabai sitting in the car by accident and shouted. Jiangxiabai was just about to take out the candy from his bag and give it to them, but when he saw the group of children turned his head and ran away. They yelled excitedly, Directly is back. As for the original rolling iron hoops, I didn't know where it was going. I don't care. I just look back. Is it possible to lose something in the village? Directly is back? Really? Directly is back. Where is it? This bear boy, if you dare to lie to me, you will open your soon. Hearing the shouts of the children, many walked out of the house. Looking in the direction of the entrance of the village. After reaching the entrance of the village, Zhang Fugi lowered the speed of the car. The village is crowded with people and cars, and children are running around everywhere, so it is difficult to drive. Directly, he really came back. Directly. Villagers came round with surprise expressions. Jiangxiabai signaled Zhang Fugi to stop and jumped out of the car. I'm back, Uncle Zhang. How is your health? Uncle Liu, that was your just now, so fast. Aunt Li, have you cooked at home? Why don't you smell the fragrance? The smile on Jiangxiabai's face became more and more brilliant, and he smiled and greeted the villagers around him. End of this chapter. Chapter 318. The future will get better and better. Chapter 318. The future will get better and better. As people surrounded by Jianhua village increased, the Jiafang truck could no longer go. Zhang Fugi turned off the engine and parked the car aside. Director, you can say a few words. Li Laosan didn't know when he squeezed over, still holding a small trumpet in his hand. Li Laosan is always so timely, always so refreshing, like timely rain, appearing at the right time. Jiangxiabai looked at the crowd that was still gathering slowly, and jumped onto the front of the Jiafang truck with a horn on the side. Dear folks, my Jiangxiabai is back. Jiangxiabai didn't finish a sentence, and thunderous applause rang out. Everyone has a sincere smile on their faces. Huang Zongfu, who didn't know when he came, clapped and showed envy. This is Jiangxiabai position in Jianhua village. Some people must be curious, said I didn't go to school. Why did I come back suddenly? Jiangxiabai said. Many people have puzzled expressions on their faces. The news of Jiangxiabai's return is only known to a few high-level pig farms. I don't know much about the new feed, so Jiangxiabai's sudden return still puzzled many people. I'm thinking, maybe someone guessed that the director of Xiabai didn't let the school be expelled, right? Jiangxiao didn't finish the vernacular. Many people laughed. No, Director Xiabai, who can fire you? I guess it is that Director Xiabai feels that he can't learn anything in school and doesn't want to go to school anymore. Director Xiabai, if any school dared to expel you, I don't think this school is necessary anymore. Everyone laughed and talked about it. Ha ha, let me tell everyone that I came back because a big event happened in our Jianhua village and I had to come back. Jiangxiabai said. More people are puzzled. They live in Jianhua village. Why don't they know what happened in the quiet Jianhua village? But Jiangxiabai, who was far away in the capital, knew, and the matter was so big that Jiangxiabai, who was far away in the capital, had to come back to deal with it. Happy event, a big happy event. Liu Jian, the deputy factory manager of our pig farm, has researched a new pig feed, which is 50% more fattening than the original pig feed in 1 month. Jiangxiabai finished speaking, and then continued without waiting for everyone to speak. Maybe you don't understand what this is. This means that we can make 7 to 10 kilograms of meat more than a pig in a month, which means that we can earn 7 to 10 yuan more per month. With 1,000 piglets, we can earn an extra 7,000 yuan a month, to 10,000 yuan. Jiangxiabai said, and the crowd burst into violent cheers. Earning more than 7,000 yuan a month, and 10,000 yuan, there are only 150 households in Jianhua village. At that time, Although the proportion of the funds raised and the investment of the educated youth cannery reached more than 42% of the shares. But Jiang Xiaobai still gave the villagers of Jianhua village 45% of the shares. More than 7,000 to 10,000 yuan a month. 45% of the shares are 3,150 to 4,500 yuan. On average, a household can add 21 to 30 yuan a month. At this time, a worker is only about 30 yuan a month, which is equivalent to a month's salary in vain. The villagers understood it all at once, and cheered one by one. Moreover, after the new feed is developed, we can also produce it and sell it out. The new feed is so good, I believe we can open the market soon. This is another big income. The cheers were even higher, almost drowning Jiang Xiaobai's voice. But whenever Jiang Xiaobai spoke, the crowd quickly quieted down. I will go home this time. First, I will look at the situation of the pig farm and the educated youth cannery. Second, I will build another feed factory as soon as possible. Okay. The crowd yelled. Jiang Xiaobai raised his hands and pressed down. The crowd suddenly calmed down. On the way back, I saw that the road from our Jianhua village to the village collapsed in some places and it was time to repair the houses in the village, and some of them were leaking when I trained, and it was time to renovate. I want to use 3 to 5 years to replace all the roads in our village with concrete roads, and the financial pressure for repairing them together is high, so we will repair them one by one. The construction will start next spring, and the road out of the village will be repaired first. Let all the villagers in Jianhua village live in new houses, brick houses, and beautiful tiles. If the money is not enough, we will start with the leaky houses, one by one. I believe that the future of our Jianhua village will get better and better. Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, and the atmosphere on the scene reached a climax completely. Director Xiaobai. Director Xiaobai. People shouted loudly and vented. It seems that only this way can I vent the passionate flame in my heart. Jiang Xiaobai jumped out of the truck and strode forward. The crowd automatically dispersed away. Li Laosan, Liu Jian, Wang Zhao, Wang Meng and others followed Jiang Xiaobai. People watched Jiang Xiaobai slowly leave, until Jiang Xiaobai disappeared from people's sight, and the cheers did not stop. Huang Zongfu has a hint of relaxation and satisfaction on his face. There is Jiang Xiaobai in Jianhua village. He not only feels relaxed, but also feels hope. Just like Jiang Xiaobai said, he also believes that Jianhua village will get better and better in the future. When the surroundings became quiet, Liu Jian reacted. It was obvious that I was the one who contributed the most to this matter. But why did it seem that there was nothing wrong with me at all? Could it be that Jiang Xiaobai didn't say it just now? That's wrong. Jiang Xiaobai said it just now. It was researched by Deputy Factory Manager Liu Jian. But why don't people pay attention to me? Just when Liu Jian was wondering, the news of Jiang Xiaobai's return and the news that the pig farm had developed a new feed spread like the wind in Jianhua village. At the same time, Jiang Xiaobai said that he would build concrete roads and renovate houses quickly spread throughout the village. Building cement roads. When the material is in short supply until the cement is still in the plan, a small village wants to build a cement road just like the fantasy. It is almost impossible to renovate houses for the whole village. If this is a cadre in the township, or whoever said it, everyone must have said that he doesn't even know his own mother. Then treat it as a post-dinner conversation. But when these words came out of Jiang Xiaobai's mouth, everyone felt excited, and they felt blood boiled all over, and they felt that they had to work hard. The only thing not felt is doubt and disbelief. Maybe Jiang Xiaobai really created too many miracles and gave the villagers such confidence. End of this chapter. Chapter 319 The Treasure is Not Old. Chapter 319 The Treasure is Not Old. Pushed open the door of the educated youth cannery's own office, and slumped on the sofa, watching the people coming in behind him. Jiang Xiaobai laughed loudly. These are the capital and right-hand man in his future. Wang Meng, tell the cafeteria to cook 16 dishes with 8 cools and 8 hots, and a few bottles of good wine. Everyone has a good meal in the evening. Jiang Xiaobai said. Okay, Brother Xiaobai. Wang Meng responded with a smile, and then went out to make arrangements. Director, she is here, too. Jiang Xiaobai asked unexpectedly when he saw Shi Sheng in the crowd. The executives of Jianhua Pig Farm and Educated Youth Cannery are all there. He can understand. At the time he came back and was delayed in the village, it was time to get the news, and everyone in the village should have come. If you are not in the village, then don't talk about it. If you can't come in the village, then Jiang Xiaobai should be anxious and there is a problem. But Jiang Xiaobai garment factory is not in Jianhua village, and Jiang Xiaobai did not specifically notify him when he came back. It's normal for people from Jiang Xiaobai garment factory not to come. When Director Song called yesterday, he told me about your return, Shi Sheng said with a smile. In the beginning, Jiang Xiaobai was the factory director and he was the deputy factory director. He was still a little unconvinced. Although the garment factory in the prison used to be the director of the toilet, is he also the director anyway? Suddenly became the deputy director. He still had a slight discomfort, but as time passed, he was convinced. Jiang Xiaobai did a lot of things he couldn't do it at all. Up to now, especially after seeing the scene just now, he is extremely thankful that he can be Jiang Xiaobai deputy director. It can be said that at this time, as long as Jiang Xiaobai has a request, maybe he will immediately leave the job within the system. Come to Jiang Xiaobai and follow Jiang Xiaobai, happy and hopeful. Okay, drink 2 glasses in a while, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. I came back this time to set up a feed factory. If the feed factory is established, the burden on your shoulders will be even heavier for the 3rd child. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Huh? Li Losun didn't react for a while, and was taken aback for a while, but then suddenly realized, turned his head and looked at Liu Jian and said, Congratulations, Director Liu. At this time, other people also reacted after Li Losun mentioned something like this. Yes, if the feed factory is to be established, there is nothing wrong with it. Liu Jian is the best candidate for the factory director. There is no one. Don't say that Jiang Xiaobai said this before. Now that Liu Jian has developed a new feed, there is no reason to let others pick peaches. Especially, Jiang Xiaobai is not that kind of person at all. Liu Jian has become the director of the feed factory. If he is not the director of the Jianhua pig farm, no one will share the responsibility for Li Losun. Losun Li was naturally tired. Congratulations, Brother Liu. Congratulations, Director Liu. Congratulations. The babbled voice sounded, but Liu Jian was the last one to react. The smile on his face suddenly bloomed. Yes, I am going to be the director of the factory. In the future, the feed mill has the final say. What kind of deputy should be assigned as the deputy director? Someone said that the moment I saw you, I even figured out the child's name, and Liu Jian is almost the same now. One of my classmates is not good at raising pigs, but he is very talkative. But can he come to Jianhua village? How can I fool myself? No. How can I think so? How can you fool people? I was not like this before. How did I change? By the way, it must have been a bad lesson from Jiang Xiaobai. He taught him. He used to fool himself, but there is nothing wrong with being fooled. Thank you. Thank you all. Liu Jian said cheerfully. Brother Xiaobai, how are you at school? Have you seen Xiaojun and the others? Wang Meng didn't know when he would return after the arrangement, so he asked. I didn't see it. I was busy when I went to the capital. Just after I settled down in school, Lao Song went there, and then I was looking for the address of the flagship store of the clothing factory. Jiang Xiaobai chatted with everyone for a while, then went to the workshop of the Educated Youth Cannery. Workers wearing masks and headgear are busy in an orderly manner. Bottles and cans are filled into cans, sealed, labeled and packed down the assembly line. Wandered around the Educated Youth Cannery, and asked everyone to go to the canteen to prepare. Jiang Xiaobai took a kettle and watered the plum tree by himself. Stayed under the plum blossom tree for a while, until Li Losun stood by his side, and then he came back to his senses. The 3rd child, the money from Liu Mei's family has been paid on time. Well, it's not bad, and their family's situation is also concerned. Once there is something, we can know it at any time. Lawson Lee is also an insider of this matter. Knowing this matter can almost be said to be a taboo of Jiang Xiaobai. Okay. Hearing what Li Laosan said, Jiang Xiaobai nodded and turned and walked towards the cafeteria. Facing the sunset, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly became happy when he looked at the vigorous educated youth cannery. Look, everything we do is worthwhile, Jiang Xiaobai said silently in his heart. Director, I may be a father again, Li Laosan suddenly said. Didn't you be a father a long time ago? Jiang Xiaobai said subconsciously, and suddenly reacted. Looking at Li Laosan in a daze. No way, the old tree is sprouting. The sword is not old, it is cheating. It's been 2 months. The genius doctor had seen it and said it was a happy. Li Laosan said with a smile. He has more children, and he won't be too excited for 1.5 more children. The old man, is that old man reliable? Go to the counter to check it. Jiang Xiaobai said, without mentioning the genius doctor. He almost forgot about this old man. Okay, go there another day if you have time. Now the conditions at home are better. It doesn't matter whether you have a baby or not. It's fine if you have a baby. Li Laosan said that when the conditions at home were not good, it was really not a minority of women with big bellies earning work points. An accidental miscarriage is countless, and people are accustomed to many tragedies, all in order to survive. But now Li Laosan is not bad anymore, so he naturally let his wife take good care of him at home. However, I am embarrassed that I don't know how to tell Bai. Lawson Lee said with some embarrassment. Although Li Bai and Liu Qi have a good relationship in normal times, it is because Liu Qi has no children. Once he has a child, he is afraid that there may be changes between the two, and he will be embarrassed by that time. It's okay, when I go back, I will tell her that she is such a big girl and she doesn't understand anything. Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking and said, by the way, if you can greet the old man in the village, just take care of it. After all, this old man has helped us a lot. Okay, I see. Lawson Lee nodded. End of this chapter. Chapter 320 Xing Xing Feed Factory. Chapter 320 Xing Xing Feed Factory. In the evening, the high levels of the third factory gathered together. Jiang Xiaobai, Li Laosan, Liu Jian, Wang Zhao, Wang Meng, Shi Sheng. A group of people gathered together to build a new feed factory, and they all have benefits. The only historical student who has no shares, he still has the heart to follow Jiang Xiaobai. Whether it is the Jiang Xiaobai garment factory or the Jianhua pig farm, Jiang Xiaobai directly invests in shares of the educated youth cannery. So the 3 factories, no matter which one develops well, will benefit all shareholders. That night, everyone was drunk, and early the next morning, all the high levels gathered in the conference room again. Everyone knows that I am going home this time to build a feed factory. Needless to say, the director is Liu Jian. Jiang Xiaobai said straightforwardly. Applause broke out in the conference room, and Liu Jian bowed his hands to thank everyone. Liu Jian, candidate in the factory. Do you have any ideas? Jiang Xiaobai looked at Liu Jian and solicited Liu Jian's opinion. I want to go back to Beijing in 2 days and bring a classmate over, but I don't know if I can do it. Liu Jian said that he had a classmate who wanted to pour up something by himself all day when he was in school, but his professional courses were in a mess. At that time, he still felt that this classmate was a little unsuccessful. But now he remembered his ability. What is his job now? Jiang Xiaobai asked. At this time, college students are all precious, and they have real talents. If he could dig a college student, Jiang Xiaobai would of course be very happy. Liu Jian said. Everyone took a breath. Okay, he'll go back in 2 days, and you will follow me to the capital and do your best. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, but did not hold out much hope. Then for the time being, Wang Zhao will concurrently serve as the deputy director of the feed factory for a period of time, Jiang Xiaobai said. Looking at Wang Zhao has been in charge of the sales of the educated youth canned food factory. Whether it is in interpersonal relations or sales, I have a certain ability. Wang Zhao is inseparable from the educated youth cannery, Jiang Xiaobai directly transferred Wang Zhao to the feed factory. But now that the educated youth cannery is also in a period of market expansion, Wang Zhao can't leave yet, so he can only serve as the deputy director of the feed factory for a period of time. Moreover, Liu Jian also has his own consideration of who he will serve as a team, and Jiang Xiaobai does not force him. Okay, factory manager. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai had seen it, Wang Zhao nodded without hesitation. Jiang Xiaobai continued, the name of the feed factory is called Xing Feed, which not only represents that our feed is different from the previous feed, but also implies that our Jianhua village will be emerging. Director, Xing is a good name, nice to hear, easy to remember, refreshing, and also profound in meaning. No matter when, as long as the time is right, Li Losun is definitely the first to lick. Director, the name is good, but it can also be extended to mean new opportunities. New opportunities, Shi Sheng said more tactfully. He is trying hard to integrate into Jiang Xiaobai's team. The others praised. Okay, that's it. Liu Jian, let's talk about what preparatory work still needs to be done to build a feed factory and what difficulties are there. Then we will brainstorm and solve them one by one. Jiang Xiaobai said again. Everyone formed a circle around the table in the conference room. They were studying and discussing. Generally, it was not a meeting or a formal occasion. Jiang Xiaobai didn't like sitting on the rostrum. Instead, sit with everyone and discuss research. When the factory was built, everyone didn't understand. Jiang Xiaobai could only arrange one by one. What do you think? What difficulties are encountered and what difficulties should be solved? But now Liu Jian is also a professional person in this area, so Jiang Xiaobai still decided to listen to Liu Jian's opinions. Okay, Liu Jian gave a light cough, looked up at the people in the conference room, and walked around, only to see everyone lowered their heads to open the notebook, ready to listen to their own opinions, and a pair would write down their words at any time. Look like. Then he said, the first thing is the location of the feed factory. There are no requirements for the location of the feed factory, but the place needs to be large and flat, and 2 factory warehouses need to be set aside. 1 factory warehouse is used to store raw materials. A warehouse is used to store products. Okay, let Losun Li go to communicate with the village about this matter, Jiang Xiaobai said. Okay. Factory manager. Li Losun responded. Then there is the problem of the machine that produces pig feed. The production line is a problem. Liu Jian continued. Leave this to Wang Zhao. You can find Brother Zheng to see if there is any way. We will also go to Beijing in 2 days to see if Lao Jiang can help. Jiang Xiaobai said, his brother Zheng is Zheng Qinyun, and Lao Jiang is Professor Jiang from Agricultural University. I took it down. Wang Zhao nodded. Personnel issues in the feed mill. You can recruit from the village, or from nearby villages. As for the management personnel, whoever you like, the other 3 factory directors, you can let them come, you decide. Jiang Xiaobai is still quite decentralized. If a factory director does not have personnel and financial authority, he is still a factory director. What is the difference between and those of state-owned enterprises who have only signed renovations and toilets? Liu Jian talked about the problems that he could think of in building the factory and the preparations that need to be done one by one. And Jiang Xiaobai also resolved it quickly, or he had arranged a person in charge to resolve it. Although Liu Jian is considered a professional, however, a college student who has just graduated still has many problems in preparation. And in the process, Jiang Xiaobai and others also put forward supplementary opinions and questions. To build a new feed factory, there is still the biggest difficulty, Liu Jian said. Everyone raised their heads. Liu Jian paused, and then continued. That is the problem of raw materials in the feed mill, and the raw materials are the problem of various grains. The main raw materials for the production of feed mills are all kinds of grains. and now many people can't get enough to eat. End of this chapter. Chapter 321 Raw Material Problem. Chapter 321 Raw Material Problem. The question raised by Liu Jian is still sharp. Everyone present frowned tightly. This is indeed a problem. Other problems can be solved by finding ways. No matter how difficult it is, there is always hope. Educated youth can food from 100 yuan. Did it today when they did not encounter difficulties, and when did they fear difficulties? As long as there is hope, everyone can work hard to overcome. But this food problem, food is a product of the plan, not something you can do if you have money. If you need a small amount, you can find someone to approve a note, or even go to the black market to think of a solution. You can get food for opening a restaurant, but this is to build a feed factory. The amount of food needed is large, and a change in policy is needed, which is not something that everyone can do. Yes, this food problem is indeed a big problem. That's right. Everyone began to speak, and the meeting room buzzed and discussed in an instant. Don't worry about this. Our Jianhua village has implemented a household contract system. Several villages in the surrounding area have been affected by us, and we have implemented a large package. We can directly purchase food from the villagers. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. This is what he is least worried about. He knows the future policy. The household contract system is inevitable. Once the big dry package is implemented, the productivity will be liberated and there is no need to worry about food problems. Collect food from the villagers. Yes, why didn't I think of it? Lao Sanli patted his head and said, and the others suddenly realized, actually, due to the limitations of this era, everyone buys grain to the grain depot, that is, the implementation of the big dry package. Everyone thinks is to buy the surplus grain to the grain depot, and then change it into money. So no one thought of collecting food directly from the villagers. But think about it, anyway, it's all about giving money. Why can't we collect food directly from the villagers? In fact, since the implementation of the household contract system, grain has no longer been a product of the planned economy. Instead, it has entered the era of market economy. Since then, the price of food has been determined by the market. Of course, the country will also macro control. After all, grain is a strategic reserve material. Figured this out, coupled with Jiang Xiaobai views on the future, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The biggest problem is solved, and the rest is just a few bits and pieces. Jiang Xiaobai also made arrangements one by one. The matter of the feed factory was resolved, and Jiang Xiaobai talked about building roads and renovating houses. The money for road construction is paid by the three factories on average, and it will start after the autumn harvest. The standard cement road, the road from the village, should be built first, and it must meet the standard of Taowei 4-lane. Jiang Xiaobai said. Taowei 4-lane? Everyone was a little confused. What do you mean? Everyone is from the village. How do you know this? Even Liu Jian, a college student, didn't understand. He learned to raise pigs, but not to build roads. Taowei 4-lane, that is, 4 cars can pass side by side at the same time. 2 lanes into the village, 2 lanes out of the village, but these 4 cars are not ox carts or horse carts, but cars. A road basically reaches 3.75 meters, plus the roadbed, it is more than 20 meters. Jiang Xiaobai said. Everyone in the conference room almost jumped up without shock. What a joke, the cement road more than 20 meters wide. Mr. Xiaobai is crazy, absolutely crazy. More than 20 meters wide cement road, needless to say, they have never heard of it. Even Liu Jian was shocked. At this time, there were definitely not many saws in Beijing that could reach Taowei 4-lane. While searching all over Jiangxuan County, all over Shandong City, and even Shaanxi Province, they couldn't find a few roads that could reach 4 lanes. Is the highway from Shandong City to the provincial capital Longqing, which is just a Tolan road. As for expressways, there are no expressways in the country at this time. The first expressway was built in 1988. If you want to get rich, build roads first. Our Jianhua village now has 2 factories, and we will soon build a 3rd factory. The future transportation volume of the 3 factories is definitely not a small number. The educated youth canned food is already expanding into the national market, and the transportation volume of pig farms and feed factories will definitely not be small. In the future, we will either build roads or relocate the factories. There is absolutely no third way to go. Jiang Xiaobai slowly said, if you want to get rich, the slogan of building roads first appeared in this world for the first time. There are things that cannot be transported in the local area. I came back yesterday. The 2 Jiafang trucks were in the wrong car. The driver was distracted and almost drove into the ditch. Moreover, this kind of dirt road, when it rains or snows, cannot walk, and even collapses from time to time. So whether it is for the development of the factory or for the safety of road construction, it must be put on the agenda. Jiang Xiaobai decided in one word. Although he offered 2 roads, repairing the road and relocating the factory, he moved the factory the next day. It is automatically ignored by others, and no one is willing to relocate. So I can only build roads. If you want to get rich, build roads first. Everyone muttered these words silently. Jiang Xiaobai words were justified and there was no objection. And it's useless to object. The 3rd child, this matter will be complicated to you, and the work will start after the autumn harvest. Jiang Xiaobai directly nodded. Okay, factory manager. Li Lawson responded. Then each of your factories will hold meetings on their own to convey the reasons for road construction that I just mentioned, and unify everyone's thinking. Jiang Xiaobai continued. There is also the matter of renovating the house. First, select the 3 most difficult houses and renovate the house this year. Jiang Xiaobai continues to arrange the design of the house. I will draw it later. This is what I promised everyone outside. Moreover, renovating the house is not a big deal, and it doesn't take much. Everyone has no objections, and they nodded in agreement. Wang Meng, this matter is left to you. You are responsible. You must complete the work when you are young, and let these 3 difficult villagers live in new houses for the new year. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Wang Meng and said, okay. Wang Meng nodded and agreed. After finishing the arrangement, Jiang Xiaobai announced that the meeting was adjourned, and then went to the pig farm with Li Lawson and others. After a few months, the little piglets that I bought back have grown up a lot, and they are very cheerful. End of this chapter. Chapter 322 Butterfly of Destiny. Chapter 322 The Butterfly of Destiny. Jiang Xiaobai stayed in Jianhua village for 3 days. He probably sorted out the preparations for the feed factory to be built, and then set off with Liu Jian on the journey back to the capital. Although Jiang Xiaobai came back this time and stayed in Jianhua village for a short time, at first glance, Jiang Xiaobai didn't do anything. Is to distribute the work of the feed factory to everyone, and he did not do any work. It seems that Jiang Xiaobai return or not will have any impact, or Jiang Xiaobai won't come back, and it can be arranged on the phone. But in fact, Liu Jian, who was next to Jiang Xiaobai, knew that this was completely different. Jiang Xiaobai return to Jianhua village itself means that Jiang Xiaobai attaches great importance to the feed factory. Even if Jiang Xiaobai does nothing, everyone will pay attention to that point. Will also make every effort to build a feed factory. Not to mention a lot of work, Jiang Xiaobai arranges the most appropriate person, and also implements each task to a specific person. To put it nicely, Jiang Xiaobai is the banner of these people. With Jiang Xiaobai in everyone, you can work together, think in one place, and act in one place. In layman terms, Jiang Xiaobai is like the first sheep in the flock, just like the shepherd dog. He can let everyone know where to run and must run. When I went back, Jiang Xiaobai was on the train again, and the car was changing again. The time of the bus ride was the same as the time when he came to Beijing. But when he returned to Jianhua village, Jiang Xiaobai didn't feel tired at all. But when he got off the train in Beijing, Jiang Xiaobai felt that he was not energetic. Let's go. Lao Song and the others are in the capital. Have a meal together in the evening, have a good rest, and then work tomorrow. Jiang Xiaobai walked towards the bus stop with Liu Jian while talking. Liu Jian came to Beijing this time to look for his classmate to see if he could bring the classmate to the feed factory. By the way, I can find his teacher, Professor Jiang, to see if I can contact him for help and get a set of production equipment for the feed factory. To tell the truth, Jiang Xiaobai really didn't have much hope for the matter of finding his classmates to bring him to the feed factory. A minister, go to a small ditch, and be the deputy director of a feed factory that has not yet been completed. There is only a glimmer of hope. But Jiang Xiaobai believes that if the feed factory is built and the market opens up, and when the tide comes in 2 years, there will be a great chance of success. But Liu Jian wanted to try it, and Jiang Xiaobai didn't object. Instead, Jiang Xiaobai is very concerned about whether Professor Jiang can contact a set of production equipment in the feed factory. There is really no feed factory in Shangdong City. Ask Zheng Qinian for help. Zheng Qinian may not be able to help. That's why Jiang Xiaobai is anxious about the feed production equipment. Okay, I don't care about this night. Liu Jian nodded and said, indeed tired today. The two arrived at the guest house of the normal university. Jiang Xiaobai opened a good room, took a shower, and fell asleep waiting for Song Weiguo and others to return. When Jiang Xiaobai woke up again, the sky was completely dark. Jiang Xiaobai went out of the guest house and was about to look for it when he saw Song Weiguo and the three of them on their bicycles. Director Xiaobai, you are back, Song Weiguo said with a smile on his face when he saw Jiang Xiaobai coming back. Well, why come back so late? Jiang Xiaobai asked. This is not today. I just found someone to catch up with the street, and I found the deputy director of a street, waiting for people to get off work, and then talked about our situation, and then came back late. Song Weiguo said that although things are going slowly, they are relatively smooth. Okay, Liu Jian is here too. Let's go to the restaurant to eat and talk while eating, Jiang Xiaobai said. At this time, Liu Jian heard voices coming out, and they greeted each other, and after introducing Liu Jian to Zhang Yuomin, several people went directly to the small restaurant. How about your situation here? Jiang Xiaobai asked while eating. I found someone from the prison system. People from the prison system helped me. I set up the street line. Then I went to see the deputy director of the prison today. Someone from the prison will also accompany me. I made an appointment to talk in detail during dinner tomorrow night. Song Weiguo gave Jiang Xiaobai a brief introduction. After speaking, he suddenly remembered something, and continued, by the way, when I meet on the street tomorrow night, the prison system will also come, and I also asked you when you will be back, saying that I want to see you by the way. See me? Jiang Xiaobai asked. He had no contact with this side. It is said that Jin province has figured out a solution, and the capital is doing errands. Seeing what you are doing, you don't need it. Yes, they want to see you, but they didn't say anything specifically. Song Weiguo said. Okay, where is it? Jiang Xiaobai nodded and asked. It's a state-owned hotel in Xidon. What is it called? Xidon Hotel, at 6 o'clock in the evening. Song Weiguo said. Okay, I will go then, Jiang Xiaobai said, turning his head to look at Liu Jian. Tomorrow at noon we will have dinner with Professor Jiang and talk about the feed factory. Okay, Liu Jian responded. Jiang Xiaobai did not go back to school that night, so he stayed at the guest house for one night. Anyway, he asked for leave. It was just right that there was something to be done tomorrow. Jiang Xiaobai and Liu Jian set off for the agricultural university early the next morning. When they arrived at the agricultural university, the two of them first went to inquire. After learning that Professor Jiang was in class, Liu Jian wanted to take Jiang Xiaobai to see the UFO Association. Still thinking about UFOs? Do you want to know those secrets? Jiang Xiaobai asked jokingly. I don't worry about it a long time ago. If I still worry about it, I won't stay in Jianhua village, Liu Jian said, turning his head and saying. But I really have to thank the UFO Association, otherwise I won't have the opportunity to go to Jianhua village. That is indeed let you go to Jianhua village to realize your life value and find the meaning of your own existence. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Liu Jian curled his lips and did not speak. He would never be able to say Jiang Xiaobai, so he rushed to Jiang Xiaobai shameless enthusiasm. By the way, which class Wang Xiaojun is in, or let's go see him. I was able to fool Liu Jian, and Wang Xiaojun was also part of the credit. I really don't know which class of Wang Xiaojun is in. We usually meet in the UFO Association, so I will let someone inquire about it. After going to the association, Liu Jian said, he also sighed in his heart. He could not think of it at the beginning. It was just an accidental curiosity that changed his life's destiny. End of this chapter. Chapter 323 Liu Jian Back to School. Chapter 323 Liu Jian Back to School. After arriving at the UFO Association, many people immediately surrounded Liu Fitness. As the former president of the UFO Association, Liu Jian is still very popular. Brother Liu, which village are you in? Really aren't you coming back? Brother Jian, what are you doing now? Mysteriously, you quit your job when you were assigned, and you made a sensation in school. That's right, Brother Jian. Where did you go and what did you do? Didn't you ask the secret of UFO? How come it's gone forever? Did you ask? People surrounded Liu Jian with various questions. Liu Jian made up a reason, saying that he was supporting education in the countryside. Everyone lamented Liu Jian's greatness. He went to the countryside to teach children with his great job and future. But everyone didn't say anything more, instead they cared about Liu Jian's life, and Liu Jian responded one by one. Then they sent someone to find Wang Xiaojun. Liu Jian also did not introduce Jiang Xiaobai to everyone. There are quite a few old people from the UFO Association here who know that Liu Jian went to Jianhua village. If Jiang Xiaobai's identity is revealed, he must ask questions around Jiang Xiaobai. And Jiang Xiaobai is most tired of these things. Liu Jian chatted with everyone for a while, and then waited in front of the office building with Jiang Xiaobai. Regret it? Suddenly Jiang Xiaobai asked. No regrets, you are right. In Jianhua village, I have found the value and meaning of my life. I don't want to sit in the office all day, just a cup of tea and a newspaper. I can't do anything I want. An angry day. I like the current life, although it is sometimes tired and bitter. Whenever I see the smiles on the faces of the villagers and see my savings continue to increase, I am very happy and very motivated, because I know the future is bright. I am confident. Liu Jian's words were very simple, and he stayed for the villagers of Jianhua village, but it was indeed because he was able to make money to stay for a long time. People live in this world, and no one can live by ideals alone. At the beginning, Jiang Xiaobai gave him a 5% stake in the pig farm, and the pig farm only invested 80,000 yuan. The 5% of the shares is 4,000 yuan, not to mention that the pig farm is still making a steady stream of money, and now it is building a feed factory. Brother Xiaobai, Wang Xiaojun hurried over when he heard that someone was looking for him. When he walked to the door of the office building, he saw Jiang Xiaobai standing with Liu Jian at a glance. Suddenly smiled, and then ran over. Xiaojun. Jiang Xiaobai also smiled and hugged Wang Xiaojun. The two hadn't seen each other since they met at home during the Chinese New Year. Brother Xiaobai, when I communicated with my family, I knew that you had come to Beijing to attend university, at Beijing Normal University, but I went there twice and I didn't meet you. Wang Xiaojun said excitedly. During his summer vacation, he would go back. It's just that Jiang Xiaobai was not at home at the time, so the two did not see it. Since Jiang Xiaobai came to the capital, he has been busy. I really didn't know that Wang Xiaojun even went to find himself. I just came to school and settled down. Come and see you. By the way, I have something to do with Professor Jiang. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Liu Jian on the side of was stunned. He was fooled by Jiang Xiaobai. This is where Jiang Xiaobai was inferior. Jiang Xiaobai was able to say shameless words very seriously and naturally. Come and see you, and I have something to do with Professor Jiang. By the way, this is false, and it makes people awkward to hear it. but Jiang Xiaobai can say it very seriously. Ha ha, Wang Xiaojun was also happy. But anyway, just be able to meet and get in touch. The two talked about the old days. Seeing that the time was almost up, Jiang Xiaobai said, well, let's have a meal with Professor Jiang at noon. Brother Xiaobai, go. I won't go. We will get together again when you have time. Wang Xiaojun said very sensibly, let's go. There are no outsiders. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile, and then took the lead and walked forward. Wang Xiaojun didn't insist on seeing Jiang Xiaobai like this, but agreed. Professor Jiang was blocked by Jiang Xiaobai just after class. Teacher, Professor Jiang. Liu Jian and Wang Xiaojun saw Professor Jiang greet them quickly. Lao Jiang, Jiang Xiaobai also said with a smile. Why are you two here? Liu Jian, aren't you in Jianhua village? When did you come back? Professor Jiang looked at Liu Jian and Jiang Xiaobai together and asked in confusion. I went back 2 days ago. Liu Jian came to the capital to do something with me. Lao Jiang, have a meal together at noon. He'll ask you for some help. Jiang Xiaobai and Professor Jiang also didn't see them, and they spoke directly. It's okay for your kid to find me, Professor Jiang cursed with a smile, then turned his head and looked at Liu Jian with some doubts. Liu Jian knows Professor Jiang, who is quite famous in the school, but Professor Jiang does not know him. This is what I sent to Xiao Wang Xiaojun, a sophomore student. Lao Jiang, take care of you in the future. Jiang Xiaobai brought Liu Jian over and introduced Professor Jiang. Professor Jiang. Wang Xiaojun said hello again. This professor is also an expert at school and has a lot of power to speak. He can talk to Professor Jiang normally, and he doesn't know how Brother Xiaobai met Professor Jiang, and the relationship between the two seems to be familiar. Okay, classmate Wang Xiaojun, right? Come find me if you have anything to do at school in the future. Professor Jiang agreed directly. Thank you, Professor Jiang, thank you, Professor Jiang. Wang Xiaojun thanked him repeatedly. It would be much more comfortable to have such a big figure in the school. A few people found a small restaurant outside the school, ordered food, and chatted while eating. Production equipment. Professor Jiang frowned after hearing Jiang Xiaobai and Liu Jian's intentions. At this time, the country is limited by the problem of food, and there are not many feed factories, just a few. There are even fewer production equipment for producing feed, and he is in an ivory tower like a university, and the most contact with the outside is still a breeding factory. Upstream companies such as feed mills, he really doesn't have much contact with them. And even if there is contact, it is really not possible to get a set of production equipment. The feed has just been researched and a factory will be built. Isn't it too fast? Professor Jiang asked. It's not that fast. Time is money, and if the new feed can be mass-produced, it can also speed up the slaughter time of pigs. For Jianhua pig farms, and even the entire pig market, or even larger, for the meat of the entire nation. In terms of supply, it's all contributing. Jiang Xiaobai said, well, I will try my best to ask someone if I can ask you if I look back. Professor Jiang, seeing Jiang Xiaobai saying this, also agreed. End of this chapter. Chapter 324. Look at chapter 324. After eating, Jiang Xiaobai and Liu Jian sent Professor Jiang, and Wang Xiaojun returned to school. Okay, no need to deliver it. You have something to do with you. If I have news about the production equipment, I will contact you. Professor Jiang waved his hand and said, okay. Jiang Xiaobai replied, turning his head and looking at Wang Xiaojun and said, you can contact our educated youth who is going to school in the capital, and then set a time and we will get together. Wang Xiaojun nodded and said, okay. Brother Xiaobai, I'll contact 7. After giving instructions to Wang Xiaojun, Jiang Xiaobai and Liu Jian left. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon when he returned to the guest house of Normal University. After a short rest in the guest house, Jiang Xiaobai was called by Song Weigo. Little Bai, it's almost time, it's time to go. Okay. He'll clean up a little bit, Jiang Xiaobai said as he got up and changed his clothes. 4 people and 2 bicycles set off toward the Xiden Hotel. Because it was a clothing factory, Liu Jian did not go and stayed at the guest house. At 6 o'clock in the evening, just a 5:15, Jiang Xiaobai and others stopped the car at the entrance of the hotel. Although the bicycles at this time are no different from the later generations of Mercedes-Benz and BMW, but at this time, there will be no doorman in the hotel to help park the self-confident car. There is that kind of doorman service that is capitalism and does not respect the working people. Take a good look at the bicycle. Jiang Xiaobai confessed to the guard, and then walked into the hotel with the three of them. In the center of the hotel, a large electric fan was spinning whirring, and a few staff members wearing grey systems sat lazily on stools. I don't know what to do or fix the stool. Several people gathered around. One started to fix things, the other helped with tools, and the other was instructing. If you are not in this era, it is hard to imagine that just to repair a stool, you need 3 people. But this is the style of state-owned enterprise workers in this era. The staff of the hotel saw Jiang Xiaobai and others coming in. They just raised their eyes and continued to work on themselves, but no one took care of them. Jiang Xiaobai remembered that in his previous life, there were news reports that laid-off workers were asked to set up stalls, but the laid-off workers went there instead, and all they had to do was chat and wear sweaters. Someone comes to buy things. Don't talk about the service attitude, it just ignores answers at all, and even quarrels with customers. This mentality cannot be changed overnight. Sister, I want a private room. Jiang Xiaobai walked to the bar and said, looking at the middle-aged woman who was sitting behind the bar and knitting a sweater. Seeing the look of the sweater, it should be finished before winter. If you order any private room, you can just eat in the lobby. The middle-aged woman looked up and looked at Jiang Xiaobai sideways and said. A wry smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Xiaobai's mouth, took out his student ID from his pocket, and said, Sister, I'm a student of the National Normal University. This is my uncle. I have made an appointment to invite the deputy director of the street to dinner. I want a quieter private room. You can help me. The middle-aged woman looked at Jiang Xiaobai's student ID. Her cold face showed a smile, and when Jiang Xiaobai talked about the deputy director of the street, she smiled even more. College student, you told my sister earlier, let's go. Sister will take you there. The middle-aged woman finally put down more than half of the sweater in her hand and walked out from behind the bar. As for whether Jiang Xiaobai is lying, it must be impossible. How could a college student be a liar? Come on, just this table. How about it? It's big enough and spacious enough. Sister will help you turn on the electric fan to keep it cool. Okay, thank you sister. Jiang Xiaobai looked well-behaved and shy. Wait until 5:45. Jiang Xiaobai ordered dishes and wine first, then took Song Weiguo and others out and waited at the door. At 5:50, a police car stopped in front of the hotel, and a middle-aged man in a white half-sleeved shirt and a young man got out of the car. No need to introduce. Everyone knows who is the leader. The middle-aged man walks unhappily. The young man holds a purse and is always half a step behind the middle-aged man. Xiaobai, this is the person I was looking for at the prison. His name is Wu Guofeng. He is a director, but I don't know what the director is. Song Weiguo tilted his head slightly and introduced Jiang Xiaobai in a low voice. Jiang Xiaobai nodded lightly, and looked at the man opposite. About 40 or 50 years old, a pair of black leather shoes bright and black. At first glance, he is no ordinary person. Some people say that what a man looks like depends on his shoes. For the middle-aged man in front of him, a pair of bright black leather shoes will definitely not be ordinary people. Ordinary people don't say whether they can wear leather shoes, but they can wear leather shoes. Also cannot be spotless, indicating the main activity area of the man in front of him. Above is a pair of black suit pants, and then a white shirt. Jiang Xiaobai can see that the shirt is not new, but it is still white. The 7-point head is the most popular in this era. The comb is meticulous, and the sideburns on the temples are slightly white, and you can't see it if you don't pay attention. With a pair of black framed eyes on his face, his expression is a bit deep and a touch of majesty. While Jiang Xiaobai was looking at Wu Guofeng, Wu Guofeng was also looking at Jiang Xiaobai. He met Song Weigo, and he knew he was the director of the joint venture factory below. On the side, Zhang Guomin and Li Xiliu stood slightly behind, and the expressions on their faces did not look like the main ones. Standing in the middle is a young student looking like a student. According to the position, this should be the most important person among them. And Song Weigo tilted his head just now. It should be to introduce his identity. Yes, as I said before, the young man who originally proposed the joint venture will come today. But this is too young. No, compared with myself, this is because the hair is not even growing. Thinking of this, Wu Guofeng sighed softly in his heart. It seemed that his thoughts were about to be put on hold. Of course, this was originally a bold idea, and it was reluctantly passed at the meeting. But if Jiang Xiaobai was so young, it is estimated that more people would oppose it. Just take it on a whim and think of other ways. End of this chapter. Chapter 325 Brand. Chapter 325 Brand Image. Director Wu, let me introduce to you, this is our director Jiang Xiaobai. Director, this is Director Wu. Song Weigo stepped forward and introduced the two. Hello, Director Wu. Hello, Director Jiang. The two shook hands politely, without much collision. But what made Jiang Xiaobai wonder was why Director Wu looked strange in his eyes, as if he was disappointed. Mate, what did I do? The first time you met you had such a disappointed look. Could it be that I didn't look up to your requirements? It's too much to dislike me for not looking good. Jiang Xiaobai muttered in his heart, but he did not reveal the slightest. After all, he helped himself this time. Jiang Xiaobai posture was very low, but he didn't think too much. There was not much intersection between the two. Director Wu, please inside. Jiang Xiaobai said, there is no reason for people to accompany him and wait for others. Jiang Xiaobai said, while Li Xiliu had already gone to push the door. Don't worry, I will accompany you to wait for a while. By the way, let me breathe out. The temperature is right at this time. Wu Guofeng smiled and said. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the busy road in front of the door, and did not persuade him anymore, nodded. This is the time to get off work. Groups of workers wearing the labor system have been on the road, some riding bicycles, some walking. The jingle of bicycles rang, and people who have been busy all day are enjoying this moment of leisure. Soon, a middle-aged man riding a bicycle stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Director Liu, you are here. Song Weigo greeted him, and then introduced Jiang Xiaobai. You are so young, so young. Director Liu looked at Jiang Xiaobai for a moment, and then said casually. But after seeing Wu Guofeng, Director Liu became cautious in an instant. He wanted to break his head and couldn't understand why Wu Guofeng was here. I remember that Wu Guofeng and his superiors were talking and laughing. How could he appear here in person for such a small matter, and still wait for himself at the door? Director Liu, Director Wu, I order an appetizer first, so you two will have the main dish. Jiang Xiaobai said and passed the menu to Director Liu. In an instant, Director Liu sweated on his head, and he still didn't understand the rules of officialdom. There are leaders present. What do you mean to me? Director Liu directly turned around and handed the menu to the young man next to Wu Guofeng. With such a big leader, it is not appropriate for someone to order food in person. The young man ordered two more at random, and then Director Liu also ordered two. As long as Jiang Xiaobai pours wine for everyone, the dishes he ordered before began to be served one after another. Isn't it a mistake? Director Liu asked with some confusion, looking at the table full of dishes. Didn't Jiang Xiaobai just order two appetizers? Why do you get on so much? Yes, the two leaders have been busy for a day, so I can't let them go hungry. So I ordered some first, and I don't know if they fit the appetites of the two leaders. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. In an instant, Director Liu looked at Jiang Xiaobai a little differently. It's a pity, if this young man is in the unit, the future is absolutely boundless. Speak and do things so beautiful. Wu Guofeng also took a look at Jiang Xiaobai. This young man was not like a young man at all, and his speech was very smooth. Director Wu is the leader, and I'm the one who handles affairs. Director Liu said quickly. Two leaders, I toast you a glass. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said without taking a stab at it. Okay. Wu Guofeng drank a drink in one sip. Although Director Liu was a little too drunk, Director Wu did it. Of course, he was also blinded by a mouthful. 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. Only then did Jiang Xiaobai talk about the house. Director Liu, look at the house we want to rent. Jiang Xiaobai asked tentatively. The house can be rented, and the idle is idle. Besides, the state encourages individual industrial and commercial households. Of course, our streets must implement the above policies. There is definitely no problem. Director Liu agreed in one fell swoop, and there was no rent increase at all. Needless to say that Director Wu is here. Director Wu is not here. If someone says hello, they will definitely rent it out. As for the rent, no one cares about this. The house is empty anyway. The rent, Director Liu, how much do you think is appropriate? Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. This matter is considered complete. You can just pay the rent. For such a big house, you can also be idle when you are idle. There is really no one else to use except you, Director Liu said with a smile. Wu Guofeng on the side suddenly spoke. How big is the house? Although this was his greeting, he knew that Jiang Xiaobai and the others were going to rent a house. He really didn't know the specific circumstances. 3 floors, more than 1,000 square meters. It turned out to be an old department store. Director Liu quickly replied, That's so big. Are you just for buying clothes? Wu Guofeng asked suspiciously. In fact, it was not only Wu Guofeng who was puzzled, but also Director Liu. But when someone greeted him, he was just buying clothes. Yes, to buy clothes. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Seeing Wu Guofeng still wondering, Jiang Xiaobai opened his mouth to explain. Although we are also used to buy clothes, we are different from other clothes shopping. I want to use this place to build the flagship store of our garment factory. Flagship store. Wu Guofeng was unconscious. It is the display point of our factory's brand image, which can also be said to be a model room. It is to let customers know our clothes more fully. Jiang Xiaobai explained in detail. Brand, image, model room. Wu Guofeng muttered. He understands the terms brand and image, but he really doesn't understand what the model room is. Aren't brands accumulating praise and popularity over time? It took a long time to become famous, and everyone knew it. Would you be able to accumulate popularity and word of mouth with an entire clothing store of this size? Wu Guofeng is a little confused. Comrade Xiaobai, can you tell me more specifically how to display the brand and image through the flagship store? So what is the boardroom? Wu Guofeng asked again, and the flagship store had a few words for a while. There are detours. He is interested. He wants to know what novel ideas this young man has. Director Liu beside has been silent. He can't understand. He doesn't like to talk about these things either. If he was the only one present, he would have changed the subject long ago. But now that a leader such as Wu Guofeng is obviously interested, he dare not say much. End of this chapter. Chapter 326. Get it done. Chapter 326. Regarding Wu Guofeng's request, Jiang Xiaobai nodded unavoidably. This time, it was only with the help of the prison that it was able to do so smoothly. It's not impossible to talk about your idea of the flagship store. In the past, a store slowly accumulated popularity and fame through time accumulation, and finally became a brand. But now, there is not so much time for us to accumulate popularity, and through time and word of mouth to accumulate like the popularity. Through word of mouth, it also limits the visibility of a company, or the image unit of its brand image. Jiang Xiaobai said. Everyone nodded, and Wu Guofeng's eyes slowly lit up. It is true that Jiang Xiaobai was right. Through word of mouth, the accumulated fame was confined to a certain range and area. It is not that the product is not good, but because of geographical reasons, people know less about it. Needless to say, it will be placed in future generations. Even if there is a network, it will be spread through popularity and without any advertising. The popularity will not be too high. Listening to Jiang Xiaobai's words, even Director Liu was a little curious. This is indeed a problem. Is there a solution? Is it possible that Jiang Xiaobai's solution is the flagship store? But what exactly is this flagship store? To tell the truth, even Song Weigo couldn't figure out Jiang Xiaobai's thoughts, let alone Lixi Liu. As for Zhou Omin, it was just a paste and no consciousness at all. Jiang Xiaobai paused and continued. The flagship store can display the most beautiful garments of our garment factory in the window, so that customers have an intuitive understanding. And the flagship store allows customers to start from the nearest store through a series of services. It will be able to shine and have a different understanding of the clothing store. This is the display of a brand. When the brand is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Jiang Xiaobai spoke slowly, expounding his thoughts in detail. Aside Lixi Liu and Zhou Omin, Director Liu nodded without understanding. But Song Weigo and Wu Guofeng were still full of doubts. Although I probably understood Jiang Xiaobai's ideas, I was still at a loss as to how to implement it. Is even more curious. Then how is this flagship store designed to be able to display the brand? Wu Guofeng asked. I can tell you exactly how to design it. It's better to wait for the decoration of the shop, and I invite you to visit it again. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Okay. Wu Guofeng didn't ask any more questions. It's better to be famous than to meet, and to meet is worse than famous. The thoughts that had been extinguished at the entrance of the hotel just now became alive again. However, Wu Guofeng didn't say anything. First, it is proposed now. It is estimated that Jiang Xiaobai has no time. Second, he also wants to see Jiang Xiaobai abilities again. After all, my own idea is also very risky. It can be said that if it is realized, it will really create a precedent in history. After talking about the flagship store, everyone moved to the current politics of current affairs. While drinking wine, while discussing current affairs and politics, it still feels quite sensible. But overall, Director Liu said the most and talked loudly. Although Jiang Xiaobai disagrees with his own views on current events, many of Director Liu's news still made Jiang Xiaobai very interested. After all, he is just a student, and the news he gets basically comes from the newspaper. And Director Liu, as a deputy director of the street in the political center of Beijing, has a lot of ways to get news. It's just a lot of things. Director Liu is also hearsay, but even hearsay, there is also a lot of news that Jiang Xiaobai knows is true. As someone said, rumors and truth are twins. Before the state implements any policies, sometimes there will be some rumors to see how the people react. Wu Guofeng didn't speak much, secretly observing the people at the dinner table. Lixi Liu and Zhou Omin deserve to be attendants. Especially Lixi Liu. He couldn't even say a word when everyone talked about current affairs and politics. Zhou Omin can say a few words, but just follow everyone's words and don't have any opinions of his own. As a grassroots deputy director of the street, Director Liu is worthy of his position. He doesn't understand major national affairs at all. Except for some internal news, the others are just a little bit blind. And Song Weigo is different. He still has a lot of views on current affairs and politics, and some of his views coincide with him and are very insightful. It's just that it may be limited by the problem of insight, and I am still immature on some issues, but it is enough to refresh my understanding of him. In the end, it was Jiang Xiaobai. Apart from anything else, his face was always smiling, and some insights popped out from time to time, making himself stunned. It's even amazing. Wu Guofeng is even more excited. Jiang Xiaobai can have such an opinion. This time he may really find the right person. As for the practical ability, it goes without saying that if he is able to set up a factory at this time, if he is peculiar, he is personally incapable. It is simply slander. Several times, Wu Guofeng couldn't help it. He wanted to talk to Jiang Xiaobai alone and talk about his thoughts with Jiang Xiaobai. Fortunately, I resisted it in the end. The time was not ripe. A meal is relatively enjoyed by the host and their guest. After eating and leaving the restaurant, Wu Guofeng looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said before getting into the car, "That's right, I might need your help after some time." Director Wu, "Just say, as long as I can do it, it's absolutely incumbent," Jiang Xiaobai said. Wu Guofeng smiled. The sleek accident mentioned in this sentence can be done if it can be done, and what cannot be done is another matter. You can definitely do it, Wu Guofeng said with a smile, then waved his hand and walked towards the car, opened the door to get on the car, stopped again, looked back at Jiang Xiaobai and said, "By the way, when the flagship store opens, don't forget to call me, I will cheer you up." "Definitely inform you, Director Wu," Jiang Xiaobai said loudly. After Wu Guofeng got into the car disappeared into the sight of everyone. Director Liu just breathed a sigh of relief. This is eating with Wu Guofeng, and it is almost the same as eating with the leader. The pressure is great. "Are you relatives with Director Wu?" Director Liu asked. "No, just no," Jiang Xiaobai said ambiguously. "Of course, Director Liu doesn't believe that it's just acquaintance." "Can you come forward if you only know Director Wu?" Maybe Jiang Xiaobai didn't want to say anything. However, Director Liu didn't care, and made an appointment with Jiang Xiaobai and others to sign a contract on the street tomorrow morning, and then rode away on a bicycle. End of this chapter. Chapter 327 Jiang Wei. Chapter 327 Jiang Wei. As soon as Director Liu left, Song Weigo waved his fist excitedly and said, "It's done." "It's done," Jiang Xiaobai also said with a smile, but the two words that hadn't fallen when Wu Guofeng was leaving left him with doubts. "What does Director Wu do?" Jiang Xiaobai asked again. "Don't say anything else. Those who can take a car at this time are not ordinary people. I won't talk about it at the grassroots level. Anyway, in the capital, departmental level carders are definitely not qualified to ride in cars. I don't know, it should be quite high." "What's the matter with the factory?" Song Weigo said. "It's okay." Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand and said, "No matter what Wu Guofeng wants to do with him, if he is embarrassed by that time, just refuse it." Several people went back to the guest house in the dark. Liu Jian was also very happy when he heard that the house was settled. "By the way, the director, I will invite my classmates for dinner tomorrow," Liu Jian said. After Jiang Xiaobai and the others left, he was not idle. He made several phone calls and finally contacted the classmates. "Okay, go. Reimbursement for the money for the meal. Please give your classmates a good meal. Whether you can make it or not, you can't lose our meeting in Jianhua village." Jiang Xiaobai said heartily, "No need, my current salary is 300 yuan a month, the money for a meal." Liu Jian shook his head and said, "Needless to say, there are dividends. His salary alone makes his wallet full. If you have money in your pocket, you will be hard-hearted when you talk." "I said it when I was meeting with my classmates. Tomorrow, I will pick any place at noon and have a good meal. 300 yuan at this time, even if it is said in the capital, there is nothing wrong with it." Two different things, doing things in the factory, paying for yourself. Jiang Xiaobai doesn't have this rule. "Thank you, the director," Liu Jian said cheerfully. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaobai reported back to school. He went to Professor Zhang's first to clear up his vacation, and then went to the classroom to attend class. At noon, Jiang Xiaobai went to see Li Xian. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai return, Li Xian was also overjoyed. "Is the matter in the village finished?" Li Xian asked. "Well, it's done." In view of Li Xian's views on doing business, Jiang Xiaobai didn't want to talk to Li Xian about the village. "Yes. Is your father back?" "How is it?" Jiang Xiaobai asked again. "When I came back, I just felt that he was a little uncomfortable for a while, but it wouldn't be expected after a while," Li Xian said of his father, with a smile on his face. "Okay, should I visit my uncles and aunts on the weekend?" Jiang Xiaobai asked. Before returning to the village, he invited him. He refused because of something. Now that he is back, he should take the initiative. "Okay, I'll go back and tell my parents. Lee Se-an was even more happy when he saw Jiang Xiaobai initiative. There are always endless words between lovers. They eat while listening to Lee Se-an talking about some short things in the parents. Does your dad return to work? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Not yet, but it should be coming soon. After he came back, many people have come to the house. Lee Se-an said. By the way, what level is uncle originally? Jiang Xiaobai asked. What are you doing? I just asked. If the old man in the future is of a high level, I will hug his thighs well. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. You shameless. Lee Se-an said silently. Although this is an obvious thing, if Lao Zhangren is of a high level, he will definitely be able to shine. This is true, but there is really no such thing as Jiang Xiaobai. Why are you shameless? Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. Who is your future father-in-law? Lee Se-an looked shy. Anyway, the original level is quite high. Lee Se-an said. In this place in Beijing, Lee Se-an can say that the level is quite high, but that might be really high. After eating, Jiang Xiaobai went back to the dormitory to report. When Jiang Xiaobai came in, everyone in the dormitory immediately surrounded him. Sixth, how is your family? Old 6. Everyone looked at Jiang Xiaobai with concerned eyes. It's okay at home. Jiang Xiaobai was also moved. In fact, life in the dormitory is quite good. It is worthwhile to have such a group of buddies who care about themselves for 4 years in college. After everyone had a cold and warm meal, they immediately became concerned about Jiang Xiaobai's study. The touch that Jiang Xiaobai had just raised suddenly disappeared again. Maid, it would be great if I could move out of the dormitory and live in it. In the afternoon, just after Jiang Xiaobai finished class, Hu Yuan ran over. Minister, you are back. Great. The work of the student union has finally been chaired. Hu Yuan first showed an ecstatic smile on his face, flattered, and then said again. Minister, there is a man named Liu Jian, who is looking for you in the student union, and there is a man next to him. Didn't you say what his name is? Liu Jian, what's the matter? Are you so anxious? Jiang Xiaobai muttered, and followed Hu Yuan to the student union. Minister, Jiang Xiaobai opened the door and walked into the office of the student union. There was a greeting of greetings in the office. Jiang Xiaobai nodded with a smile, and then looked at Liu Jian. Liu Jian heard the movement, and when he stood up and was about to speak, he was interrupted by Jiang Xiaobai. Come to my office and say. Jiang Xiaobai said, and glanced at the man next to Liu Fitness. He didn't know him. Hu Yuan is still going to come. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai, Liu Jian and others arrived at the office, Hu Yuan came in with a thermos. After making a cup of tea for each of the 3, he returned. Liu Jian was a little stunned. Did this factory manager come to school? How does it feel like being a factory manager in a factory? This is our director Jiang Xiaobai. Director, this is my classmate, Zhang Wei. Liu Jian introduced them to the 2. Hello there. Hello. After saying hello, the 3 of them took their seats one after another. Jiang Xiaobai was still a little confused, not understanding that Liu Jian was not going to persuade his classmates, whether it is successful or unsuccessful. Why do you bring it to yourself? Is it because you think you can fool? Let yourself fool you? Why ye, sit down for a while, I'll talk to the factory manager. Liu Jian said. Okay, no problem. Zhang Wei smiled and nodded. Looking at the status of Jiang Xiaobai as a student in the school, he knew that he did not make a mistake this time. Wait a minute. Jiang Xiaobai smiled apologetically at Zhang Wei, and was then pulled out of the office by Liu Jian. Jiang Xiaobai is also at a loss, don't understand what is going on. What's your situation? Jiang Xiaobai looked at Liu Jian and asked. This is the factory manager. Liu Jian slowly introduced Jiang Xiaobai. End of this chapter. Chapter 328 is equipment value 5%. Chapter 328 is equipment value 5%. After Liu Jian's introduction, Jiang Xiaobai understood what was going on. It turned out that after listening to Liu Jian's introduction of the feed factory, Zhang Wei did not immediately refuse to invite him to be the deputy director of the newly established feed factory. Instead, I asked Liu Jian a lot about the ins and outs of the feed factory. Of course, Liu Jian did not hide it. Liu Jian also introduced the general situation of the educated youth cannery and Jiangxia garment factory. Then Jiang Wei said that it is not impossible to go to the Jianhua village feed factory, but he proposed to have 20% of the shares, and it can also help solve the problem of production equipment. Of course Liu Jian can't be the Lord, so he can only bring Jiang Wei to find Jiangxia. 20% of the shares can help solve the problem of production equipment. Jiangxia mumbled, "This is scratching his own itching. Let's go in and see what he said." Jiangxia smiled and shook his head. Looking at Jiangxia and Liu Jian walking in, Jiang Wei knew that Liu Jian should have already told Jiangxia about his conditions. In fact, to be honest, when Liu Jian told him that he wanted to invite himself to be the deputy director of a newly built feed factory, he really stopped him. Liu Jian is a good-looking baby who is studying. Except for sometimes stranger who likes to study aliens. In the eyes of classmates and teachers, he should be a role model for everyone to learn. But it is such a person who actually invited himself to step out of the system and come out of the central position to go to a private township and village enterprise to be the deputy director of a factory that has not yet been built. At the first time, he was shocked at how Liu Jian could do such a thing. Secondly, where Liu Jian got the money. He could even have the money to set up a factory. Although he despised township and village enterprises, they also need a lot of money to build a feed factory. Playing companies in this era, few people can play, they all need real money. After listening to Liu Jian in detail about the feed factory, he was tempted. The new feed can increase the fat by 50% compared with the original feed every month. In this era when the domestic feed market is blank, it is almost equivalent to waiting for oneself to pick up money. And now that individual industrial and commercial households have liberalized their registration, the state has also liberalized the supply of meat. Many farmers in the countryside already raise pigs sneakily, and a lot of pig farms have been established. As an upstream enterprise in the entire chain, it can be foreseen that the feed market will be very prosperous in the future. So Jiang Wei's heart is moved. He is not a person who likes to sit in the office. When he meets such an opportunity, he will definitely not hesitate. But regardless of whether his heart is moved or not, Jiang Wei still wants to buy himself a good price. Director Jiang, Liu Jian should have said all of my conditions. How about it? Jiang Wei said with a smile. He feels that he is still worth 20% of the shares. A dignified college student, he is working in a central ministries and commissions. He goes to a township enterprise, and he is still an unbuilt factory manager. He can still solve the most urgent problem of the factory's current production equipment. He felt that Jiangxia had nothing to disagree with. Brother Jiang, it's delayed your work, so be it. I'll treat you to dinner later in the evening. Jiangxia smiled and said, although there is no explanation, but the meaning of rejection is obvious. Just agree, so Jiang Wei said and stopped, looking at Jiangxia in disbelief, and refused. Rejected so simply? Didn't you even mention the bargaining matter? Even Liu Jian couldn't react to it for a while. In his opinion, it can still be discussed. After all, apart from other things, Jiang Wei can solve the urgently needed production equipment problems. Why? Jiang Wei's smile disappeared, and he asked with an ugly face. Brother Jiang, to be honest, I would also like to ask Brother Jiang to be the director of the feed factory in our village. But this feed factory is the hope of the villagers. The 20% of the shares are also the hard-earned money of the villagers. I will give with Brother Jiang, they earn less, so I can't promise, nor dare to promise. Jiangxia said with a wry smile. Jiang Wei's face finally looked better. It turned out that it was not because he was not worth the price, but because he took the villagers' money. So Jiangxia refused directly. Yes, Mr. Jiang, if I join the feed factory, the equipment issues can be solved immediately. After the factory is completed and produced, I can definitely lead the feed factory to open the market quickly. and it is not yet possible that the feed factory will have a place in the country. Can't you see these? Jiang Wei asked again. I can see that you have never been to Jianhua village. You don't know what is the future of the feed mill. I don't know what the future of the feed mill will be. I want the villagers to have money as soon as possible and renovate the house. Keep out the rain and the wind in winter. The road out of the village can be repaired. Jiang Xiaobai said affectionately. There is quite a kind of, and Guinshaw tens of thousands, sheltering the world's poor people are all happy. This. Jiang Wei didn't know what to say. Jiang Xiaobai does not talk about interests. He talks about feelings. Liu Jian on the side of is a bit aftertaste at this time. This familiar scene seems to be when he fooled himself. However, Liu Jian didn't say a word, and there was a sad look on his face. He was still able to figure out where he should stand. Well, Brother Jiang, please help our feed factory and contact the production equipment. Don't worry, I will never treat you badly. There are more than 700 people in Jianhua village, and I will definitely thank you. Jiang Xiaobai said while the iron was hot. That won't work. My set of equipment is still useful. Jiang Wei also refused without thinking about it. Brother Jiang, it's useless to keep this set of equipment in your hand. If I guess it's correct, you don't even have the money to buy this set of equipment, let alone want to build a factory. It's just to build a factory. Those old feed formulas, how do you compete with those state-owned feed mills, let alone our emerging feed mills? Jiang Wei couldn't say a word by Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai winked at Liu Jian. Liu Jian was about to speak, and Jiang Wei reacted. This Jiang Xiaobai does not want to give 20% of the shares, but also wants the equipment in his hands. Mr. Jiang, I'll just ask you one sentence. How many shares can you give to me as the deputy director of the feed factory? Jiang Wei stared at Jiang Xiaobai and asked. 5%. Jiang Xiaobai thought about it and wanted to give a number. This Yi is quite shrewd. Not easy to fool. What? Me and the equipment are worth 5% of the shares? Jiang Wei almost yelled. It's not. Jiang Xiaobai said. Jiang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. It is 5% of the equipment value. End of this chapter. Chapter 329 Fudge. Another chapter 329 Another fudge. Jiang Wei's hand holding the teacup kept shaking, and there were bursts of crisp sound from the collision between the white porcelain jar and the lid of the teacup. Liu Jian watched Jiang Wei nervously, and immediately stopped Jiang Wei as soon as he started. But Liu Jian must have been thinking too much. Jiang Wei was already mad at this time. He and Jiang Xiaobai, the production equipment, offered a total of 5% of the shares, and the production equipment was worth 5% of the shares. I also disliked the 5% of the shares, but in Jiang Xiaobai's opinion, it was 5% of the production equipment, and his own shares in Jiang Xiaobai were not worth it. No, it's 5% of the production equipment. This sentence kept echoing in Jiang Wei's mind. That is, Jiang Wei is young. Otherwise it will be caused by Jiang Xiaobai and cerebral hemorrhage. Looking at Jiang Wei's undulating chest and trembling hands, Jiang Xiaobai also regretted speaking so straightforwardly. This guy looks quite young. Why can't it withstand the blow so much? It shouldn't. Don't touch porcelain. Jiang Xiaobai, you said, you tell me why I am worthless. You made it clear to me today, and convinced me. Don't give you a penny for my equipment, and don't even think about it if you don't know the equipment. Jiang Wei finally came over. His eyes were full of anger, and he looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked coldly, okay, let me be honest. At this time, the feed market is completely blank. In addition, our feed is much better than ordinary feed. As long as everyone understands the feed of our feed factory, there is no need to go out to buy feed. It is estimated that there will be a long line in front of the feed factory. The domestic market must be left to our feed factory. What do I want you to do? Jiang Xiaobai said. Although Jiang Wei was still very angry, he still had to say that what Jiang Xiaobai said was the truth. This is the current domestic situation, so it is called the Golden Age. Jiang Xiaobai continued. Moreover, You just graduated from school and have no social experience at all, and you can't even negotiate. Just now I entered the house, and you couldn't wait to ask me whether I would agree or not. All of a sudden, your urgent needs were brought to people you can see at a glance. Jiang Wei was stunned. A wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It turned out that he had exposed flaws from the beginning. No wonder Jiang Xiaobai didn't put himself in his eyes. Recall that I was indeed too eager. From the moment I heard the news, I was too eager and took the initiative to follow Liu Jian to the normal university, instead of letting Liu Jian pass a message in the middle. After coming, of course, more importantly, you graduated from an agricultural university, and your studies are not good enough. Liu Jian knows well about pig raising and can also research new feeds. What about you? What can you do? Can't help. The technology isn't good, and sales don't need it, so you only have production equipment. So, you are actually a person with great ambitions and talents, with a higher heart than the sky, and only talking on paper. After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, Jiang Wei was stunned on the spot, the anger on his face long gone. The bitterness at the corner of the mouth slowly enlarged, quite a bit after being drunk by someone. Recalling what I didn't study well when I was in college, and it was not doing my job properly. Although I did a good job after graduation, I didn't go to work well either. Thinking about doing business all day, but not daring to try, unwilling to accumulate little by little, but always thinking about going up to the sky step by step. Tidy initiated, and suddenly realized, it was nothing more than Jiang Wei. I will contact you about the equipment. Jiang Wei stood up and walked 2 steps staggeringly, only to barely return to normal. He was really unclear. But you also have something I admire in particular, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly said. Jiang Wei stopped. Although he didn't look back, his breathing became short. That is your courage and courage. Being in a ministry, you can dare to leave everything behind and go to township and village enterprises to fight. To be honest, I appreciate it. I think you should bend down at this time, look and learn, for I will accumulate my own foundation in the future, and wait until one day when the wind and clouds converge. Qianglong Abyss. Jiang Wei's breathing became even more rapid. Mr. Jiang, I want to go to the feed factory. I don't want shares. Jiang Wei turned his head and looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said firmly, okay, knowing your mistakes can improve Modian, go, temper yourself, and wait until the time is right. I will help you and look after you. Jiang Xiaobai patted Jiang Wei on the shoulder. His face was relieved, as if he saw a lost knowledge. The lamb back. I will contact the production equipment and try to sign the contract as soon as possible. Jiang Wei nodded, turned around and went out. Leaves the smiling Jiang Xiaobai and a dumbfounded Liu Jian. Is so awesome. This is another successful fool. Director, you. Liu Jian took a step back and looked at Jiang Xiaobai a little scared. Is this too capable of fooling you? Just now, even I thought that was the case. I think about it from another perspective. If I was Jiang Wei just now, maybe he was even more fool than Jiang Wei. What I am all for Jianhua village. Besides, didn't you think that way at the beginning? Pull him to Jianhua village. Jiang Xiaobai cast a glance at Liu Jian and said, you follow Jiang Wei, hurry up and implement the equipment, and then go back to Jianhua village to build a factory. Okay. Liu Jian didn't have any thoughts to resist, so he just retired. Just as Liu Jian quit, Jiang Xiaobai hummed a small song and headed to the guest house. Can't beat me, can't catch up with me, ha ha ha, I am so strong. Fight with me, I can't kill you by fooling me, so proud and arrogant. If you don't subdue you, can you use it for me? After that, the feed factory will listen to me or you. Director, what song are you singing? As soon as I returned to the door of the guest house, I ran into Song Weigo. Song Weiguo's smile was obviously happy. Is the contract signed? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Well, the signing is over. It went smoothly. Song Weigo smiled. Okay, I'm almost done with the equipment of the feed factory here, and there is a senior student who wants to be the deputy director of the feed factory. Director, you fooled people again. Will you speak? When will I fool others? Hurry up and prepare to celebrate the evening. Starting from tomorrow, you will be preparing for the decoration. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. He is not angry. Being able to fool people over is also a skill. Throughout history, which big man did not start his career by flicking? It just succeeded. It was called the domineering spirit to subdue the little brother, and the unsuccessful one was fooling. End of this chapter. Chapter 330 Design Diagram. Chapter 330 Design Drawing. Jiang Xiaobai guessed right. The so-called production equipment in Jiang Wei's hands is the production equipment of a state-owned enterprise factory manager. However, Jiang Wei did have the ability, and soon he got the enterprise, and sold it to the feed factory at a price of 20,000 yuan. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Xiaobai did not intervene in the feed factory anymore. Since Jiang Wei had signed the ticket, he had to play his role. Jiang Xiaobai's thoughts are all used in the decoration of the new store. Designed a simple design drawing, and after the construction team came over, Jiang Xiaobai was ready to move the bedding to live in the store. Where to find the construction team? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Individual. I heard that some people formed it by themselves. It's hard to find a regular construction company in Beijing. Let them try first. If it doesn't work, then think about the secretary's method. Song Weigo said with some embarrassment that at this time, the formal construction companies were all state-owned enterprises. Decorate a facade house. They won't accept it without a letter of introduction from the unit. Across from Jiang Xiaobai stood 7 or 8 middle-aged men in different dresses, one of whom looked like a leader stood up and said, Leader, let us try. Those of us are good at building houses in the village. If we don't do it well, we won't charge a penny. What's your name? Jiang Xiaobai asked. He was a little curious. If migrant workers appeared on the streets of Beijing 2 years later, he would not be curious at all. But just at the end of 1979, there were migrant workers, and he was still very interested. However, the first batch of migrant workers who came out to build houses really made a fortune. My name is Chen Zhengyu. Chen Zhengyu said, feeling a little nervous. It is not easy for them to come out to work, and few people can use them. At this time, if everyone has a small job in the house, putting putty on it, or even renovating the house, many of them are just greeting relatives and friends. And for large-scale factory construction and other tasks, it goes without saying that they will not be found at all. Even if they are found, they will not be able to do well. It is the decoration work of Jiang Xiaobai, which is just right, but they also said a lot of good things to Song Weigo, and Song Weigo agreed to take them over to try, but he didn't expect that the leader looked very young. I don't know if this young man agrees. Let them come to work. Brother Chen, I can let you try, but you must do your best. If the work is done well, I won't lose a cent of your money. Jiang Xiaobai said. In fact, he doesn't care whether he is a formal company or not. Anyway, the decoration this time must be done according to his own ideas. On the contrary, the uncles of the formal construction company are not easy to serve. If they have more ideas, they might be unhappy. Leader, don't worry, we will definitely work hard. Chen Zhengyu quickly patted his chest and promised. There was also a smile on the other people's faces. Jiang Xiaobai led people to the shop, then took out the pre-designed decoration, and the drawings began to explain to everyone. First of all, there is the issue of tiles. All underground floors must be covered with tiles, as well as the roof. All tiles must be covered, as well as this wall. Stairs. Jiang Xiaobai said, turning around to look at Song Weigo. Old Song, you are responsible for the ceramic tiles. Try to choose some bright tiles. Okay, Song Weigo nodded. All the walls at the doorway are smashed open, and large transparent glass is installed to make a window with a model inside. Lao Song, I am responsible for the model. Song Weigo said very consciously. Set aside a rest on this side, and there must be a sofa and coffee table for guests to rest. This area should be reserved for fitting rooms, which is about 5 fitting rooms. This column, made into a square, is designed as a mirror on all sides. Jiang Xiaobai led the crowd, wandering around the store, and at the same time explained to Chen Zhengyu about the decoration. Chen Zhengyu, while checking Jiangxia by decoration drawings, while writing and remembering on the notebook in his hand. The first and second floors are the shopping malls, and the third floor is the office area. There are 5 rooms in this row. They should probably be renovated. They can be decorated according to the normal office, but the walls are all painted white. Jiangxia Bai instructed that at this time, the walls in many office buildings were still creamy yellow or even painted with green paint. In one sentence, it is described as how ugly the old cucumber is with green paint. Getting used to the simple style of later generations, Jiangxia Bai really couldn't adapt. You guys start to do it first, I will come over at noon or evening every day. Jiangxia Bai explained that in this era, it was difficult to decorate the style of later generations, not to mention directly giving them a design drawing for them to arrange. I still need to stare at it from time to time. Come and take a look. After the explanation, Jiangxia Bai was ready to leave. Tonight, I was going to have dinner at Li Xian's house. This is the first time I went to my girlfriend's house. Can you be late? 50 cents. Straightened out and returned to the dormitory to change into clean and formal clothes. As soon as Jiangxia Bai was about to go to the store to buy things, he saw that Li Xian was already waiting downstairs in the dormitory. Really energetic, much better than you wear those fancy clothes. Li Xian turned around Jiangxia Bai and said with a smile. She was talking about Jiangxia Bai's sportswear and jeans. Jiangxia Bai actually doesn't wear sportswear and jeans in school, because as soon as he wears it, many people will talk about him behind his back. Something is too public, that is, Jiangxia Bai is the head of the student union, and he doesn't care about everyone's gaze. When you want to wear it, you still wear it. How can you still bite me? Jiangxia Bai curled his lips, not knowing aesthetics. Let's go, buy something, and then go to your house. Jiangxia Bai said. No need to buy anything. My mother specifically explained it. Li Xian shook his head and said, how can it work? How can a new son-in-law come here for the first time, empty-handed? Jiangxia Bai said. Li Xian's face turned red all of a sudden, and he lightly hit Jiangxia Bai on the arm. Hate, what are you talking about? What kind of messy new son-in-law? My mother just thank you. Li Xian lowered his head and said, just thank me? Doesn't your mother agree with us? Jiangxia Bai's voice trembled a bit, and his face turned pale. No, my mother agrees, Li Xian explained in a hurry, only to see Jiangxia Bai smile secretly from his mouth, and he reacted immediately, strongly beat Jiangxia Bai's chest with the girl's cute fists. End of this chapter. Chapter 331 I'm not nervous. Chapter 331 I am not nervous. Canned food and snacks are one of the must-have gifts for relatives in this era. Of course, it is not necessarily canned fruit, pork, or beef. Then he took 2 more cigarettes and 2 bottles of white wine. Jiangxia Bai wanted to buy some tea and sugar, but Li Xian resolutely stopped it. Why don't you buy this? You don't have a lot of money. Jiangxia Bai said with an unhappy expression. What to buy? Tobacco, alcohol, tea and sugar. Is this really the first time you go to Lao Zhangren's house? Don't think I don't know your thoughts. Li Xian directly exposed Jiangxia Bai's thoughts. Know what's wrong? Isn't it the first time I went to Lao Zhangren's house? What's wrong with taking tobacco, alcohol, tea and sugar? There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Jiangxia Bai being dismantled by Li Xian. Let's go. Li Xian didn't talk to Jiangxia Bai either. But Jiangxia Bai could not be said. The two took the bus to the vicinity of Li Xian's house and walked towards Li Xian's house. Suddenly, Jiangxia Bai found that his legs were shaking a little. How far is it? Jiangxia Bai asked. It was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he went to his girlfriend's house to meet his parents. It's not far. The alley ahead. Li Xian's voice was also a little unnatural. It was the first time for Jiangxia Bai. And she was also the first time. Let the things down for a while, I'm a little tired and can't walk. Jiangxia Bai said, and walked towards the corner of the wall, putting things on the rocks. Okay, take a break. then take a break. Lee Seon didn't think much. After taking a break, Lee Seon was about to propose to go home, so he listened to Jiang Xiaobai words. Buy you a bicycle another day, it will be easier for you to come back. No need, it's convenient for me to take the bus back and forth. Besides, I will come back once a week. Lee Seon said. That's not okay. What's convenient? It's not convenient at all. There are too many people on the bus, and you have to spend time waiting for the bus. If you have a bicycle, it will be different. You can come back anytime. When do you want to go home? Just go home. Jiang Xiaobai babbled and said, just not standing up and walking, even if Lee Seon had already stood up and made a posture to go. Lee Seon was still preparing to say something, but she understood what Jiang Xiaobai looked like. Jiang Xiaobai, are you nervous? I'm nervous. Why am I tight? Jiang Xiaobai said loudly. Then you are not nervous, but go away. Lee Seon said with a smile. Watching Jiang Xiaobai like this, she suddenly relaxed. In my memory, I have known Jiang Xiaobai for so long. No matter what he is doing, Jiang Xiaobai always looks confident. It seems that nothing can make him nervous. Even when he was in the college entrance examination, he was talking and laughing. There is quite a demeanor of the Chan collapse in front of it. But today at his doorstep, Jiang Xiaobai was nervous. While Lee Seon found it fun, he was also moved. Where to go? I think I can rest again. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand. I won't get up. I have to rest. I won't tell you that my legs are soft and I can't stand up anymore. Okay, don't be nervous, let's go. My parents are very kind people, not serious. Lee Seon persuaded Jiang Xiaobai while following Jiang Xiaobai. The two moved towards Lee Seon's house at a turtle speed. But after all, when he arrived at the door of the house, Jiang Xiaobai took a deep breath. Just as he was about to enter the door, he heard Lee Seon shouting by his side. Parents, I'm back. Lee Seon yelled, and almost didn't scream out Jiang Xiaobai. There was under his feet. If it weren't for Lee Seon's eyesight and his hand, he would fall down. I came back to my daughter. A middle-aged woman's voice came, and she soon appeared in the yard with a majestic middle-aged man beside her. As soon as the two of them appeared, they fixed their eyes on Jiang Xiaobai, scrutinizing and measuring. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and clenched his teeth, because if he didn't clench his teeth might tremble. Don't ask, this should be the master today. Lee Seon's parents, father-in-law and mother-in-law for his own sake. Dad, Mom, let me introduce to you, this is Jiang Xiaobai. Little Bai, this is my dad, this is my mom. Lee Seon introduced Dad. Uncle and aunt. When Jiang Xiaobai was nervous, he almost called his dad. Fortunately, he reacted in time and changed his words to become an uncle and aunt through the trembling sound. Hello, classmate Jiang Xiaobai, hurry into the house, and the food is ready. Mr. Lee was really amiable. She saw Jiang Xiaobai nervousness and smiled. Pulled Jiang Xiaobai a hand, and then said with a smile. It's just that Lee's father nodded blankly. Didn't say much, seemed a little dissatisfied. Jiang Xiaobai, who has been observing his words and expressions, trembled in his heart. Maid, this old man is a little dissatisfied with himself. He had already let you reform in the Northwest and would not let you come back. Introduce a new father-in-law to this amiable mother-in-law. Jiang Xiaobai muttered in his heart, but he relaxed a little. Just as soon as I entered the house, I saw a young man in his 20s wearing short sleeves looking at him with bad eyes. Before Jiang Xiaobai spoke, the motherly on the side spoke. Li Guang, what are you doing in the house? I don't know how to go out to pick up someone. It's not polite at all. Mom, Li Guang just wanted to speak, and Li's father on the side also spoke. Your mother is right, but you still don't understand the rules. When Li and his son spoke, Li Guang was fascinated immediately. It's okay, uncle and aunt. Jiang Xiaobai quickly said, this is his future brother-in-law. Uncles and aunts, this is something to bring to you two elders. Jiang Xiaobai raised a lot of things in his hand. You kid, Seon, didn't I tell you? Don't let Xiaobai buy things. Li's mother stared at Li Xian a little unhappy and said that from the beginning of the husband's activities, the money was taken from Jiang Xiaobai. Li's mother was very grateful to Jiang Xiaobai, not to mention that when I saw Jiang Xiaobai today, the child was honest, and she became more satisfied with it. I can't stop it, Li Xian said simply. It's okay, something. Jiang Xiaobai happily put the things on the side table. You child, you are not allowed to take anything when you come to eat at home in the future, otherwise the aunt won't let you come. Mr. Li said. Jiang Xiaobai grinned and nodded repeatedly. This is how mother-in-law sees her son-in-law. The more she looks, the more she likes it. He understood the meaning of Li's mother's words. Although the father-in-law thought he was not pleasing to his eyes, and the brother-in-law didn't know what was going on, the mother-in-law was kind to him. Sit down quickly and Xian will pour some water to drink. I will serve the food and start the meal right away, Mother Li said, turning around and heading to the kitchen. End of this chapter. Chapter 332. Again Chapter 332. Looking at Mother Li walking towards the kitchen, Jiang Xiaobai also hurriedly chased after him, and at the same time said, Auntie, I will help you. He doesn't want to stay with Li's mother and Li Guang, two people with low pressure. No need to. Used. Jiang Xiaobai walked into the kitchen with Li Mu involuntarily. Leaves Li Xian and Li's father, and Li Guang stares in the living room. Dad. Li Xian yelled, with a little bit of coquetry and a little bit of complaint. Father Li, of course, heard the meaning of his daughter's words, and a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Dad knows that the young man is very good. My dad's memory is still in his childhood. You stayed in dad's arms all day and acted like a baby. Suddenly there was a stinky boy who wanted to take you away. Father Li said. The stunned green Li Guang on the side was unhappy. Dad, how good is he? He doesn't look good yet. Shut up. Li Xian stared at Li Guang fiercely. Li Guang was in a daze. Dare not say more. Since childhood, this sister has not disciplined him a less. The three people were discussing in the living room, and they heard the laughter of Mother Li and Jiang Xiaobai from the kitchen. It was obvious that they had a very happy conversation. Auntie, you have a problem with back pain. I have a secret recipe. It is very useful. I can't say it when it is cured, but it will definitely relieve your pain. As Jiang Xiaobai voice fell, Jiang Xiaobai and Li's mother walked out of the kitchen carrying Bai. Okay, Auntie won't thank you. Mother Li's face was full of smiles. Then he turned his head and looked at the three people in the living room and said, What are you doing in a daze? Go to the kitchen to serve food, and expect our wife to serve you? I can't learn from Xiaobai, who is at home. What can I do? Be considerate of your parents. What about you, Li Guang? Idle all day long. The Li, the father and daughter, and the three others, never thought that Li's mother would fire a map gun today. Especially Li Guang was the first to be targeted. You girls, when did you become so familiar with this man who came here for the first time? Li Guang felt aggrieved, but he dared not say. Head down and head to the kitchen. Crush. The chicken stewed by Auntie in the pot is fine too. Remember to bring it out. Jiang Xiaobai unceremoniously ordered. Okay. Li Guang glared and crossed his eyebrows, but in the end he only said one good. Father Li was not idle, and quickly unfolded the folding table. Xiaobai, sit down and let them come. Mother Li said, pressing Jiang Xiaobai on the chair to keep Jiang Xiaobai away from work. Jiang Xiaobai feels that it will not take long before he can enjoy the treatment he has at home. Unexpectedly, Li Xian's family is also the same as his own. The male lead outside and the female lead. Li's mother's words at home are almost the same as his mother's right to speak at home. Jiang Xiaobai quickly figured out the situation of the Li family and knew whom to please. In fact, there is a slight deviation from what Jiang Xiaobai thought. Before Li's father had an accident, Li's father was the absolute head of the family. As long as the big and small things are spoken, no one in the family dares to object. But in the past few years when Li's father had an accident, Li's mother used her thin shoulders to support the family with difficulty. She was soft on the inside and strong on the outside. and her personality had long been different from the original. After Father Lee came back, he also sensitively discovered this change. He felt distressed and guilty. He also humbles his wife and does not fight for family rights with his wife. Auntie, I toast you a cup. I wish you good health and look good, Jiang Xiaobai said while holding a wine glass. How old is this child, Auntie? And still looks young. Mother Lee spoke, but the smile on her face bloomed like a flower. That woman is not the same as others praise her for being beautiful. No, Auntie, although the years have relentlessly carved traces of life's misery on your face, but still can't hide your appearance. I really don't know how beautiful you were when you were young, Jiang Xiaobai said seriously. Li Kuang on the side sneered and snorted, flattering. Immediately greeted Li's mother's winter-like gaze, and then looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said with a smile, yes, when I was young, it was also a flower in the factory. Your uncle took a lot of effort. Li's mother talked about the past. Jiang Xiaobai kept nodding in agreement. Auntie, before I saw you, I still wondered why Cyan was so beautiful, but when I saw you today, I knew that Cyan inherited your genes. I am sorry if you are not beautiful, Jiang Xiaobai said. Li Mu laughed loudly. Li Xiao also smiled. Only Father Li and Li Kuang on the side are full of black lines. Do you look down on us, father and son? What happened to my genes? Isn't there no credit for my daughter's beauty? This child's mouth is so sweet. Fast, quickly taste whether this meal fits. Li's mother praised Jiang Xiaobai at 2 pieces, and the chicken was immediately under everyone's attention, and his expression became extremely rich. Auntie, what's the matter? Mother Li asked suspiciously. This is so delicious, it's better than the food my dad cooks. Jiang Xiaobai said, if it tastes delicious, eat more. Mother Li said with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai threw away his cheeks and started eating. Eat slowly. By the way, your father is cooking at your house. Mother Li asked with some doubts, and by the way, he checked Jiang Xiaobai family situation. Well, my dad cooks. My dad thinks my mum is tired at work. He gets off work early every day to cook for us, so he wants my mum to take a break. My dad said that it's not easy for your mother to pull you guys. If I can help her, do something for her. I'm not afraid of your mother, but am kind to your mother, Jiang Xiaobai said without raising his head. Father Li on the side couldn't listen anymore. After giving Jiang Xiaobai a few fruitless glances, he silently lowered his head, his face darkened. The air pressure on the entire dining table suddenly dropped. Mother Li's eyes stared straight at Father Li, but Father Li didn't dare to come out. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly raised his head and looked at everyone with a confused expression. It took a long time before he suddenly realized. Auntie, did I say something wrong? Jiang Xiaobai asked stupefiedly. No, you eat more. Mother Li gave Father Li a vicious look before saying, look at how the husband treats his wife, and then look at you. After I came back, I didn't say that I took the initiative to cook a meal and wash the dishes. People are afraid of comparison. If there is no comparison, everything is easy to say. Once there is a comparison, it will become more prominent. Oh, Jiang Xiaobai lowered his head again to deal with the food in front of him, letting you see that I was not pleasing to your eyes, making you coldly hum, then hum. Wait. There will be days in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 333. Great. Chapter 333. After eating, clearing the table and changing to tea, Jiang Xiaobai and the Li family sat down again. The reason why they belong to the Li family is because Li Kuang, the hapless child, was sent to wash the dishes by Li's mother. If it weren't for Jiang Xiaobai's presence, I guess Father Li would have to wash the dishes. Xiaobai, I have always wanted to invite you to have a meal at home. Thank you very much. From the very beginning, you were worried about your uncle's affairs and borrowed a lot of money from Cyan. Seriously, if it weren't for the money, to be honest, your uncle might still be suffering now. Mother Li looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said sincerely. At this moment, even Father Li thanked Jiang Xiaobai as much. Yes, thank you so much. I owe you my life. Li's father Li Kunying looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said, Uncle, it's serious. I too. Jiang Xiaobai hurriedly said, but Li Kuning interrupted him before he finished speaking. I'm serious. If I don't come back, I don't know if I can survive this winter. You don't know, in the Northwest, people die every day. It's okay in summer, especially in winter. If you catch a cold, you will die because you don't have any medicine. You can fight for a briquettes. Father Li said. Jiang Xiaobai was also stunned. He really didn't know that it was so bitter. And Li's mother and Li Xian on the side have moistened eye sockets. Li Kuning also noticed the feelings of Li Xian's mother and daughter, and said with a smile, "Okay, it's all over. I came back alive. This is the greatest luck, so I am serious when I say I owe you my life." "Uncle, you don't need to do this. I didn't do anything. Just do my best to help." "Child, you are within your power, but for our family, that's a benefactor." Mother Li looked at her husband, her eyes full of distress. "I thought that my husband had suffered so much there. After I came back, I should support myself, and I shouldn't be too self-willed to let my husband do the odd jobs at home." Inadvertently, Li Kuning cast a glance at Jiang Xiaobai. "Did you see it? Boy, you fight with me. You are still tender." Jiang Xiaobai fully understood Li Kuning's meaning, and it is cheating. Jiang is still old and spicy. "By the way, the money owed to you is not available to our family for the time being, but you can rest assured that your uncle will resume work soon. We will save the money and return it to you as soon as possible." Mother Li looked at Jiang Xiaobai in embarrassment and said. Jiang Xiaobai wanted to say, "No need to pay it back. It will be treated as gift money." But he didn't dare to make these jokes. "Auntie, don't worry. I don't need money to go to college. You can give it to me whenever I have a lot of money." In fact, Jiang Xiaobai doesn't care about the money, but the Li family can see from Li Xian's character. If they are not allowed to pay back the money, it is estimated that there will be no way to get along. Because it was the first time we met, and the time was too early, Jiang Xiaobai didn't wait much, and the two sides didn't talk in depth. Jiang Xiaobai got up and left. "I will come back with Xian on the next weekend, and Auntie will cook for you," Mother Li said. "Okay Auntie, I will come to see your elders from time to time in the future." Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said. Li Xian sent Jiang Xiaobai to the bus station and sent Jiang Xiaobai to the last bus before turning around to go home. At this time, at the Li family, Li Kuning was already discussing Jiang Xiaobai with Li's mother. "I think Jiang Xiaobai is a pretty good kid. He is thoughtful and honest. You can see how nervous he was when he first came home." Mr. Li is obviously not satisfied with Jiang Xiaobai. This is the so-called mother-in-law who looks at her son-in-law, and likes it as she looks at it. Be considerate and honest. Are these two words not contradictory? Li Kuning asked a little speechlessly. No contradiction. Why is it contradictory? Li Mu asked. Forget it. Don't talk about this. By the way, I haven't asked, where did Jiang Xiaobai get the money? Father Li asked. Listen to Xian. It seems that when this child and Xian jumped in and went to the countryside together, they made the yellow peaches from the village into cans, and I didn't know the specifics. When your girl comes back, you ask her. All right. Li's mother said. It is true or false to make yellow peaches into cans to buy money? It is an industry. What are you kidding about? How can an educated youth have such great skills? Li Kuning shook his head. He didn't believe it at all. Soon, Li Xian returned after sending Jiang Xiaobai, and Li Kuning asked Jiang Xiaobai again. Li Xian did not hide from his father, and honestly told what Jiang Xiaobai had done. Li Kuning aside, the more he listened, the more surprised he was, and the more he listened, the more shocked. But 100 yuan, with 100 yuan, he made a kind of educated youth and made money. Listening to Li Xian, Jiang Xiaobai led everyone to carry canned food in the rainy night, led everyone to stay up late under the lamp to study, and gave money one by one before leaving. What does he think? How does he feel that this image does not match the young man who came to eat at home today? This is a legend at all. Even he had to admire Jiang Xiaobai actions. It was really not easy. Li Xian watched his father remain silent, thinking that his father was dissatisfied with Jiang Xiaobai's business, and quickly explained. Dad, Don't be angry. You don't know the situation in Jianhua village at the time. All of our educated youths can't live anymore. Jiang Xiaobai was forced to make canned food with us. While speaking, Li Xian regretted it a bit, and she would have stopped telling her father. Awesome, really amazing. Li Kuning said. What, Dad? What did you say? Li Xian asked in a daze. And then his face was full of joy. She also thought that she had looked at Jiang Xiaobai's somewhat uncomfortable father, because Jiang Xiaobai's business affairs made her impression of Jiang Xiaobai even worse. Unexpectedly, his father would actually praise Jiang Xiaobai. Knowing where his father is, there are not many young people who can make his father feel good, and even fewer people praise him. But now his father actually said that Jiang Xiaobai was amazing. It's amazing. In the future, this young man thinks it's a personal thing. Li Kuning sighed and said, although he has not been back to the capital for a long time, he also keenly felt the changes brought about by the reform. I think it will be different in the future. There is definitely a chance for young people like Jiang Xiaobai to show their talents. What's more, there is no change with what Jiang Xiaobai did. He can also make a difference in other comprehensions. End of this chapter. Chapter 334 Decoration. Chapter 334 Decoration. Jiang Xiaobai, who was shaking on the bus, of course did not know the conversation between the father and daughter of the Li family. He is thinking about the decoration. Jiang Xiaobai clothing brand can only rely on the flagship store if it wants to successfully open the situation in the capital. It is not possible to report a costume show like Pierre Cardin. People are crooked nuts. That is privileged. Is a diplomatic incident, and people in the cultural department dare not disagree. But I don't have this privilege. I can only open the situation step by step. If the flagship store wants to open up the situation, it must be refreshing, and there are only two aspects that are refreshing. One is the decoration of the store, which must make people feel high-end and high-end, so that people know the value of the money as soon as they enter the store. The other is clothes. After all, the products bought by clothing stores are not concepts. As for propaganda, Jiang Xiaobai has a lot of tricks, but he has no choice but to dare not use it at all. You don't see me, the fool Guazi only engaged in a prize sale and was stopped. While I am in the capital, if I dare to mess around, I might have to be invited to have tea within a few days. When Jiang Xiaobai returned to the guest house, he found that Liu Jian and Zhang Wei were not asleep yet, waiting for themselves. Director, the production equipment is done. We will return to Jianhua village tomorrow. Liu Jian looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said, okay, go back, build the feed factory, and work hard. Jiang Xiaobai told the two of them, if there is anything that can't be solved, please call me anytime. Okay, don't worry, factory manager. Liu Jian nodded. Don't worry. Zhang Wei's voice is also very firm. He is determined to exercise in Jianhua village. Did you completely resign over there? Jiang Xiaobai asked Zhang Wei again. No, temporarily suspended. Zhang Wei shook his head and said, this is the best result he can achieve. Finally find relationship at home, otherwise, it is estimated that you will have to resign. After all, the trend of leaving without pay will not rise until around 1983. At that time, the state encouraged public officials to stay without pay and go to the sea for business. That was also a particularly crazy age, called the lower tide. Well, a good choice. The big wave of the times is coming. Whether you stand on top of the wave and be a waver or be photographed under the wave depends on your accumulation. Jiang Xiaobai turned around and walked into the house after speaking. As for any more words, they didn't say anything. Now Liu Jian and the others go back to build a factory. As for sales and marketing, it is estimated that it will be next year. It will be 1980. And political conditions will be much better than they are now. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai arrived in the classroom the next morning, Professor Zhang called out and gave Jiang Xiaobai a bunch of materials for him to fill in, and then notified a meeting for a while to discuss his party membership. Then Jiang Xiaobai was planning to skip class in the morning to watch the decoration, but it was not finished until noon. The hand of Jiang Xiaobai, who has a lot of information, trembles. Until the end of school in the afternoon, Jiang Xiaobai only rode an herd. However, Jiang Xiaobai did not continue to fight, but instead rode a bicycle and walked towards Xidan. Fortunately, this year is the first day of decoration. If you don't watch it, there will be no problems. After all procedures are the same at the beginning. When Jiang Xiaobai arrived at the place, he found that the wall at the door had been almost hammered, and many passers-by picked up a few bricks from time to time to take them home. Yes, at this time, brick by brick is useful. Jiang Xiaobai did not stop either. According to the decoration style he designed, basically the shop has more demolished and less rebuilt. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai coming, Chen Zhengyu rushed over as soon as he was reminded by other workers. Chen Zhengyu's hair is grey, and he can no longer see the original appearance. There was also a layer of dust on his body, and as Chen Zhengyu walked, he lifted up waves of dust. The other workers are similar. Jiang Xiaobai secretly admires it, and they are also working hard. Leader, Chen Zhengyu said, I am not the leader of Brother Chen, you can call me Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and shook his head and said, how can it be? Chen Zhengyu waved his hand again and again. How is the decoration today? This wall was demolished today, and then the original wall covering in the house was crossed off. As for the rest, it hasn't been done yet. Chen Zhengyu reported carefully, for fear that Jiang Xiaobai might feel dissatisfied. Okay, it's hard work. How about Lao Song and the others? Jiang Xiaobai did not see Song Weigo and others. Director Song should be doing ceramic tiles. The National Brothers just went out shopping. Speaking of Cao Cao was there, and Zhengyu Omin came in with a few tools. Brother Zhu, go get some loose beer for the brothers. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Zhengyu Omin's orders. No, leader. We just drink some water. Chen Zhengyu quickly waved his hand and said, it's okay, drink less, don't interfere with work. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand and Zhengyu Omin went out. Working with Jiang Xiaobai has never been stingy with these things. Zhengyu Omin is worthy of being a beer scalper, and he soon brought loose beer back. After everyone drank the loose beer, they went to work again, including Jiang Xiaobai. They changed their clothes in the temporary small office on the 3rd floor, and then instructed them to decorate. Brother Chen, is this a load-bearing wall? Leader, what kind of wall is the load-bearing wall? Chen Zhengyu asked with a confused expression. Jiang Xiaobai just remembered that at this time the professional term of load-bearing wall was not popular yet. Is it the wall that supports the weighing of the house? In short, can it be smashed? Jiang Xiaobai explained. That can't, this wall can't work. Chen Zhengyu said. When Song Weigo and Li Xiliu came back, they packed up their dinner and brought them back. Is actually a small restaurant in a hutong not far away. Everyone who was tired for a day drank loose beer and ate meat. Thank you, the leader, this is too rich. Chen Zhengyu said with some emotion. Originally, Jiang Xiaobai paid them wages, and dinner should be settled by himself. This is also the rule. But now Jiang Xiaobai buys them loose beer and takes care of the food. Yes, thank you leader. Thank you for your leadership. The other decoration workers also said one by one, looking at Jiang Xiaobai with gratitude. This is the way people can only know that the grace of dripping water will repay the spring. They came to the capital to roam in high spirits, but they were so hard to roll their eyes. Now they meet Jiang Xiaobai and finally feel a touch of warmth. End of this chapter. Chapter 335. Help if you can. Chapter 335. It's okay, just eat. By the way, I didn't ask Brother Chen, where are you from and how do you come back to the capital? Jiang Xiaobai asked. He was more puzzled about this, but the first time I saw everyone, he didn't ask if he was not familiar with it. Everyone is working together today, and they are more familiar with each other, so he asked. Our hometown is in the south, in the rural areas of Jiangxi province. The village is poor and can't eat. Some people are going to do business further south. Several of us want to break into the capital. But after I came to the capital, I realized that the atmosphere here is not like ours in the south. Is the atmosphere open over there? Jiang Xiaobai added. Yes, a few of us came to the capital, but apart from a few odd jobs, there was no other big job at all, and we didn't have much money with us. Are all sleeping under the overpass, and they have to work hard to clean up and prevent them from being sent to the containment station. Chen Zhengyu said, with a bit of bitterness on his face. Jiang Xiaobai did not say a word, raised his glass, and toasted Chen Zhengyu. The detention center at this time is different from that of later generations, but is somewhat similar to the detention center later. Is used to contain the stray people, but the people inside are extremely unfriendly. It's okay now in summer. I really wait until winter and I don't know what to do. I can only go home, but I don't have enough travel expenses to go home. Chen Zhengyu drank 2 more glasses and completely opened the chatterbox. The other workers on the side also drank 1 cup after another, with a sad face. And when we came, we kowtowed in front of our hometown fathers and villagers to help our family members, not to break into a world, and never return to our hometown. If we go back sullenly, how can we have a face? Fortunately, I met you, so really, the leader is very grateful. I said, Brother Chen, just call me Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai said firmly this time. Okay, I will ask you to call you Brother Xiaobai. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. Chen Zhengyu said, and toasted Jiang Xiaobai a cup, and the other workers also raised their glasses and toasted Jiang Xiaobai a cup together. There are rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. You will live tonight. Although the place is not very good, at least there is a shelter from the wind and rain. Jiang Xiaobai said. In an instant, Chen Zhengyu was about to stand up and bow to Jiang Xiaobai, but was stopped by Jiang Xiaobai. Don't thank me. When I first came out, I slept on the road. I know how it feels. If I can help, I will definitely help. Jiang Xiaobai said that he himself had slept at the door of the supply and marketing agency, and he had also seen what the driver Jiang Fugi was like when he followed him. So he is particularly able to understand these guys. It is not easy to come out one by one. Jiang Xiaobai who can help will definitely help. Chen Zhengyu nodded vigorously and took another drink. He didn't speak. He was afraid that when he opened his mouth, others would hear the choking in his voice. That night, these guys slept very steadily. Of course, Jiang Xiaobai didn't go back to school, so he slept in the temporary office on the 3rd floor. Song Weigo, Li Xiliu, and Zhengyu Omin also did the same. They all found an office to sleep on the table. Early the next morning, Chen Zhengyu got up with people and started to work. When Jiang Xiaobai was about to leave, he called Song Weigo aside and ordered, go buy some bedding and daily necessities, take their share, and arrange for them to eat in a small restaurant these 2 days. Okay. Song Weigo nodded. Jiang Xiaobai was also very happy to arrange this way. When you go out, you can help as soon as you can. Jiang Xiaobai said, and then rode his bicycle back to school. In the next period of time, Jiang Xiaobai was on a 2-point line. School, accident store, all the materials for joining the party have been handed in. The feed factory also started smoothly, and began to build the factory. The estimated time is to build a plant in about 5 months, and then officially start production in a month. In other words, it will be at least half a year. Jiang Xiaobai calculates the time, and it is estimated that it will be almost after the end of the year. There are many people in Jianhua village, Li Laosan and others are there, and things are arranged. Jiang Xiaobai is not worried. After class this day, Jiang Xiaobai simply packed up his things and got out of the classroom to ride a bicycle to go to the accident clothing store. Just as soon as he got on the bicycle, he heard Li Xian's voice behind him. Jiang Xiaobai, Jiang Xiaobai, wait a minute. Li Xian ran over panting. What's wrong with Xian? Jiang Xiaobai got off the bicycle and asked Li Xian with a smile. What have you been up to these days? I can't see you every day. Li Xian took a few breaths, and then looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked suspiciously. Jiang Xiaobai eyes rolled. I followed Professor Jiang on a research project. Really? What kind of subject research? Are you really tired? You think you have lost a lot of weight recently? Lee Se-an asked in disbelief. Really? I can still lie to you. Jiang Xiaobai patted his chest and assured that Lee Se-an didn't like these business matters. If you talk to Lee Se-an, it must be another time to teach yourself. In the end, no one can convince anyone. There was a quarrel for no reason. It is better to keep the secret from Lee Se-an for the time being, and then confess to her when the time comes. Well, don't be too tired. Do you have a quota for going abroad? Lee Se-an asked again. What is going abroad? I asked. Professor Jiang said there is no news. Jiang Xiaobai said halfway through, and he quickly changed his words. The recent renovations involved too much energy. He was busy all day long. If Lee Se-an didn't mention it, he would have forgotten it. I think this place is difficult. So many outstanding students compete. Jiang Xiaobai added. Well, you serve snacks and do your best. Lee Se-an said, taking out a scarf from his pocket to wrap Jiang Xiaobai around his neck. It's cold, keep warm. Okay, I see, so do you? I'm leaving. Jiang Xiaobai felt warm, nodded and said. Jiang Xiaobai just stopped the car at the entrance of the store, drinking a large transparent glass and seeing Song Wei-go coming back from Jiang Xiaobai. He immediately greeted him. Old Song, the tile work is done. The water and lines are all gone. The railings and stairs are almost finished. Don't delay. Jiang Xiaobai asked, with Chen Zhengyu and the others working overtime. The renovation is almost a daily progress. Don't worry, now the ceramic tiles of the ceramic tile factory can't be sold at all. As soon as he came to the door, the director wanted to buy me all the large bags of ceramic tiles, but I couldn't decide which type of ceramic tiles to use. The various styles made me a little bit tricky. Yes, tomorrow you will be able to make bricks after you go there and make a decision. Song Wei-go said. Okay, I'll go the two. Jiang Xiaobai did not refuse, and the two walked into the store as they talked. End of this chapter. Chapter 336 Recruitment Waiter. Chapter 336 Recruitment of Waiters. Beijing, Xidan. Inside the clothing store, Chen Zhengyu brought the workers' enthusiasm to the sky. Jiang Xiaobai came into the store and many people didn't notice. Even if they did, they just nodded with a smile and continued to work. Jiang Xiaobai is not only their employer, but also their noble person. The walls in the shop have been completely whitewashed, and the required wires have also been walked in the walls in accordance with Jiang Xiaobai's requirements instead of exposed wires. On the pillar in the center of the shop, 4 walls are inlaid with large fitting mirrors. The fitting room against the wall has been partitioned by wooden boards and sprayed with dark paint. The stairs on the second floor have not been covered with floor tiles, which seems to affect the overall image. But besides, the handrails of the stairs have been changed. Went up to the second floor. A wall was also opened by Jiang Xiaobai and replaced with glass. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, although there are no sofas and the like, the rest area has been reserved. Brother Song, we can start recruiting for the waiter. The internship period is 2 months, with a basic salary of 15 yuan a month, and an 8% commission for selling a piece of clothing, and selling a piece of clothing with a basic salary of 20 yuan a month after conversion. 10% commission. Commission? Song Wei-go asked in a daze. Although the educated youth canary had already implemented piece rate wages, he didn't think of the commission for a while. Well, to give commissions, the waiters do sales work. If you want to earn more, you have to sell more. Otherwise, if you want the waiters of the state-run shopping malls to recruit, do you fight with customers? Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, and beckoned to Zhengyu Omin on the side. Zhengyu Omin hurried over. You and Brother Zhu will handle this matter. You can find the street appropriately. We can also be regarded as solving the employment pressure for the street. See if we can get some benefits. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Then what kind of people do we recruit? Song Wei-go continued to ask. There is no restriction on men and women, can speak well, aged between 18 and 25 years old. Looks like a handsome man and beautiful girl, and has a good body. Song Wei-go and Zhang Yuomin were stunned by Jiang Xiaobai request. There is no restriction on men and women, and it is a serious requirement to be able to speak well. But 18 to 25 years old, handsome men and beautiful women, what is it? And there is a good figure. No, Xiaobai, your request is too rude. Song Wei-go thought Jiang Xiaobai was joking. I don't know if the request is serious. You have to ask, but I'm serious. Between 18 and 25, it's the right age to have no family, enough working hours, few things, and good mental and physical condition, and handsome men and beautiful women, not to mention good figures. Although I am not a beauty pageant, but you think about it, a beautiful lady waiter will entertain you, or it is better to be ugly to entertain you. Song Wei-go and Zhang Yuomin froze for a moment, and after thinking about it carefully, what Jiang Xiaobai said really made sense. There is no way people are willing to appreciate beautiful things, no matter the appearance or the soul. And the few minutes after the customer enters the store, it is obviously too late to understand the soul. The first thing I see is the appearance. This matter must hurry up. After recruiting people, there will be a period of training before they can be employed. I hope it can be just right, and it will be consistent with the opening time of our store. Okay. Song Wei-go nodded. He was persuaded by Jiang Xiaobai and agreed. It is still necessary to put on uniforms for the waiters, and I will give you the design drawings later, and you will order a set of clothes for the Beijing garment factory, Jiang Xiaobai said, arranging for his own garment factory to make clothes at this time. It is obvious that he is not in a hurry, which will delay time. Also, let the garment factory hurry up and prepare the clothes for delivery. Don't open the store, and the clothes will not arrive, so the joke will be a big deal. Don't worry, Xiaobai, it won't. Song Wei-go patted his chest and promised that before he came, the garment factory had been fully producing the clothes designed by Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and didn't say much. He was still very relieved that Rou would take care of things. The model got it back? Jiang Xiaobai asked. When I got it back, I put it in the factory warehouse, but it sold. Song Wei-go said. It's okay if it's sold. Find a way to clean it. It looks clean. It doesn't need arms or legs. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said. Is there any lamp thing? Did you find the one I said? I found it, including the clothing rack, but also find someone to fix it according to your requirements. Jiang Xiaobai asked in every detail. This Jiang Xiaobai clothing flagship store, but condensed his efforts. And he also wanted to lay the foundation for the next flagship store, so he tried his best to get the perfect one at this stage. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaobai and Song Wei-go came to the ceramic tile factory on the outskirts of the capital. The director of the ceramic tile factory saw Song Wei-go as if he saw a savior. The current ceramic tiles are really not easy to sell. Although they are state-owned factories, they are not responsible for their own profits and losses. Salaries are allocated from the top, but the factory's welfare will not be allocated. Whether there is welfare in the factory is also an important factor in measuring the success or failure of a factory director, and whether he speaks well in the factory. This is our director Jiang Xiaobai. Song Wei-go introduced to Director Li of the ceramic tile factory. Director Jiang, this is really young and promising. Young and promising. Director Li looked at Song Wei-go with Jiang Xiaobai as the head, and listened to Song Wei-go introducing Jiang Xiaobai as the factory director. He was taken aback for a while before continuing. Such a young factory manager, Director Li muttered in his heart, and then looked at his slightly fattened figure, some bald hairline. The 40-year-old factory director Li was a little bit emotional, but for a moment he thought that Jiang Xiaobai was just the factory director of a township enterprise. But he was the director of the capital, and he immediately found his balance. But because he still wants to sell the tiles to Jiang Xiaobai, he puts his attitude very low. After all, the ceramic tile factory has other homes in the capital, but the only buyer was Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai didn't say hello to Director Li and asked Director Li to bring them to the factory warehouse to pick tiles. After all, I skipped class today. After picking the tiles, I have to go back quickly. Otherwise, it would be no good if Professor Jiang went crazy and dropped himself out of the course. Soon, Jiang Xiaobai picked out an ordinary white floor tile. After some bargaining, Jiang Xiaobai got the tiles at an ultra-low price, and Jiang Xiaobai also killed Director Li. Then went out and rode a bicycle quickly towards the normal university. It is not that Jiang Xiaobai is unwilling to ask for leave, but that he asks for leave in 2 days. Professor Jiang will definitely be unwilling and will not give leave, so it is better to skip class. End of this chapter. Chapter 337 Changes in the Li Family. Chapter 337 Changes in the Li Family. Jiang Xiaobai returned to the classroom panting, seeing that only Qian Baobao and Deng Haonan were in the classroom, and he was immediately relieved. A total of 3 studies in the Department of Astronomy dare to skip class, and you can see it at a glance. There is absolutely no fluke, just in case. Although Qian Baobao and Deng Haonan looked contemptuously oncoming, but Jiang Xiaobai turned a blind eye. He forced him to be strong. The breeze blew the hills, he ran horizontally, and the moon shone on the river. Jiang Xiaobai muttered in his heart, choosing a seat casually. Days passed like this, and it was already very cold in the early morning of December. People have wrapped themselves in thick winter clothes, leaving only 2 eyeballs outside. Jiang Xiaobai was riding a bicycle with Li Xian in the back seat, and walked towards Li Xian's house. What is it? What's the secret of this, anyway? I will tell me when I get home. Jiang Xiaobai pedaled the bicycle hard and said without looking back. The opening of the flagship store was postponed again, and it was not an uncontrollable behavior, but Jiang Xiaobai mistake. When he designs clothes, he designs summer and autumn clothes, but when the store is now open, it will be winter. So some time ago, Jiang Xiaobai bit the bullet and asked Professor Jiang for leave and went back to Jiang Xiaobai clothing factory to design winter clothing styles. Fortunately, under Jiang Xiaobai's superb acting skills, Professor Jiang approved. While going back to design winter clothes, Jiang Xiaobai also took a look at the feed factory. The foundation of the feed factory has been up. Although the weather is already very cold, the construction site is full of enthusiasm. Jiang Wei did not know where he was wrapped in a military coat, his face flushed with cold, but he wandered around the construction site. Obviously, after a period of experience, Jiang Wei has completely adapted to life in Jianhua village, and a Jin province dialect pops up from time to time. Jiang Wei was also very excited to see Jiang Xiaobai coming back, and reported to Jiang Xiaobai on the recent progress of the feed factory. Jiang Xiaobai also delegated power to Liu Jian and Jiang Wei. Without much instruction, he simply said something to boost his breath. After having a meal with the two, he returned to the capital. My dad is back to work, Li Xian said lightly, but she couldn't hide her inner joy. Jiang Xiaobai also slammed the brakes, and the cranky thoughts in his mind suddenly disappeared. Turned his head to look at Li Xian and asked, "Really, what is the position of uncle?" "The head of the Light Industry Bureau," Li Xian said. "Cheat, this old man is very powerful," Jiang Xiaobai said subconsciously, "and he will be the person behind him from now on." "What's so peculiar?" "Don't say swear words." Li Xian held Jiang Xiaobai's waist hand, and then twisted it slightly. "Ah!" Jiang Xiaobai took a breath. Although his clothes were thick, Li Xian didn't get the meat, but he had to cooperate to give others face. "Seeing you are still talking nonsense." "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and ride the bike. My parents are waiting at home." Li Xian gave Jiang Xiaobai a nice roll of eyes and said, "Okay." Jiang Xiaobai replied with a covered head and pedaled the car, and soon came to Li Xian's house. This is the second time Jiang Xiaobai has visited. It is not because Jiang Xiaobai is unwilling to come, nor is it because Li's mother invited him to be insincere, and Jiang Xiaobai has no time to come. "Xiaobai is here? Oh, why haven't you seen this for a while? So thin, is it not enough to eat at school?" Mother Li looked at Jiang Xiaobai for a moment, and then asked, "It's okay, auntie. I just followed the teacher to work on a topic during this time, and ran outside all day. Jiang Xiaobai explained, put the bicycle against the wall, then sniffed and asked in surprise, Auntie has done something delicious, I can smell the fragrance from afar. Didn't you say that you like to eat red round meat last time? Just made some, Mother Li said with a smile. As soon as he entered the room, Li Kuning nodded faintly, and stopped squeaking when he said, his attitude was no different from last time. Is not indifferent, just the kind of look that looks a little unpleasant to you. But if Jiang Xiaobai observes carefully, you will find that there is a trace of appreciation and surprise for Jiang Xiaobai in the depths of Li Kuning's eyes. It's just hidden deeply. Jiang Xiaobai noticed Li Kuang, who was wearing a straight board. Last time I came here, Li Kuang was a fool, but this time he sat in a chair properly. Is also wearing a new tunic suit, without squinting eyes. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai gaze, Li Kuang coughed lightly. I'm going to work in the Industrial and Commercial Bureau tomorrow. Li Kuang tried to make himself a little more indifferent, but the joy in his eyes betrayed his mood at this time. Congratulations, Rush, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile, but he understood it. No wonder it was like this. It turned out to be going to work. This is Li's father returning to work. By the way, Li Kuang's work has also been arranged. Also, the Bureau of Light Industry, the country that it was in charge of, was not a heavy industry. Now, although it has experienced revocation, its powers are much smaller, but it is also relative to the original behemoth. There are still some important positions, and it is really easy for Li's father to rise to the top and arrange a job for Li Kuang. You don't even need to speak, someone else will help you do it. Soon the food came up, but just when I started eating, two middle-aged men knocked on the door and walked in. Called Liu, carrying something in her hand, but Li Kuning only said a few words with yams to the two of them, but did not accept the two of them. Looking at Li's family eating, the two of course didn't dare to stay longer, so they got up and left. Li Kuning politely wanted to keep the two for dinner, but the two wanted to stay and did not dare to stay. I had just eaten, and when I sat down, someone came again. Jiang Xiaobai saw that Li's family was busy, so he got up and left. It seems that as soon as Li Kuning resumes work, it is still after the real power department, and the Li family should resume the former look of the crowded friends. However, this is also the norm. People live in a human society, and they can't get out of this circle even as a leader. Otherwise, everyone will think you are withdrawn and out of gregariousness. Li Xian sent Jiang Xiaobai to the door. In 2 days, my family may be moving again. I heard that the house over there has been cleaned up. Li Xian said, what day will you move? I'll come over and help clean up. Jiang Xiaobai asked. This weekend, Li Xian said, and she did not refuse Jiang Xiaobai. Although it is not necessary at all, it may have been arranged long ago. But Jiang Xiaobai has this heart, and it is estimated that his parents are also very happy. End of this chapter. Chapter 338 Little Boss. Chapter 338 Little Boss. Li Xian was right. When the Li family moved, Jiang Xiaobai could not help at all except for the number of people. The move has already been arranged clearly. Professional comparison. It should be because people have more experience. Seeing that it can't help much, but Jiang Xiaobai didn't leave until the end. Because it was the weekend, Jiang Xiaobai did not go back to school, but came to the clothing store. The clothing store has almost been renovated. Although it has not yet opened, the signboard is covered with cloth. But one can still discover the difference of this store after passing by. Attracted people's curiosity. The shop has reached the end stage. Only the third floor office and some areas need to be cleaned up slightly. When Jiang Xiaobai came over 2 days ago, the decoration team was already finishing. Before entering the shop, I heard the unified welcome voice from the shop. It is obviously Zhang Omin who is training the newly recruited waiter. As early as 10 days ago, Zhang Omin had already recruited all the people. According to Jiang Xiaobai's request, there are a total of 8 people, 2 floors, and 4 people on the first floor are just right. Are young girls around the age of 20, and their looks are above 60 points, which are pleasing to the eye. The people of this time are a little bit out of their minds. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai pushed the door in, he heard Yin Yan Yan's voice, yelling, "Little boss." Jiang Xiaobai doesn't know where this name comes from. The boss is the boss, but what do you mean by adding a small character? I am not young, have you tried it? Just talk nonsense. 8 girls, wearing uniforms, gathered around one after another. When they first came, they were a little nervous and scared, but after a period of time, they also found out. Although Jiang Xiaobai should be the biggest leader here, he is a boy about the same age as them. Moreover, they speak kindly, and they like to make jokes. When they are okay, they are willing to molest Jiang Xiaobai. It is also their fun to look at the shy look of the big boy next door. But they were wrong. The word shy is not related to Jiang Xiaobai. Although Jiang Xiaobai was still a virgin in this life, Jiang Xiaobai was an old driver in the previous life. With his ability, if he wants to drive, he is guaranteed to be able to defile these pure little girls. Yeah, how are the 8 golden flowers training? Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. Boss, how are we training? You have to ask Brother Zhu, said Deng Xiaofang, a girl with a great body and a weird genie and 2 dimples when she smiled. Brother Zhu, I guess the chaotic flowers are becoming more charming now. Jiang Xiaobai said. Director, you are here. Song Weiguo didn't know when he heard Jiang Xiaobai's voice and appeared on the stairs on the 2nd floor. As soon as they heard Song Weiguo's voice, a group of girls immediately sat in distress. It is strange to say that they are not afraid of Jiang Xiaobai, but they are full of awe for Song Weiguo. Well, go upstairs and say. Jiang Xiaobai blinked at the flustered bunny-like girls, and then went upstairs. Okay, everyone hurry up and practice again. Before the opening, a foreman will be selected from among you. The foreman will be paid 5 yuan per month. Everyone should work hard. Zhang Yuomin said, although Jiang Xiaobai was joking just now that he was stunned by these little girls. But he was surprised, wondering if Jiang Xiaobai was dissatisfied with him. These girls are casual to Jiang Xiaobai and afraid of Song Weiguo, but he was just the other way around. He was not very afraid of Song Weiguo, but he was very cautious about Jiang Xiaobai, a boy who was smiling all day long. Without him, the more I know, the more I am full of awe for Jiang Xiaobai. Maybe Song Weiguo said a word, which is not easy. But he believed that if Jiang Xiaobai saw that he was not pleasing to the eye, Song Weiguo might be able to drive him away without having to speak. You are gone. Someone as old as Song Weiguo is very respectful to Jiang Xiaobai. So even though Jiang Xiaobai was just a joke, it scared him a lot. He thought that Jiang Xiaobai was not satisfied with his performance during this period of time. Choose a foreman, 5 yuan more salary per month. Brother Zhu, is it true? Is it 5 yuan more? Brother Zhu. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai talked out, the girls asked. They are all people who have no formal jobs. Although the salary offered by Jiang Xiaobai clothing store is not high, the internship period is 2 months, with a basic salary of 15 yuan a month, and a commission of 8% for selling a piece of clothing, and a basic salary of 20 yuan a month after conversion, and a 10% commission for selling a piece of clothing. But they are also willing to do it. After all, it is a job, and it is better than resting at home every day. If you can sell the clothes, there will be a commission. Even though the commission is the matter, they never take it seriously. And now, if you can be a foreman, you can still earn an extra 5 yuan a month. That's 25 yuan. In this shop, there is no wind or rain, no heavy work, and they can earn 25 yuan a month. Then they are really satisfied. Of course it is true, you guys work hard. Zhang Yuomin said solemnly. Here Jiang Xiaobai and Song Weiguo went to the office on the 3rd floor. There are 6 offices on the 3rd floor. 1 for Jiang Xiaobai, 1 for Song Weiguo, 1 for accounting and 1 for logistics. 1 security room is left as a warehouse. Of course, there are 2 veterans in the security room, and there is no one in the accounting department for the time being. Accounting belongs to professionals and it is not easy to recruit. The logistics is temporarily in charge of Zhang Yuomin. Have the goods arrived? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Now that the flagship store is open, It can be said that everything is ready and only owes the wind. Just wait for the Jiangxia garment factory's goods to arrive before it can open. Said it will arrive at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Song Wego said, the goods from the garment factory are sent by train, and there is no logistics at this time. Just a postal service. No one will deliver it to you. While transporting by train, Jiangxia is not so capable, and can requisition a piece of train skin. Was greeted by the prison, and by the way, he picked up some private goods and came over. Okay, has the pickup personnel arranged in the afternoon? Jiangxia asked. It's arranged. They are all pallets. 10 vehicles are found. We will be over at 5 o'clock and wait until the prison side picks up the goods before we can get on our wheels. Song Wego said, with excitement on his face. The flagship store is finally about to open. Okay, pick up the goods and find a suitable day. We can open the business. Jiangxia also said with a smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 339 Two Roads. Chapter 339 Two Roads. Jiangxia and Song Wego were chatting about the list of inviting staff, and the door of the office was knocked. Coming. Jiangxia said, and Chen Zhengyu led the decoration workers to open the door and walk in. Jiangxia watched Chen Zhengyu and the others tidy up one by one. Completely completed? Jiangxia asked everyone while sitting down. Well, it's finished. Chen Zhengyu and others did not sit down. Director Song also paid us the wages. Chen Zhengyu said. Jiangxia was taken aback. Brother Jiang, we want to invite you to have a meal at noon, and then we will leave in the afternoon. Chen Zhengyu said, after the decoration is finished, they don't want to stay at Jiangxia all the time. So anxious? Jiangxia asked. Well, the work is done. We have to go out to find work again. Chen Zhengyu said. Well, let's go out to eat first, and talk while eating. Jiangxia groaned for a while, but did not agree, nor did it refuse to agree. After going downstairs, Jiangxia asked the waiters to go with him. In the small restaurant that Zhengyu often visits, I used the table to put 2 big tables together. A table of 8 waiters, and then Jiangxia and a group of men. But the dishes Jiangxia ordered are the same, very rich. First, to celebrate, Jiangxia flagship clothing store was successfully completed, and then Jiangxia opened his mouth and looked at Chen Zhengyu and asked, Brother Chen, do you have any plans in the future? Chen Zhengyu smiled bitterly. I plan to. I'm still chanting like before. Maybe I can meet a few more big jobs. Brother Chen, it was not me who attacked you. After you go out like this, you will be like a headless fly, and you will not find a job. And it's still winter, you can't sleep on the street anymore. So many people eat and drink Lazarus are all money, and the new year will soon be there. Is it really going back empty-handed? Jiangxia said. The faces of Chen Zhengyu and others became paler and more bitter. In fact, they didn't understand the truth, Jiangxia said, but they didn't dare to think about it. Just holding the best plan, hoping to have another big job after going out, and then earn a sum of money to go home. But they also know that it is too difficult to meet a noble person like Jiangxia. Brother Jiang, what you said makes sense, but we have no other way but to watch our fate. Chen Zhengyu said. Well, let me give you an idea. Please listen to it and see if it is feasible. Jiangxia said. After a period of time, Jiangxia had a good impression of these guys. Knowing that one day is delayed, one day's wages will be added, and Jiangxia's salary is good enough. However, I still get up to work at dawn every day, working overtime until late at night, and there is no complaint. So Jiangxia is also willing to help them again. As soon as Jiangxia spoke out, the eyes of Chen Zhengyu and others brightened. They didn't understand what Jiangxia was doing. But I know that Jiangxia is not an ordinary person, who can make such a big shop. And the decoration is so high-end. Brother Jiang, thank you, you said. We must listen, Chen Zhengyu said excitedly. Brother Jiang, you are a capable person. You are willing to show us a clear path. Thank you very much. The other workers said, watching Jiangxia eyes full of high level. That's right. You have two choices now. The first way is to go to the southernmost side. The southernmost side is undergoing major development and construction. As long as it is in the past, there is no need to worry about it. I can also help you a little, so that you have the funds to start. The southernmost side? Chen Zhengyu asked. Many people know about the opening of Sheku, but obviously it is not the concern of these renovation workers. They are just thinking about coming to the capital, which has great opportunities for development. Yes, the southernmost side, Sheku Port, is about to become a big construction site. You are absolutely useful. You are in a group and have the technology. Plus I will provide you with a startup capital. You can live a lot. Pick up. If you have the ability to fool a designer in the past, maybe the factory can be built. Jiang Xiaobai said that when he was building an educated youth cannery, most of them were villagers in the village. It's just that I invited two senior workers to come over. Chen Zhengyu and the workers on the table held their breaths and listened carefully. No one dared to be careless about their future destiny. And when everyone listened, they were all moved. Chen Zhengyu did not speak. But Jiang Xiaobai continued. The other is to stay in the capital and go to the rural suburbs to build houses. Make a model room or two with tiles, and they are ready. I guess there will be more people looking for you. In this case, not only can you make money by building a house, you can also make money by buying tiles and selling them out. But the model room must be beautifully built. Jiang Xiaobai came and said, one day when he was in the tile factory, he saw the appearance of the tile factory. He has some ideas. The rural areas around the capital are economically more generous than the rest of the country. It is definitely a trend to tile the outside of the house. Think about it for yourself and see which way to go. But no matter how you choose, I decided that it would be more reliable than going out to hit your luck. Of course, I just give you a suggestion. You can listen to it if you like. It doesn't matter if you don't listen, and what I said may not be correct. Jiang Xiaobai said. Chen Zhengyu nodded again and again, thinking about it seriously. He believes that Jiang Xiaobai will not harm him. If he wants to harm him, there is no need to spend so much effort. Thank you, Brother Jiang. You are our benefactor, and you have the ability. Let's discuss what to do. Chen Zhengyu did not dare to decide by himself. Next, Chen Zhengyu and others fell into contemplation, and several people discussed with each other from time to time. Although it is a bit tangled, everyone's brows are stretched. No matter how they choose, they can make money. Is no longer as confused and at a loss as before. While Jiang Xiaobai, Song Weigo and others pushed the cup and changed their cups, by the way, they would explain in detail to Chen Zhengyu and others the problems that may be encountered on these two roads. Jiang Xiaobai also got up and went to toast the girls next to the table with a glass of wine. After a meal, Chen Zhengyu and others did not eat and drink much, nor did they care about eating and drinking, because their choices might determine their different lives in the future to a certain extent. Brother Jiang, we have discussed it. Chen Zhengyu said suddenly. The dinner table also became quiet. Not only Jiang Xiaobai, but Song Weigo and the others were also staring at Chen Zhengyu. Want to know what their options are? Think about it. Should I stay in the capital, or go to the southernmost place? Jiang Xiaobai asked. End of this chapter. Chapter 340. Pick up chapter 340. We stay. Now the capital has enough funds, and then go to the south. Chen Zhengyu made the decision on behalf of the decoration workers. Okay, then, you don't have to go in a hurry. Just live in the shop first, and when it stabilizes, I will not stop you if you want to go. Jiang Xiaobai said. Brother Jiang, you are so grateful for our great kindness. One day, whenever you can use our money, we will definitely go through fire and water, and we will never hesitate. Chen Zhengyu looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said seriously. Although it was a bit like the lines in a drama, everyone could feel the firmness of these guys when they spoke. Since Jiang Xiaobai gave them the opportunity to decorate, after learning about their plight, he took the initiative to provide them with board and lodging. After the renovation, he pointed out two clear paths for them. Now Jiang Xiaobai lets them live in the shop, and saves them a sum of money. The grace of dripping water. Wan Yongquan report. These things may be just easy for Jiangxia, but for Chen Zhengyu and others, it is no less than giving charcoal in the snow. A group of people did not drink much at noon, because they still had to eat and pick up the goods in the afternoon. After eating and drinking enough, I returned to the shop. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiangxia, Song Weigo and others followed the board convoy and set off. The sun was still shining at noon, and it became grey for a while. Less than 4 o'clock, Jiangxia and others arrived at the train station. Jiangxia and others did not know what goods were picked up by the prison system. It's just that when I went in, I saw that the prisoner came out after receiving the goods. Jiangxia smiled and nodded with the leader of the other party, but the two sides didn't talk to each other. Winter clothing is relatively thick, so the entire 10 carts are filled with all the goods. I don't know when. The snow is floating in the sky. However, Jiangxia was sweating profusely, helping the cart master to push the cart, and did not feel the cold at all. But as the snow was full, the pallet masters all frowned. To get the goods from Xident to the railway station, the meeting took about 4 hours in total, and it lasted less than 5 hours. When came, it was still empty. Song Weigo agreed to give 1 yuan to one person, which was actually quite a lot. But now it snowed before half of the way back, and they also incorrectly estimated the amount of goods. When I came from Xident, it didn't take 2 hours to arrive. The horse came here because of an empty car. Go back to pull the heavy cargo, plus the snow, not to mention 2 hours, even 3 hours cannot go back, or even 4 hours do not know if they can go back. And it's dark and early in winter. The goods arrived at 4 o'clock, and it's already 5 o'clock when the prison has finished picking up the goods. They picked it up by themselves at 6 o'clock. The sky darkened. At this time, there were not a few street lights in the capital. It was dark and it was snowing, which made it difficult for them to go back. All of the 10 pallet masters regretted taking this business for a while. But the goods are already in the car, it's snowing, and it's dark. They can't say that they don't want to do it. People who don't care at this time are still very particular about the morals of the world. But Jiangxia keenly felt this change in atmosphere, rolled up his sleeves, and just about to open his feet, he slipped and fell to the ground in a standard dojiating posture. Ouch! Jiangxia couldn't help but shouted. Hearing Jiangxia's shout, the truck convoy stopped. What's the matter with the young man? The head of the pallet master Lao Yatu asked aloud, shining back the light of the flashlight in his hand. Song Weigo and Jiangxia are not thinking about it. These flashlights are the masters themselves. No. Jiangxia took a deep breath. This knee did not fall lightly. It is estimated that he fell into purple. While speaking, Lao Yata swiftly pulled Jiangxia up from the ground. Don't look at Lao Yata, who is over 50 years old, but his body is hard to resist. In the winter, he only wore a single sweater and jacket. The old man pulled Jiangxia up from the ground, and Zhengyu Omin made a small step. It's not that he didn't want to hurry up, it was because the road was too slippery. He was afraid that he would run fast. Not only could he not pull Jiangxia up, but he fell down again. It's okay, it's okay. Jiangxia slapped the snowflakes on his body. The yellow light of the flashlight shone on Jiangxia head, and he could see Jiangxia head steaming upward. Can you still go? Old Yatu asked, and other people gathered around at this time. No problem, everyone, please continue on the road. When you get back to the store, I invite everyone to have a good meal. In addition, today's wages are also calculated separately, 3 yuan per person. Jiangxia tried to endure pain and said, You kids, you don't need 3 yuan, just give 2 yuan. Old Yata said. Other pallet masters around heard what Old Yata said and said that 2 yuan would be fine. It's a snowy day, and the road is not easy to walk. I was not thoughtful before. It is also a distraction for me to give you $3. Jiangxia shook his head and said firmly. Old Yata glanced at Jiangxia and saw Jiangxia insisting, but didn't say much, nodded and turned around, and everyone continued on the road. Why don't you dump the goods? get in the car and sit down." Old Yutta looked at Jiangxiabai, who was limping, and said, "No need, nothing serious, just go slowly." Jiangxiabai waved his hand and said, "Walk a little longer." Jiangxiabai felt better, and went to the back of the cart again and gave Lao Yutta a cart. Old Yutta felt the car light, and looked back at Jiangxiabai, with admiration in his eyes. Now there are not many young people like this. Along the way, not only Jiangxiabai fell, but also someone with unfavorable legs like Song Weigo fell more than once. Fortunately, the bones should be fine, and they can continue to walk. Another car overturned on the road and was reloaded on the road. As soon as I installed the car and was about to set off, I saw the light of flashlights shone over. "Brother Jiang, is that you?" As the lights approached, Chen Zhengyu's voice rang. "Yes, Brother Chen." Jiangxiabai also shouted, "Brother Chen, why are you here?" Jiangxiabai asked excitedly. With the addition of Chen Zhengyu and the new gang, the return journey will be much easier. "Let's see that it's snowing on the outside. You haven't gone back, just come out and have a look," Chen Zhengyu said, and the workers behind him also started to help push the carts. There are more people and more power. Although the heavy snow in the sky continues to fall, the cold wind still takes away everyone's body temperature. But everyone's hearts warmed up. End of this chapter. Chapter 341, Dongjia's Noodles. Chapter 341. Waiting for Jiangxiabai and others to return to the door of the shop is already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Almost 10 o'clock. Without Jiangxiabai arrangement, Li Xiliu went back to the house and fetched 2 bottles of wine. "Come on, let me warm myself up with 2 mouthfuls." After unloading the car, I invite everyone to eat. Zhengyu Omin will go and talk to the restaurant so that he can quickly cook the rice, warm up the wine, and make a pot of soup. Jiangxiabai ordered. "Good." Zhengyu Omin replied and turned and walked towards the small restaurant in the alley not far away. Although the small restaurant should be closed at this time, Jiangxiabai and others are tired and hungry. If they don't eat something hot, they may be sick tomorrow. Wine bottles were worn in the hands of everyone, and 2 bottles of erguta were completely wiped out by everyone in a circle. He also felt warm. Jiangxiabai yelled, and everyone began to unload the truck. On the other side, when Zhengyu Omin came to the small restaurant was closed. The lights in the house were all off, and it was obviously resting. Boom boom boom. Zhengyu Omin came forward and knocked on the door. "Who?" "It's me, Uncle Jiang." "Boyzu, what's wrong?" "Uncle Jiang, we picked up the goods this afternoon. We just came back and haven't eaten yet," Zhengyu Omin said. There was silence in the room for a while, and it was obvious that no one was in a good mood after being disturbed to sleep in the winter. Then the lights in the room came on, and there was a sound of footsteps, and the door was opened. "Come in. How many people are eating? What do you want to cook?" Uncles greeted. "Jiangxiabai and the others are eating at them all day, and they are considered their biggest customers." Although I had fallen asleep in the winter night and didn't want to get up, but Jiangxiabai and his big client came, he still got up and greeted enthusiastically. "Thank you, Uncle Jiang, let you get up so late. We have more than 20 people, and tried to make it rich. Warm up a few bottles of good wine and make a pot of soup." Zhengyu Omin confessed. "It's okay." Listening to the number of people eating at Jiangxiabai's side, Uncle Jiang immediately became sincere with the enthusiasm he had forced. If this is only cooking for 1 or 2 people, getting up in the evening, cooking with fire, and not earning much money, no one is in a good mood. However, according to Jiangxiabai's usual consumption of more than 20 people, he can make at least more than 10 yuan tonight, excluding the cost of the ingredients. Jiangxiabai eats here at noon. There are also a lot of people. He earned more than $10, and another $10 in the evening. In addition to the scattered customers, this day, I can make a net profit of more than 30 yuan. What's the burden at this point? Boy, his mother, get up to pick up cooking. Lao Jiang was so excited that he almost didn't call out the word picking up. Deng Xiaofang, you haven't gone home yet? Jiang Xiaobai and others carried the goods into the store and found that the waiter Deng Xiaofang was still there. Well, there is nothing wrong at home. It doesn't matter if you pick up the goods and have not returned home, I will not leave. Deng Xiaofang said. Okay, then help tidy up the goods. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, remembering. Waiting for Jiang Xiaobai and others to put the goods on the third floor. Half an hour has passed. It was more than 10 o'clock in the evening. Chen Zhengyu and other decoration workers, old masters of first-class pallet trucks, and Jiang Xiaobai and others were tired and exhausted. Even Deng Xiaofang was sweating profusely. After washing a little bit, Jiang Xiaobai directly settled the wages of the truck master. Holding 3 yuan in his hand, all the pallet masters showed smiles on their faces. Although I was busy this evening, I didn't work in vain. If you hire people every day, it will cost about $1 for a day. If you are unlucky sometimes, you can't make $1. And in half a day today, I made 3 yuan. Go have a meal. Jiang Xiaobai waved and said. Waiting at the small restaurant, watching the table full of meat dishes and rice, it is a climax. Even Mr. Lao Yatu, the leader of the cart, swallowed. Aunt Jiang, where's the soup? Is it ready? Jiang Xiaobai greeted everyone in a daze to sit down, and shouted toward the backroom kitchen. Okay. Aunt Jiang walked out carrying a large pot of soup and took a bowl for everyone. The old man drank the soup from his head, but his eyes were fixed on the food on the table. Puff. Lao Yatu just drank it and spewed out again, thinking only about the rich food on the table, not even noticing that the soup was too hot. Not only the old man, but the other pallet masters are also similar. Even if it's New Year's Day, the family's meals are not so rich. Plates of meat dishes, bowls of spiky rice, let them swallow secretly one by one. It's been a long time since I had eaten like this. Oh, it seems like I've never had it. At this moment, Uncle Jiang took the warm wine and opened it to everyone. A scent of wine rushed into everyone's nostrils, making it even more unbearable. Even if the soup is hot again, everyone can't wait. They just want to quickly finish drinking the soup, and then start the feast. Lao Yata secretly figured it out. Maybe it would still be the 2 tables, no less than 30 yuan. But Lao Yata didn't postpone it, so I put it in the past, and after finishing work for the rich man's owner, I will give a table of noodles to eat. Just 4 words, eat and drink well. Jiang Xiaobai was looking forward to everyone's eyes, and everyone started to speak as soon as they fell. When we finish eating, the snow is getting bigger. The snow is heavy. If you don't go back, you can just lay the floor in the store if you don't dislike it. Jiang Xiaobai said while looking at Xiao outside. It's okay, goodbye. A group of truck masters left one after another, leaving Yatu alone. Then the relationship is good. My family is my own person, unlike if they don't go home and people worry. I just slept here. Your tiled floor is cleaner than my bed, old Yata said. His tone was indescribably lonely. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and asked Zhengyu Omin to bring a bedding to the old man, and then turned to Deng Xiaofang. Do you want to go home or can you sleep here? If you are sleeping here, go to my office and pay attention to one night. I will arrange someone to send you home when I go home. Jiang Xiaobai asked. Then I will sleep in the store for one night. It's worth noting that I don't have to go to your office. I will go to the financial office. Deng Xiaofang said. How can I do that? I have a bed in my office. Just go to bed. This is the office key. Jiang Xiaobai threw the key to Deng Xiaofang as he said. The bed in his office was also newly bought, and he had been laying on the floor before. As for throwing the key to Deng Xiaofang, it is a relief for the girl to sleep. Fortunately, there is heating in the house, but no one caught a cold when I got up early the next morning. Jiang Xiaobai began to lead people in the store for final preparations, sorting the goods that arrived and loading them into the store. It is also necessary to study how to match clothes in order to arouse people's desire to buy more. End of this chapter. Chapter 342 Preparation before opening. Chapter 342 Pre-opening preparations. After the goods arrive, The opening date is set 3 days later, and Jiang Xiaobai has been wholeheartedly rushing into the shop these days. While matching clothes, train waiters in person. I know that quite a few of you may think that your salary is 15 yuan a month, and you can get 20 yuan after you become a full member. As for the commission, I guess you don't care about it. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the 8 young and beautiful waiters in front of him and said slowly, although the 8 people did not nod their heads, the expressions on their faces told Jiang Xiaobai that they were right. That's what they thought. I can tell you for sure that this idea of yours is wrong, and it is very wrong. Take a closer look. How does our clothing store compare with other department stores? Jiang Xiaobai asked. It must be good. Our shop is not comparable to them in terms of the environment or the style of clothing. I look at the clothes and think about it. Just say that the fitting room is not comparable to other stores. Other stores can only buy clothes by looking at the size. It may not be right after you go home. Our shop has a rest area, the sofa. The girls all spoke in a hurry. The environment of this shop, they have never seen such a good environment. The bright floor tiles are spotlessly cleaned, and they are afraid of stepping on the floor every time they enter the door. Yes, you see that you can come up with so many benefits without thinking about it. That means that our shop is definitely better than other shops. Since the business is good, you will earn a commission for every piece of clothing you sell. How can this not count as salary? Jiang Xiaobai asked rhetorically. The girls also reacted at this time. Yes, there is a 10% commission for buying a piece of clothing. Remember, you are different from the salespersons in the department store. They earn dead wages. It doesn't matter if they buy clothes or not. If you buy too much, it will be the same money. If you don't buy it, it will be the same money. But you are not the same. Take 10 yuan for a piece of clothing. You can make an extra buck if you sell a piece of clothing. And if you buy a piece of clothing a day, it will cost you 30 yuan in a month. Jiang Xiaobai calculated an account for the girls, and the girls suddenly started to breathe. According to Jiang Xiaobai's algorithm, the commission they earn on buying clothes, plus the basic salary, is about 50 yuan. Really? Deng Xiaofang looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked. Of course, the more you buy, the more you earn. If you buy several clothes a day, it's not a problem to earn more than 100 yuan a month, but if you don't buy clothes well, it's 20 yuan a month. Jiang Xiaobai continued to stimulate more than 100 yuan a month. The girls muttered, looking at Jiang Xiaobai with eager eyes. But if you want to buy well, you have to master a lot of skills. The first is the matching of clothes. First of all, you must learn to match clothes to customers. Most customers don't know how to match clothes by themselves. Only a few customers have ideas. At this time, you need to tell them as professionals that this suit is just right for him. Jiang Xiaobai first aroused the learning emotions of these young girls, and then began to explain to them. Generally speaking, the color difference of clothes matching from top to bottom is no more than 3. Red with green is a toppercent turn. When you put your clothes on sale, you also have to match a few outfits and let everyone choose. Jiang Xiaobai said, put a black leather jacket over a beige sweater, and then hung his jeans for a day. Did you see it? This is the match. If the match is successful, the customer can only want to buy a sweater. But looking at the jacket outside, he bought it by the way. Jiang Xiaobai said, while demonstrating to everyone, and by the way, he explained some speaking skills to everyone. Little boss, how much does this leather jacket cost? Deng Xiaofang looked at the matching leather jacket, which looked pretty. It will be the new year in a while. If it is really like Jiang Xiaobai said, he can buy a leather jacket for his brother. Look for yourself. There is a tag behind it. Jiang Xiaobai said. This tag is also the invention of Jiang Xiaobai. At this time, many department stores did not have a tag. There are only a few styles. The waiter bought it every day and remembered it. In the future, when we buy clothes, we will buy them at the price of the tag, any off price, no counter offer, unless there is a discount in the store. Jiang Xiaobai said, but Deng Xiaofang yelled as soon as his voice fell. Oh, 99 yuan? What? 99 yuan? The other waiters also gathered around, and they all exclaimed after seeing the price on the tag. Don't make a fuss. The price is definitely a bit more expensive than other places, but you can see that our shop is more than a bit better than other department stores. Our Jiangxia clothing is going to be high-end clothing. In fact, Jiangxia has no time to popularize the brand for them. But if you don't talk about the brand, even your own waiter thinks the clothes bought in the store are expensive. Then it goes without saying that customers buy clothes. You must remember that we buy clothes. One is clothes, and the other is brand. You look at the clothes in our store, the rest area, the fitting room. We must not only let customers like our clothes, but also let customers feel that buying our clothes is a status symbol. Jiangxia tried his best to tell everyone about the clothing brand. After a while, no matter whether the waiters understood it or not, they were confused and felt that Jiangxia words made sense. I don't think clothes are expensive. Little boss, our clothes really don't make a price. Deng Xiaofang remembered what Jiangxia had said before and asked, don't make a price. You can buy as much as the tag is. When it is discounted, you will buy it at the discounted price. Jiangxia said, discount. Everyone was confused again. For example, a 50% discount is half the price. The discount is divided into a full-time discount and a partial discount. Jiangxia patiently explained that these things must be done by himself, except that he does not have a meeting. And there is no way to train the waiter. Maybe when the next flagship store is opened, these waiters have grown up, and they can come in handy. After 3 days, I passed through the busy schedule. The 8 waiters in the store can be regarded as waiters in the clothing store after Jiangxia's pre-job training. Barely able to meet Jiangxia's job requirements. End of this chapter. Chapter 343 opened on Chapter 343 Opening of Business Part 1. On the opening day, Jiangxia, Song Weigo and others dragged down the red cloth covered with the signs, and then put a string of firecrackers at the door to be considered as the opening. There are no surging guests. No overwhelming publicity. It is not the overwhelming propaganda means that Jiangxia will not succeed in future generations. But in the capital of the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, if it is too high profile, it is easy to be knocked out as a bird. So Jiangxia flagship store in Xidan, Beijing, opened in such a low fashion. Although there is no publicity, this special shop still attracts a lot of attention. In the huge transparent glass window, 2 mannequins, 1 man and 1 woman, are standing, and the female mannequin is wearing a big red long dress. Looks like a coat, but I don't know how many times it looks better than a coat. The male model has exactly the same clothes, but the color is black. On the other side of the shop window, the model was wearing a leather jacket, which they recognized. Pedestrians passing by through the glass door can also see the white and flawless floor tiles in the shop, the crystal-like chandeliers above the shop, and rows of all kinds of clothes. There are also a group of girls with good figures and faces. Many people stopped in front of the door, and looked inside curiously through the glass door. The big letters on the store door read Jiangxia Clothing Flagship Store. There are some people who don't know the word flagship and are asking people around them what it means. What does this shop do? Correct. Many people are wondering what this shop does. Simply speaking, from the plaque on the door of the store and the items in the store, it should be for buying clothes. But the shop that buys clothes is not so magnificent. Although there is no publicity, the flagship store itself is the best publicity. Soon the entrance of the shop was 3 floors inside, and the outside 3 floors were surrounded by many people. Even the outermost people don't even know what's going on. Dude, give in. Give in. It is my friend who is fighting inside. A few young guys got up several times without seeing the situation inside, and then squeezed into the crowd hard, and at the same time shouted loudly. It's just that there is no way around, But a lot of people look back and look at how many people weirdly look at. Look at what we're doing. It is really my friend who is fighting inside. The young man headed by said in a daze that he has not known how many times he has watched the excitement with this trick. Fight. Who fought? Did you kid figure out what's going on? Someone smiled and asked, isn't there someone fighting in front? What are so many people doing if they don't fight? The young man said. The people around made a burst of laughter, and even gave up away. Come on, look at who fought. Is that your friend? Someone sneered and said. The young man made a big red face and felt embarrassed, but did not withdraw. Instead, he curiously stepped forward and leaned on the glass door and looked inside. Just as soon as he got up, the door was opened. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the crowd at the door, smiled and said, everyone, the new store opens, and it's 20% off. Welcome everyone to visit the store. Jiang Xiaobai said, pushing the glass door to both sides. The young guy looked around, and plucked up the courage to walk into the store first. It's just that the raised foot saw the white floor tiles, but he didn't dare to put it down. The people around saw the young man first in, and the people who had been curious for a long time also swarmed in. Welcome, Jiang Xiaobai clothing. Men's clothing on the first floor, women's clothing on the second floor. The waiters who had been prepared for a long time started to introduce them. Jiang Xiaobai is also leading the crowd to divert, trying not to let the crowd gather together. As soon as they entered the shop, everyone felt that their eyes were not enough. Although there are rows of clothes hanging, everyone can't believe it is a wife's shop. What I saw while standing outside was completely different from the experience I experienced after approaching the store. The light from the crystal chandelier above their heads made them unable to open their eyes, and the white and flawless floor tiles under their feet made them feel that it was a sin to step on their dirty shoes. The young and beautiful waiter makes some men's faces flushed and makes many women jealous. Everyone watched intently. Everything in the shop was so attractive: clothes, crystal lamps, white and flawless tiles, sofa and coffee table. Wondering cautiously, but no one dared to reach out and touch the clothes. Some people squatted down curiously and knocked on the floor tiles. A few children even pointed to the crystal lamp, and they didn't listen. There are still people standing in front of the big mirror, who are not pretty. What kind of clothes you like? You can try it on. There is a fitting room behind us. Jiang Xiaobai also acted as a waiter, introducing it to everyone. Song Weigo, Zhang Omin and others did not need to arrange. They had already entered the role. For a long time, under the guidance of the waiter and Jiang Xiaobai and others, people may have seen enough other furnishings in the store and finally relaxed. Began to focus on the clothes. Under the leadership of several men, someone finally walked into the fitting room and began to try on clothes. But more people are still watching. They dare not try on clothes. But while watching some people try on clothes without buying them, the attitude of the waiters in the store remains unchanged. Finally, more people could not help the temptation of beautiful clothes and walked into the fitting room. Wife, you wear this sweater really suitable. It's right, but I don't know how much. A young couple discussed in front of the mirror. Let me take a look at the tag. This sweater is 38 yuan. Deng Xiaofang said with a smile on his face. This. The young couple still thinks it is too expensive, but in such a high-end store, the word expensive can't be said. Was preparing to find other excuses, such as inappropriate, disliked, etc. But just now I couldn't help but said too much, not knowing how to go back to the circle. Sister, this dress is like tailor-made for you. You wear a special temperament. The woman Deng Xiaofang praised was exuberant, and then turned to look at the man aside. Brother, this is our latest model. There are not a few of them. If you miss it, you won't have it. Can it be a little cheaper? The woman was tempted. We are Jiang Xiaobai clothing store, and we don't make a price, but today the new store opened, with a 20% discount, only 30 yuan and 40 cents. After today, Deng Xiaofang was a little unskilled, but tried his best to introduce it. Looking at the undisguised likes on his wife's face, the man gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, turned his head to look at Deng Xiaofang and smiled and said, We bought it. End of this chapter. Chapter 344 opened below. Chapter 344 opening of business below. Jiangxia Bai clothing flagship store opened on the first day. Although Jiangxia Bai did not arrange any publicity in advance. But the popularity of the store is no less than the effect of half a month of publicity on the streets before the opening of later generations. Without him, the flagship store is like a jewel in the crown, attracting passers-by. Lunch was eaten by Zhang Yuomin when he went to Zhang's small restaurant with a lunchbox. Several people took turns eating. Wait until the crowd disperses at night. After the last customer walks out of the shop, Jiangxia Bai put down the iron planks on the door and the glass. There was no rolling door at this time. The glass windows and doors alone are too unsafe. It may take less than half a month for the shop to be looted dozens of times. So at this time, people who have large windows usually use wooden boards as doors, and then wrap a layer of iron on the outside of the wooden boards to add protection. Close the door. Jiangxia Bai looked at the wall and sat on the ground. He felt that he was almost tired and paralyzed. Others are not much better. One of them counts as one. They are all exhausted. Director, come and sit on the sofa. It's cool on the ground, Deng Xiaofang said forcefully, and then poured a glass of water for everyone. Drank a glass of water and rested for a while. Everyone regained their energy. Citizens, you go to order food. Xiaofang, you take other people to check the account and clean up the shop. Jiangxia Bai arranged. Deng Xiaofang, this girl has been appointed as the foreman. Not to mention that she is the best in this group, but she is the most serious and caring about this job. Soon, the accounts were set up, but everyone was stunned, including Song Weigo. Looking at the turnover within a day, they felt a little unbelievable. How much is it? See, you all of you haven't seen money. Jiangxia Bai, also almost rested, got up from the sofa, walked over and said with a smile, more than 10,000. Song Weigo said, more than 10,000. Jiangxia Bai was also taken aback. He stopped at his feet, and then quickly walked over. Seeing the final ledger clearly, the total is 11,641 yuan. Then Jiangxia Bai also had an ecstatic smile on his face. More than 10,000. Of course there is a cost here, but the cost of clothes is well known and very low. 40% can be considered good. That is the cost of 40%, which also adds all the costs of production materials, labor, space, transportation and so on. That is to say, more than 10,000 yuan. At least 7,000 yuan in profit. 7,000 yuan a day, which is 210,000 yuan a month. Of course, business can't be so prosperous every day, but Jiangxia Bai at least thinks that there is definitely no problem with a net profit of more than 100,000 a month. More than 100,000 a month, it was millions in that year, and as far as Beijing is concerned, even if you open a few more stores, you can eat it. The daily turnover of a store is 10,000 yuan, which is nothing for later generations. Because a piece of clothing can easily be hundreds of thousands, this is still an ordinary clothing store. Slightly higher grades are tens of thousands of dollars for a piece of clothing. But at this time, the turnover of 10,000 yuan can really show off. Calculate the commission. Jiangxia Bai said, the turnover of more than 10,000 yuan is based on an 8% commission, which is more than 800 yuan, excluding Jiangxia Bai and Zhang Yuomin. On average, a waiter gets more than 50 yuan. Of course, some sell more and some sell less. The most is Jiangxia Bai. If he is paid according to the commission, he will be able to get 100 yuan a day today. But the least waiter received a commission of 30 yuan. Song Weigo profitably settled the commission from the 8 waiters. Thanks. Jiangxia Bai smiled and pushed the money in front of everyone. The 8 waiters looked at each other, always feeling a little weird. In one day, I earn more than 1 month's salary in one day. If this is a month, wouldn't it be possible to earn more than 1,000 yuan? It's so easy to make money, and no one dares to take it for a while. It is mainly too much. Earning 30 yuan a month, which is a normal salary. Earning 50 yuan a month is a high salary, and earning more than 100 yuan a month is a big leader. but they earn more than 1,000 yuan a month. They can't even think about it. What are you doing, Xiaofang? Take it, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Don't dare, too much. The girl who loves to laugh has no smile on her face. Everyone likes to make money, but there is too much money, and she really doesn't dare to take it. This is what I said before. There is a commission for buying clothes, an 8% commission during the internship period, and a 10% commission after the regularization. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. But there are just a few people in the store that are a little too busy. I will recruit people later, but I won't give such a high commission. You have to keep it secret, Jiang Xiaobai said. In fact, he was dripping blood in his heart. The commission is indeed a bit high, but if he speaks out, he will not repent face to face for such a small amount of money. But it's not a way to keep giving it this way. I can only blame myself for not being thoughtful. Boss, the money is too much. Give me a low profile. I really dare not take so much money. Deng Xiaofang said. She only talked about herself, not others. Yes, boss. Low point, too much. Too many, little boss. The other girls also spoke up. There may be one or two unwilling, but everyone said so and agreed afterwards. Because 50 yuan a day is really too much for everyone. Jiang Xiaobai was happy. This Deng Xiaofang deserves to be promoted to her as a foreman, and this political consciousness is high. Deng Xiaofang and the others take the initiative to bring up things that are difficult for them to speak up. So Jiang Xiaobai pretended to think hard, and then said smoothly, "Then, you take the money today first, and start to reduce the commission from tomorrow. A 1% commission during the trial period will be tentatively set, and the commission will be 2% after it is converted. No one, the business is too hot, if you follow the previously agreed 10%. The salary of the waiter is too high, more than 1,000 yuan a month. If the sales performance is good, it can reach 2,000 yuan, or even several times that of his level as a director. The flagship store and the garment factory are integrated, and if the wages are too uneven, Jiang Xiaobai will be difficult to handle, and the interests are uneven, and it will happen." Now that Deng Xiaofang and the others took the initiative to propose, Jiang Xiaobai is of course happier. "Come, take it." It's a red envelope for opening. Jiang Xiaobai stuffed the money into everyone's hands. This time, Deng Xiaofang and the others did not refuse anymore, and they all accepted it. End of this chapter. Chapter 345 Open the Market. Chapter 345 Opening the Market. In the next few days, the flagship store's business is still booming, and it is booming day by day. It was not until a week later that the business declined. But the name of Jiang Xiaobai flagship clothing store has become more and more popular. With its unique decoration style and unique style of clothing, it quickly gained a place in the Xidan market. Of course, the main consumer group of Jiang Xiaobai clothing Kiliang store is still mainly young people. Because the store is short of manpower, Jiang Xiaobai can only rush to help after class in the afternoon. The students in the dormitory have completely abandoned Jiang Xiaobai. It was the end of the month in a blink of an eye, and it was New Year's Day soon, and Jiang Xiaobai did not prepare for the whole school's New Year's Day party. The New Year's party is still class-based and organized. After class is over, Jiang Xiaobai directly pushes his bicycle to the outside of the school. It will be a holiday after New Year's Day. During this time, people are already buying new clothes for the new year in advance, because the price of many clothes will increase in the month before the new year. So some people took advantage of the off-season before the holiday to buy new clothes for the new year. In addition, some people who are curious to visit, the store has resumed its popularity when it first opened. Even worse than the past, the shop is simply too busy to open. At this time, there is no need to work in 2 shifts, and no one will close the door at night. Otherwise 8 waiters will not be enough. Jiang Xiaobai is already planning to train another group of waiters and asks Zhang Omin to continue to find a suitable location to open a second branch. Thoroughly let Jiang Xiaobai clothing become famous in the capital. and then radiate to the surrounding area, and even the whole country. The timing is not right, otherwise Jiang Xiaobai is ready to join the problem. However, Jiang Xiaobai is going to put it in 1982, and wait until the situation has completely stabilized and it becomes clear. Xiaobai, is Professor Jiang so busy with the topic? Li Xian saw Jiang Xiaobai, who was about to leave as soon as he came over, and quickly stopped his mouth and asked, Jiang Xiaobai responded, by the way, I was just about to find you. New Year's Day is coming. Buy some gifts for your uncles and aunts, and you will bring them home. Jiang Xiaobai said, the school is closed for 3 days on New Year's Day. Jiang Xiaobai was going to live in the store for 3 days and was busy, so he would not go back to school. No, Li Xian waved his hand, then asked again after thinking about it. I heard that the quota for going abroad has been fixed. I'm leaving after New Year's Day. I asked someone to find out. It seems that there is no you. Jiang Xiaobai just prepared to explain. He really did his best. I heard Li Xian say again, without you, don't be discouraged. Many people can't go. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. Is this comforting me? Yes. I can't make it. I'm really lost and sad. Hey, Jiang Xiaobai sighed long. Xiaobai, don't be sad. You are the best, but this time all the places to go abroad are chosen between juniors and seniors. It is normal for you not to choose. Li Xian continued to console. Well, I am lucky, but I lost my life. Jiang Xiaobai looked melancholy. Li Xian does not doubt that he has him. At this time, there is no need to say to study abroad, even if you can go abroad for a while. That is what many people dream of. Li Xian comforted for a while. Jiang Xiaobai bought something with Li Xian, and Li Xian brought it back. Walked towards Jiang Xiaobai clothing store. After Li Xian returned home on the other side, Mother Li saw that Li Xian had brought so many things back, and asked with some confusion, did you buy it? No. Jiang Xiaobai bought it. Li Xian answered truthfully. This kid, why buy so many things again? By the way, didn't you invite him to eat at home for the holidays? Mother Li asked again. Invited, he has something to do and can't come. Li Xian said while putting things down. Something is going on. Mother Li groaned for a while, and then asked, what's the matter? You two are in conflict, right? I told you, if there is a problem between the two, I have to tell you in time. Listening to her mother saying this, Li Xian was taken aback for a moment, and then helplessly explained, it's not Mom. Where did you want to go? He gave a professor of our school to help with the research topic, so there is no time. Really? This kid is amazing. He can study with the professor as soon as his freshman year. Mother Li exclaimed. Well, really? Li Xian said, let's do this. The Chinese New Year is coming soon. I heard that there is a clothing store in Xidan, which is very good, especially suitable for young people. Let's go shopping tomorrow. Li's mother did not ask Jiang Xiaobai again. Okay, Li Xian nodded. After Li's father returned to work, Li Kuang also went to work. Family of 4 people, 3 people make money, and Li Xian doesn't need much money in school. So the Li family is relatively wealthy now. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaobai flagship clothing store became lively. Jiang Xiaobai is also busy. Old Song, is another batch of goods arriving today? Jiang Xiaobai ate the buns that Zhou Omin bought. While looking across the desk, Song Weigo also gobbled up and asked, well, there is a batch of goods that arrived at 9 o'clock this morning, and I'm still looking for it. Song Weigo nodded and said vaguely, okay, it'll take someone to pick up the goods in a while. Jiang Xiaobai wiped his mouth as he said, stood up and went downstairs to help buy it. Many people came out early in the morning, and there should be a lot of people in the store by this time. That's right. Arrange the waiters to take a break. Although they make money, they can't pay attention every day. Jiang Xiaobai turned his head and confessed to Song Weigo. I know, for the holidays tomorrow, I am going to close the door early in the afternoon and let them go back to have a meal with the family. Song Weigo said, well, cut over 2 catties of meat for everyone, buy some canned food, cakes, etc. as a holiday benefit. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Is this the clothing store you are talking about? Li Xian said, looking up, but this look was stunned. It should be. It's all glass. Mother Li was stunned as she said, Jiang Xiaobai clothing flagship store. Is it such a coincidence? Li Xian asked. Yeah. Is it such a coincidence? Mother Li was also taken aback. Go in and have a look. Go. The mother and daughter got up and walked into the shop. At this time, there are already a lot of customers in the store, but there is always a waiter waiting at the entrance of the store. Seeing Li Xian's mother and daughter coming in, they immediately greeted the guests. Welcome to Jiang Xiaobai flagship clothing store. For two, our men's clothing is on the first floor, and our women's clothing is on the second floor. The waiter introduced the mother and daughter. End of this chapter. Chapter 346 blocked. Chapter 346 is blocked. Just as the waiter here brought Li Xian's mother and son in, another waiter came to the door and waited. There are too many people in the store. Of course, the waiters will not accompany one by one. They just bring customers into the store. If the customer is unwilling to accompany, or if there is no desire to buy for a period of time, the waiter will return to the door and continue to wait for the next customer. Li Mu and Li Xian were shocked as soon as they entered the store. Is this still a clothing store? There was a little snow on the street yesterday, and there was still some muddy water on the road after it disappeared. The mother and daughter walked all the way, and there was a lot of mud on their feet. At this time, looking at the white and flawless floor tiles, I really don't know how to step on it. Is it not good to step on it if it is dirty? The waiter smiled and signaled that it's okay. The two of them carefully observed the clothes in the shop, and they couldn't turn their eyes away anymore. Looking at the clothes in the store intently, women's clothing is on the second floor. The waiter said, okay, let's take a look at the men's clothing before going. Li Mu said, what do you think of this one? Does it suit your dad? My brother wears almost the same. The mother and daughter strolled down below. Jiang Xiaobai also wandered downstairs, preparing to take people to pick up the goods. Casually glanced at the second floor. There are still a lot of people visiting. At the corner of the stairs on the first floor and the second floor, Jiang Xiaobai looked at the crowd on the first floor, with a smile on his face. Only his eyes swept across the crowd, and suddenly Jiang Xiaobai eyes narrowed. Then hurried to the second floor to hide. Song Weigo, who was following Jiang Xiaobai, was suddenly hit by Jiang Xiaobai full of arms. As soon as was about to make a sound, Jiang Xiaobai stopped it. Stop talking. Jiang Xiaobai whispered. What's wrong? Who? Song Weigo asked in a low voice, and he wanted to look at it. Don't, go back quickly. Jiang Xiaobai said. By the way, where is Xi Liu? Jiang Xiaobai asked anxiously while pulling Song Weigo upstairs. Xiao Liu is packing things upstairs, and he will come down soon. Who did he meet? Song Weigo's face is full of doubts. Who is here? Make Jiang Xiaobai afraid of this. Okay, let's go. Go upstairs first. Jiang Xiaobai was in shock, and at the stairs on the third floor, Li Xi Liu, who was about to go down, also pulled back to the office. It's Li Xian. Jiang Xiaobai drank 2 glasses of water and pressed his shock before slowly speaking. Li Xian has always disagreed with him doing business, and he chose to lie in order to end the quarrel between the two. As a result, people are now stuck in the shop. Why did Li Xian come here? It shouldn't be a deliberate visit to him. Otherwise, how could she not mention it when we met yesterday? Li Xian? Song Weigo asked with some confusion. He really didn't know who this person was. At that time, Li Xian left Jianhua village early, and Song Weigo became a shareholder of canned educated youth. That was all in September 1978. Needless to say, Li Xian, who left early, Song Weigo except for Wang Xiaojun and Liu Igo, who had been with Jiang Xiaobai to find him at the time, is not too familiar with other educated youths. After coming to Beijing, because Li Xian opposed Jiang Xiaobai business, Jiang Xiaobai did not let Li Xian meet Song Weigo, nor did he mention anything about the factory. So Song Weigo didn't even know that Li Xian was such a person. Li Xiliu was taken aback after listening, and then asked, Did you think Sister Cyan back then? Li Xiliu had dealt with Li Cyan, but at that time Li Cyan was only one of 15 educated youths. To tell the truth, the villagers of Jianhua village knew Jiang Xiaobai and others about the 15 educated youth who had jumped in. Others are counted as waiting. A few days before the college entrance examination, Jiang Xiaobai and Li Cyan confirmed their relationship. After the college entrance examination, Li Cyan left without returning to Jianhua village, so Li Xiliu and Li Cyan were not familiar with each other. Plus more than a year has passed. Li Xiliu only has a vague impression of Li Cyan. Well, yes, Li Cyan, an educated youth who jumped in with me at the time. This is a long story. Jiang Xiaobai smiled bitterly, and explained the cause and effect of the incident again. Congratulations, Xiaobai. I think your kid has a high-sightedness. I don't know what kind of girl will match you in the future. I didn't expect you to be the target of sneaking, Song Weigo said with a smile. He did not ask Jiang Xiaobai why Li Cyan opposed Jiang Xiaobai's business. According to most people nowadays, Jiang Xiaobai is already a college student. As long as he graduates from school step by step, there is a bright future waiting for him. There is no need to do business at all. Take this trip to the muddy water. And Jiang Xiaobai himself has experienced it. Song Weigo felt that if he had experienced the investigation team in the first place, maybe I stopped doing business a long time ago and went to school honestly. After that, it will be Cyan's sister-in-law. Li Xiliu also smiled. Although Song Weigo and Li Xiliu said congratulations, there was also a trace of sadness between their eyebrows. That is, Li Cyan disagrees with Jiang Xiaobai business. You know, Jiang Xiaobai's stall is so big now. There are 4 factories, and hundreds of people. I even add those agents. That is, thousands of people are waiting to eat with Jiang Xiaobai. And Song Weigo, who came along, knew the importance of Jiang Xiaobai in these factories. Although on the surface, these factories are booming, but if it is really Jiang Xiaobai withdrawing and leaving a little storm, these factories may be wiped out and vanished. Regardless of whether it is Song Weigo, Li Xiliu, or the hundreds or thousands of people in the 4 factories, they will not agree to the decent benefits. Other Song Weigo believes in Jiang Xiaobai, but Jiang Xiaobai is a young man after all, and love is a blind thing. Song Weigo was afraid that Jiang Xiaobai would be confused for a while, so he listened to Li Cyan. It can be said that Li Cyan is now not letting Jiang Xiaobai do business, just antagonizing 4 factories and thousands of people. Xiaobai, why don't I come out and talk to Li Cyan? Song Weigo thought for a while and looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said solemnly, yes, brother Xiaobai. Let Brother Song talk about it. Brother Song is older, maybe sister-in-law Cyan will listen. Li Xiliu also said. His position is the same as Song Weiguo's. This is no longer a problem between Jiang Xiaobai and Li Cyan, and it involves 4 factories. At this time, Jiang Xiaobai didn't even realize it. Waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, no, there is no result. Because we have quarreled more than once on this matter. And no one can convince anyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 347 Two Clothes. Chapter 347 Two Clothes. Hearing Jiang Xiaobai's refusal, Song Weigo and Li Xiliu looked at each other and said nothing, but there was deep concern in their eyes. 4 factories, thousands of people, all have reasons to worry. Take Song Weigo as an example, a good glass factory sales department chief. Gave up such a good job, and started with Jiang Xiaobai from a village team-run enterprise. Can you still go back now? Including Li Xiliu beside him. I used to be unable to eat enough to eat in the village, and now I'm following Jiang Xiaobai to travel north and south. The food and the use are so different from the original, which has completely changed his life. Okay. Let's go through the back door and get ready to pick up the goods. Jiang Xiaobai interrupted Song Weigo's meditation, stood up and spoke. It is estimated that this Li Cyan mother and son are here to go shopping, and it is impossible to stay here all the time. It is estimated that they will leave long ago when they picked up the goods. Okay. Song Wei-go and Lee Xiliu answered and stood up and followed Jiang Xiaobai out. On the other side, Li Xian looked at the waiter beside him and asked, "Why are you called Jiang Xiaobai Clothing Kiliang Store?" Deng Xiaofang was taken aback. No one has ever asked this question since the opening. Deng Xiaofang smiled and said, "Jiang Xiaobai Clothing is our clothing brand. We can say that Jiang Xiaobai Clothing is second to none in the country. You can feel this in the store. Our clothing style, quality, service." Deng Xiaofang's answer is that some donkey heads are not right. Jiang Xiaobai did not hand them these things during training. He just told them about how to introduce clothing brands. Fortunately, Li Xian felt a little coincidental. By the way, he didn't think too much. Also never thought that this was made by Jiang Xiaobai. When she left, the canned educated youth was still in the original workshop stage. But after listening to Jiang Xiaobai, there are pigs in Jianhua village, but there are only 2 or 3 pigs, and more than a dozen pigs have died. Have such a high-end, luxurious and top-notch store in the prosperous part of the capital. Li Xian's eyes still stared straight at the beautiful clothes in front of him. There is no way any woman who walks into this shop will be deeply attracted by all kinds of beautiful clothes. Like poison, it makes it difficult to leave. Li Xian and Li's mother originally came out today to buy a piece of clothing for the 4 members of the family. Li Xian also plans to buy a thicker piece of clothing for Jiang Xiaobai. I even buy some New Year goods and special products, so that Jiang Xiaobai will take home with his family when he returns home. In the end, Li Xian, mother and daughter, walked out of the Jiang Xiaobai clothing flagship store with a clothing bag. Standing at the door of the shop, Li Xian looked at her mother and asked, "Mom, is this okay? Just the 2 of us bought a piece of clothing?" Li Xian said again and couldn't help opening the clothes bag and looked at the beige turtleneck sweater in the paper bag. She was really beautiful when she put it on just now. At that glance, Li Xian stopped in front of it for a long time and refused to leave. The clothes paper bag was designed by Jiang Xiaobai looking for a factory. It is similar to the clothes bag of later generations, except that it says Jiang Xiaobai Clothing. "Then you return your sweater? I guess you can buy 2 clothes for your dad and your brother." "I won't return mine." Mr. Li said that she tightened the clothes bag in her hand. There was a knitted coat she liked, and the pearl buttons on the coat made her feel as if she had returned to her girlhood. Looking at a wonderful thing, tossing and turning, can't sleep at night. Speaking of, her daughters are all going to college. She is not too young, and she has also experienced the hardships of life. It is said that he is no longer a child, so he shouldn't have such an urge. But she looked at this dress today, but she seemed to be back in her childhood, and she liked it so much. Anyway, the living conditions at home are much better now, so I just want to buy it and buy it. I won't return. Li Xian also hurriedly clenched the bag in his hand. The mother and daughter looked at each other and then laughed. They are both women and can feel each other's feelings. "Let's go. Go home. This dress is good looking or beautiful, but it's too expensive." Mother Li could not help complaining while clutching the clothes bag in her hand tightly. Although she chose clothes without hesitation between Gui and clothes, this did not prevent her from complaining. "Yes, I thought about buying clothes for my father and my little brother, but now I bought 2 clothes." Li Xian couldn't help but said, "It was hard to explain when going back." "It's okay. Your dad has no idea about money, and he doesn't care about home. Not to mention your brother. He bought new clothes just before work, but now he is buying new clothes, which makes his colleagues have a bad impression of him." Li's mother said, "This. Okay." Li Xian said. The mother and daughter reached an agreement in an instant. Jiang Xiaobai had just picked up the goods at the train station and was about to go back. This is already the 3rd batch, and it may be the last batch in front of him. "Lao Yu, have you bought any clothes for the new year? If not, go to our store to buy them another day. I will give you a 20% discount," Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile while pushing the cart. After this period of time, He has become familiar with Lao Yatu. Lao Yatu claimed to be what the 8 Flag Brothers used to be, and Jiang Xiaobai didn't know whether he belonged to the blue flag or the yellow flag. Not to mention, who knows if the old man brags himself. There is only one person in my family, and I usually make a living by pulling a cart. When I earn money, I eat meat and drink alcohol. Life is also very enjoyable. He's over 50 years old, but his body is very hard to resist. In winter, he wears less than Jiang Xiaobai. You are going to rest soon. The clothes you buy in the shop are more expensive than anything else. Then you are not wearing clothes, you are wearing money. Old you pedaling on the scooter still has the energy to reply. Are I wearing clothes? The face you wear is status. Wasn't your old man the Bakizi brother? I can't even understand this. I have to doubt your identity. Jiang Xiaobai smiled. You little bastard, you still doubt my identity? My ancestors are famous. No, your ancestors were such a cow. How did you get into? Jiang Xiaobai did not say the words behind, but the meaning was very obvious. What do you know? It's just that we are the 8 Flags Brothers. We don't know anything. We grew up raising dogs and birds. We didn't do anything, and we didn't know how to do anything. That's why we are mixed up now. There is nothing to be embarrassed by the old man. Just say it simply. Talking all the way, he returned to the store without knowing it. End of this chapter. Chapter 348. This dress looks good. Chapter 348. These clothes are beautiful. Jiang Xiaobai guessed right. When he returned to the flagship store, Li Xian and her daughter were long gone. In no hurry to unload the goods, I ate lunch first, and rested for a while. In the afternoon, Jiang Xiaobai took the goods into the warehouse. When all the goods are packed up, it is already around 4 p.m. Jiang Xiaobai was resting on the bed in the office. At this moment, a middle-aged man with glasses and a young man with a leather bag stood at the door of the flagship store. The middle-aged man looked at the door with curiosity for a long time. He wanted to turn around and ask the young man behind him if he was here. But looking at the big words Jiang Xiaobai Clothing Flagship Store on the signboard above, there is no need to ask. That's right. The middle-aged man walked towards the shop, and the young man behind him just wanted to walk 2 steps to open the door. When the door of the shop was opened, welcome, Jiang Xiaobai Clothing Flagship Store, men's clothing on the first floor, women's clothing on the second floor. The waiter had a duty smile on his face, and his voice was sweet. For a moment, the young people were a little lost, and the purse in his hand almost did not fall to the ground. The 2 of you would like to choose something. I can introduce it to you. The 2 of them have identity and status at first glance. The clothes in our store can definitely set off you very well. The waiter is also visionary and can spend dozens of hundreds of dollars on a piece of clothing. In this era, it can be said that it is rich or expensive. Let's find. The young man was interrupted by the middle-aged man wearing glasses as soon as he spoke. Let's just stroll around. The middle-aged man, or to be precise, should be a middle-aged man, because the waiter saw the darker white hair hidden in the sideburns of the middle-aged man. Okay, then you can take a look. You can sit on the sofa to rest when you are tired, and call me if you need it, the waiter said with a smile, and then backed away. The middle-aged man carefully looked at the environment of the store. Although the middle-aged man's complexion is still calm, his heart is already turbulent, shocked. Although he had been optimistic about Jiang Xiaobai before, he did not expect that he would hear the name of Jiang Xiaobai's flagship clothing store from other channels in a short period of time. This channel is his wife and children at home. And when I came over today, it really surprised her. This is still a clothing store. This is simply the Crystal Palace. While buying clothes in the Crystal Palace, he did not feel a pity, because these clothes are really good-looking and unreasonable. For example, the young secretary next to him now shows a hot light to a jacket. He forcibly resisted not going to look at those clothes, but instead looked at the environment in the store. Floor, walls, crystal lamps, properly placed sofas, huge glass, fitting rooms in and out. Even the skirting between the floor and the wall is very harmonious and beautiful. The customers in 2s and 3s are all staring at various clothes, and the customers who come out after walking into the fitting room with new clothes are like a new person. The waiter dressed in the system is busy and always has a smile of duty on his face, which makes people feel like a spring breeze, but also has a good impression. Occasionally, there are waiters who are idle, and they are also looking for work, maybe tidy up the clothes that are turned over by customers in the store, or stand at the door waiting for the next customer to come. Really, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really couldn't believe that there was such a clothing store in the country. That seemed to be in a dream. It is not the same grade as the department store where he used to buy clothes. There is a difference. No, it is a mistake to compare the two. Flagship store. The man muttered silently in his heart, recalling what Jiang Xiaobai said at the time, that the flagship store is a brand image display store that quickly establishes a brand image. I think he still didn't understand at the beginning, and felt that Jiang Xiaobai words were a bit exaggerated, but now he understands. It's not exaggerated at all. He believes that anyone who walks into this store will quickly get an impression of the Jiang Xiaobai clothing brand. Unconsciously, he remembered again, Pierre Cardin clothing store. I heard that it was opened by a foreigner, is also the current high-end clothing in Beijing. Compared with Jiang Xiaobai clothing store, the two ways to open the market in Beijing are completely different. But there are similarities in the same way. Wu Guofeng opened his clothes casually, and accidentally pulled out a tag, and he was taken aback by the price on it. Is it so expensive? But then relieved again. These clothes matched. Look at this shop. Wu Guofeng turned to look at the secretary. This dress looks good, the secretary said subconsciously before reacting, and quickly said, sorry, director, I'm distracted. The secretary was full of regret, and blamed the clothes in this shop for so attractive. Director Wu, as soon as Li Xiliu came downstairs, he saw a familiar figure. After a closer look, isn't this Director Wu who helped the prison? Shouted quickly. Wu Guofeng looked back and saw Li Xiliu. After a little thought, he remembered where he had met Li Xiliu, but his name could not be called. Li Xiliu, Director Wu, why are you free to come here? Li Xiliu said with a smile. In this way. Wait a minute, I'll call our factory manager. Li Xiliu said, turning around to leave. Director Wu helped when renting the shop, and Jiang Xiaobai should come forward now. Little Liu, no need, if it's convenient, I'll go up with you. I have something to do with Comrade Jiang Xiaobai. Wu Guofeng said with a smile. Convenient, convenient. Director Wu please. Li Xiliu made a gesture of asking, and took the two upstairs. Wu Guofeng glanced at it when he passed the second floor. The second floor is for women's clothing. There are more styles of clothes than men's on the first floor, and there are more people than on the first floor. One by one women looked at the clothes in the shop with their eyes shining, and then thought about the price tag on the clothes just now. Suddenly Wu Guofeng wanted to go home quickly to collect the money at home. Director Wu, this second floor is for women's clothing. Whenever you have time, let your sister-in-law come over and pick some clothes. Li Xiliu noticed Wu Guofeng's movements and said with a smile. Wu Guofeng froze for a moment, and smiled. Did she have been talking about it? Speaking of which, I still got the news of your store opening from her. Your Jiang Xiaobai clothing flagship store is now very famous in Beijing. Wu Guofeng glanced at his secretary again. The last time he had a meal, he felt that Li Xiliu was an ordinary rural boy. Unexpectedly, he is quite eye-sighted, and he is also a second hand, better than his own secretary. Unexpectedly, the people around Jiang Xiaobai could come out at random. Even if they were not outstanding, they would be able to stand alone. End of this chapter. Chapter 349 National Retreat and the People Advance. Chapter 349 The Country Retreats and the People Advance. Boom boom boom, coming. Jiang Xiaobai said, getting up from the bed. Director Wu, why are you here? Jiang Xiaobai looked at Wu Guofeng behind Li Xiliu for a moment, and then asked, excuse me, Director Jiang. Wu Guofeng said with a smile, sit down. Xiliu, make tea. Jiang Xiaobai greeted him quickly, but Wu Guofeng did a great job in renting a house. If Wu Guofeng hadn't come forward, it wouldn't be certain whether the shop could be rented out now. Song Wei-go heard the voice and walked over. Jiang Xiaobai's office is not big. 5 people sit down, and the office is full. Although Jiang Xiaobai was puzzled, Wu Guofeng's intention today, but did not ask. Instead chatted with Wu Guofeng for a while. Director Wu, I will be the host tonight, and I will respect you 2 glasses. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be today's Jiang Xiaobai clothing flagship store. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile, it's almost time for dinner. It's not good not to invite. Okay, then it will be troublesome. Wu Guofeng agreed with a smile. He still has something to look for Jiang Xiaobai. It is the Xiden meal from the last time. But the difference is that there are many cars parked at the door of the Xiden meal today, and there are many people in the restaurant. Fortunately, there is still a private room. Jiang Xiaobai asked for a private room. Now he understands a little bit. Wu Guofeng should have something to do, but I don't know what is going on. Jiang Xiaobai decided to listen. If it is within his ability, then it will be done. If it is really difficult, then forget it. After the wine and food came up, Jiang Xiaobai was not in a hurry. If Wu Guofeng didn't say anything, he just pretended not to know, so he didn't say anything. Manager Jiang, I don't know what you think of the current state-owned factory? Wu Guofeng asked casually. The state-owned factory manager is very good, the salary is high, and the treatment is good. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback for a moment, and said, Manager Jiang, I want to hear you tell the truth and hear your opinion. Wu Guofeng cursed in his heart, little fox, I asked you about the state-owned factory director, and you told me about the state-owned enterprise workers. The truth. The truth. Wu Guofeng nodded. It's over, most state-owned enterprises have to finish it. Jiang Xiaobai said, don't you want to listen to the truth? Okay, then I will tell you the truth. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai talked out, everyone at the dinner table was stunned. At this time, domestic enterprises are dominated by state-owned enterprises. The entire country is a state-owned economic system, although now under pressure, the registration of individual businesses has been released. But compared with state-owned enterprises, there are 2 or 3 kittens and puppies, which can be compared with state-owned enterprises. Needless to say, Wu Guofeng, even Song Wei-go and others feel that if the individual economy can occupy a small proportion of the national economic system in the future, it will be the best result. And it will take a long time to be realized. Mr. Jiang, are you alarmist? Although some of the state-owned enterprises now have some problems. After a long while, Wu Guofeng spoke. Yes, if most of the state-owned enterprises are finished, then the domestic economy will not be finished too. Song Wei-go also said from the side. I will answer Director Wu's question first. The state-owned enterprises that have problems are not a single case, but are common problems of all state-owned enterprises. Jiang Xiaobai finished, turning his head to look at Song Wei-go and said, and Song Brothers' problem is better to say, 4 words. The country retreats and the people advance. The country retreats and the people advance. Wu Guofeng and Song Wei-go were muttering for a while, but they were a little confused by Jiang Xiaobai words. Jiang Xiaobai ignored the 2, eating and drinking for himself. Manager Jiang, can you elaborate on the current problems of state-owned enterprises? Wu Guofeng spoke again. He did not follow up on Jiang Xiaobai's retreat and the people's advancement. The meaning of these 4 words is terrible. Is all related to the country. He didn't want to listen, and he didn't dare to listen. Up to now, the gap between my country and foreign countries is getting bigger and bigger. With the development of the times, state-owned companies have gradually shown a declining trend, lack of stamina, and lack of vitality. Jiang Xiaobai said. Everyone nodded, and Wu Guofeng became even more contemplative. It is true that with the change of policies, more and more things have been exposed to foreign countries, and the gap between our country and other foreign countries has become more and more clear. And this gap is huge. If we want to catch up, what our country lacks is not the spirit and courage, is a real change. Everyone agreed with what Jiang Xiaobai said. Jiang Xiaobai continued. Workers are lazy at work. Whether they are working or not, they are all paid the same. This can be seen from the comparison of the waiters in our flagship stores and department stores. It is true that our flagship store implements a basic salary plus commission. If you buy more clothes, you earn more, and if you buy less clothes, you earn less. And the sales clerk in the department store buys more and buys less. It's the same salary. Song Wago came out and said, comparing the flagship store with the department store. The salary was opened on the 25th of last month. The salary of the lowest waiter was 100 yuan, while the salary of the best service employee reached more than 300 yuan. Song Wago said. Wu Guofeng and his secretary exclaimed, more than 300 yuan? Yes, 352 yuan. I personally sent it to her. Song Wago said affirmatively. There is a difference of 200 yuan between the two waiters. The $200 is the vitality of the enterprise. The waiter who received 100 yuan this month will catch up, and the waiter who received more than 300 yuan will continue to work hard. Jiang Xiaobai continued. Wu Guofeng nodded. Indeed, the difference between the flagship store and the department store is not only in the style of decoration and the difference in clothing. The service attitude can also make people have a very intuitive feeling. But given so much wages, wouldn't the company's interests be reduced? Wu Guofeng's secretary on the side asked. The wages of the waiters are paid more, and the service attitude is better. But this part of the money is paid by the company. Correspondingly speaking, profits will decrease. End of this chapter. Chapter 350. I am not from the Department of Economics. Chapter 350. I am not from the Department of Economics. This question is a good question, but first we have to figure out where the profits of the company come from, and who creates the profits of the company. Jiang Xiaobai said. Wu Guofeng picked up the wine glass by himself and had a drink. It was only now that he realized that even though he was already very optimistic about Jiang Xiaobai, he still underestimated Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai's ability to go to this day is definitely not a lucky one, but has a deep research on the current domestic situation and the domestic economy, and have their own unique insights into the enterprise, a high-level building. The profit of an enterprise is not created by the factory manager. The boss creates it. To be precise, it is not only created by the factory manager. The effect of the factory director in the entire factory is only a small part. The real profit creation is workers, employees. And where does the company's profits come from? On this issue, I can write a book in detail. But today I will briefly talk about three aspects: market profit, management profit, and operating profit. Jiang Xiaobai said. The dinner table became quiet. Everyone listened quietly. Yes, listen. Wu Guofeng thinks you have to use this idiom. He thinks it is very likely that the domestic entrepreneurs will be brought together now, and there are only a handful of people who can say Jiang Xiaobai's words. With Jiang Xiaobai's remarks today, even if his goal is not achieved, it is not a loss. These three aspects are the source of profits for a company. I use commissions to stimulate the creativity and enthusiasm of employees. I give employees a 1% commission for a piece of clothing, and employees give back to the company 99%, so the more employees earn, the more the company earns. So how come the company's profits decrease? Jiang Xiaobai looked at the secretary with a smile and asked. The young man understood, nodded and didn't speak anymore. Song Wago, Wu Guofeng is still immersed in Jiang Xiaobai words. The atmosphere on the table was a bit awkward for a while, although other Jiang Xiaobai said a lot. But the most important issue of state-owned enterprises is also the core issue. Jiang Xiaobai did not say it, because it is useless to say it, there is no way to change it. But is this enough for Wu Guofeng to digest? It took a long time for Wu Guofeng to react, and raised the wine glass in his hand and said to Jiang Xiaobai, good words, good words. I toast you a toast to the country with young talents like you. Wu Guofeng's words are very heavy. I've passed the prize. I dare not be it. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. If you talk about the right development knowledge, no one can beat me. The two had a drink, Wu Guofeng put down the glass and looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said, Director Jiang, I am here this time. I need your help if I have something to do. Finally here, Jiang Xiaobai said heartily, Director Wu, you helped us a lot in the opening of our flagship store. I always remember this kindness. Just talk if you have anything. Jiang Xiaobai has been waiting for Wu Guofeng to speak, but he doesn't know who Wu Guofeng is. But he believes that Wu Guofeng is definitely not the kind of person who can have time to find himself for dinner. There must be something to come to see myself, and the bragging is over. If Song Weigo doesn't say anything, he should leave. It's almost time to eat. Jiang Xiaobai put down his chopsticks and made a strong listening. That's right, we have a small glass factory, and I would like to ask you to help me understand and reform. Wu Guofeng said. Jiang Xiaobai almost thought he had heard it wrong. What did you say, Director Wu? Our prison has a glass factory. I would like to ask you to help us reform. Wu Guofeng said it again. What do you mean? Jiang Xiaobai, who was still talking a while ago, suddenly became a little silly. Darksing glass factory. The position of factory director. Wu Guofeng said. Not only Jiang Xiaobai, Song Weigo and others, but Wu Guofeng's own secretary, were shocked from ear to ear. Director Wu, stop joking. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and shook his head. Even a small glass factory is a factory and a state-owned enterprise. Needless to say, I am a student of the normal university, even a graduate of the normal university. And there is no one who can be the director of the factory all at once. There is no such rule. No kidding. Wu Guofeng looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said seriously. Jiang Xiaobai was stunned. Could it be that Wu Guofeng is going to come for real? But this is not realistic. Don't talk about other things, just the above question is enough. Wu Guofeng seemed to know what Jiang Xiaobai was thinking, began to say, we have already had a meeting to study it. We have all the information about the educated youth cannery and the Jiang Xiaobai garment factory. We have convinced most of the people and have reached an agreement. I know that this idea may be a bit risky, but reform is inherently risky. A small glass factory. We took the risk out and made a pilot. Wu Guofeng said. Director Wu, I'm still a student, and my main energy should still be on studying. Jiang Xiaobai said. Anyway, he is unwilling to go to the muddy waters of state-owned enterprise reform. What's more, he really doesn't have time or energy to go to this muddy water now. Academics, Director Jiang, as far as you said just now, I think it's almost time for you to graduate now, and you can't learn anything at school. You can only waste time, and only social practice can help you learn more stuff. Wu Guofeng said with a smile, and after thinking about it, he said, I think your teachers in the economics department would be very happy if they know you have such an opportunity. Wu Guofeng was interrupted by Jiang Xiaobai before he finished speaking. I am not from the Department of Economics. Not the Department of Economics. Wu Guofeng's voice increased by 3 degrees. Yes, I am from the Department of Astronomy. The main purpose of my study is astronomical observation, commonly known as watching the stars. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said. Now, the private room became quiet. Needless to say, Wu Guofeng, even Song Weigo and others have always thought that Jiang Xiaobai should be studying economics. Furthermore, even if it is not economics, it should be some other major department. But what is your astronomy department? Also astronomical observation, watching the stars. Director Jiang is kidding, right? Wu Guofeng looked in disbelief. Someone still read the Department of Astronomy at the thought. It's not whether anyone is studying in the Department of Astronomy. No, if Director Wu doesn't believe it, you can go to our school to find out. The head of our astronomy department is Professor Zhang, and there are 4 people in the whole department. Jiang Xiaobai said honestly. What I said was true. What happened to the Department of Astronomy? My astronomy department, I am proud. End of this chapter.